to send all of that stuff and send it to all of these different state ordinance, and once you already sent it to them, and now you can start claiming what you're supposed to get as an American Indian or American Aborigine. You must first get them to recognize that you're American Indian. You just can't do it as an African American, somebody who hasn't claimed, because even for the Indians or Native Americans who are getting shit from the government, they are recognized as Indians first. You understand what I'm saying? Even though some people be like, man,
Yes, sir.
why would I have to do that? I don't have to do. Okay, cool. Well, you're gonna have a harder challenge. There's nothing wrong with you identifying who you are. If somebody call out in the room and say, yo, who A1 in here, right? I got this for A1. But A1 gotta step up. And now if I don't say nothing, right, then that's up to me. I can never claim or whatever it is for me, right? But once I say, yeah, I'm A1, all right, well, we got 1,000,000 acres for you, and we got we owe you a lot, man. We owe you certain benefits or certain financial things that you can claim. You understand what I'm saying? So going through all of that, once they recognize who you are, now you can either, I don't even want to say it online because I try not to be saying some of this shit. Some of this shit need to be said in private. But once you get these people to recognize who you are, then that's when the fight starts. Showing your genealogy and showing, yeah, my people was Indian. But guess what? Them same people who was Indians classified as colored, Negro, and African Americans. They relinquished their Indian or Aboriginal title. You understand what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
that's Andrew
And they
Jackson.
never
He
claimed it.
turned the Indian into the man. So he
Say
started
what?
using Andrew Jackson turned the Indian into the man. So he started using your last name as your birthright information instead of your
Bro,
Indian.
it's so many immigrants here. You got people from the Caribbeans who got some of our last names. You got people from Europe who got some of our last names. It's more complicated than that.
Yeah,
So
they are
would
your
they be in our
entities.
bloodline if they got the same last name as us?
Who is
No,
that?
they under derivative contracts under their
Who is that?
grandfather's
Hey, King
estate.
Cass, mute your mic, bro. You're not an Aborigine, my dude. Don't even we ain't even up here
I
playing
am an
games.
Aborigine.
Brother, all right, we
We
not
are all
even
the
up here
same
playing
blood.
games with you. Bro, all right. You know what? Bro, I'm asking you nicely. AP just gave me the keys back to the whip.
Yeah,
I'm not trying to kick you off the panel because we having a real conversation, and that's the problem. Like, some of this shit has to be taken serious. Everything up here is not a game.
No, that's a fact. Hey, but let me let a couple of these other brothers be a Haru, peace and blessings, man. You ready to get it in on the 7th, man? You been doing
Yes,
your
I
work?
am. Yes, I am. I ain't ready, but I'm ready. Basically, I ain't did no
Better
preparation
get
for it.
Hey,
ready,
Rue,
then.
you gonna
I
take
hope
an
you
I ain't
better,
L.
gonna be
better
able.
get
I ain't gonna be
ready,
able.
though.
My leading that 2 week bid. I probably won't be able to start preparation till probably the end of. Yeah, I probably start that week of.
Yeah,
I
you
mean,
want
I ain't got to do much. I mean, I already know where I gotta look and what I gotta. I don't know
you
how
better
I'm.
get ready,
I don't
man.
know
It's gonna
how
be
I'm
a
gonna go
heavyweight
at it.
jam, bro.
Yo, what's the name? Just flash across. I said maybe I need to look at his last bill on America First and see where I can attack it at. That's probably where I'm gonna start at.
Yeah, man. Go ahead. Watch you all. That's why I put them out there.
Yes, sir.
Hope you ready though, man. This ain't gonna be an easy debate for you, man. I'm
I
telling
feel you.
you.
It ain't gonna.
Smoke signal. Did you check your email?
Yeah, that's where I got this link from.
Oh, okay. You got the
Was it
keys now.
something else? That's all I seen was this link. Power to the motherfucking people.
Did you follow the steps that it told you to go through?
It was some more steps. I'm gonna have to go back and check those out. I ain't see no more steps.
Can you let yourself off? Like you put yourself in the back?
I think I can.
See if you can real quick.
Yep, I can.
Yeah, you got the keys then. Yeah, it's just like you on your channel.
All right.
Hey, for sure.
One thing I can say though, bad, I gotta come from correct because I got the crowd against me.
Oh yeah, you definitely got to come correct. Yeah, you definitely got. This a away game. Hell yeah, it's a away game. You playing the Bulls, the '96 Bulls in Chicago.
I like that. Watch that. This some shit, but
Yeah,
I ain't gonna do a
you
root
gotta
word.
go with it, family.
I ain't finna do a root word.
Nah, man. I mean, if you want to bow out respectfully, I
No,
would. I mean, I'd rather a
sirree.
dude straight
I
up
be a
seven like,
bitch.
look, I bit off a little more than I can
I
chew. No
feel like
diddy,
a bitch.
huh?
I feel like a bitch.
No, you just. I think that's honorable.
I'm talking about how I would feel. I don't know about what you think.
If a nigga know they gonna get his ass whooped, you gonna still go get your ass whooped.
Yeah, unless you know he finna just mollywop your ass. You know
I'm
you
saying,
can't
you
put
know this
off your
about to happen. I mean, you know this nigga about to mollywop you. You ain't gonna just like, man, fuck it. It ain't even worth it.
I can't
I'd
say
rather
that.
go catch a
I ain't
lick with
never been in that
somebody else.
situation where I just felt like nigga was gonna just drag me. But I
I
done
ain't
been in a
trying to get
situation
you.
like, damn, but this nigga might, you know what I'm saying? I was kind of worried about the fight, yeah.
No, I ain't got nothing, man. Listen, I dropped out in the third grade. I ain't got much to offer, fam.
That nigga that crazy. Thought we dropped out in the third grade. Your mom went to jail, truancy.
Nah, I got homeschool.
Oh, okay. See, that you might be smarter than the most then. The average.
My uncle who helped me with homeschool, he slow as hell. He couldn't even read or write.
The blind led the blind, huh? Y'all had both in the ditch.
Yeah, hell yeah. It's all good.
Hell yeah.
Hey, Willie Wall Street, what's
Hey,
up with
Ru
it?
ain't no agent, boy. Hey, Ru ain't no agent, boy. That's 100, 200.
Willie. Hey,
What's
one, you got
going
the
on?
keys? Hey,
Say
one
that
got the
again,
keys.
AP.
I said, oh, you must got the keys then.
Oh no, I ain't kick old boy out yet. I ain't even like I said, I didn't even tap into. I'm about to start fucking with it in a minute because I was kind of multitasking.
How the hell you just come back on then?
Shit, how that
Oh,
just?
Smoke must have did that. Smoke
Oh
must have.
yeah.
Yeah, that's why.
Um.
Give me y'all. I got y'all
You
brother.
smoke the key, that nigga, your car gonna be gone, nigga.
Oh no.
I trust these OGs around here. I got the keys to Smoke Bentley, and I got the keys to A1 motherfucking Ferrari over there. You
Yeah.
feel what I'm saying?
See, I get excited by kicking these
I
trolls
don't
off.
give a fuck if they steal this
Hey,
96
Bab,
Taurus.
Bab,
I'm
won't
in a
you do this?
96 Taurus. This
Bab,
ain't.
won't you do this? I got an idea for him. I'm gonna get it to you. For you. I call it the round robin, right? So you know you got 10 niggas on the panel. They gotta pay $20 to come on the round robin, right? So we got topics in the hat. We pull out the topic and pull out the name randomly. So once we pull out two niggas, they gotta come up to the forefront and debate that topic. Chat,
I
chat
like
eliminates their ass. They gotta get out. And we go down to the last nigga standing.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. I like that.
You know what I'm
Hey,
talking
do y'all like that? Smoke, you like that?
Hey, Rule,
No,
you make
My Wi-Fi tweaking. He need to say that again. I missed most of what he said.
Are you on your computer right now?
Yep.
Oh, okay, yeah, you need that
I'm gonna
Wi-Fi.
repeat it for you,
That
Smoke. It's
was
called round robin, battle royal, battle debate royal, whatever the fuck you want to name it. 10 niggas on the panel. They paying $20 a head to get in the debate. Might charge $5 for the show. God damn it. We got topics in the hat. A bunch of them scramble in the hat. And your name scrambled in the hat. Pull two names. They up front. They up forefront. Pull the topic. And y'all debate that topic. The winner stay on the panel. The loser get his ass off. We keep doing that till the last motherfucker standing. Last standing get to split the pot. You know, the channel host get whatever they cut is, so on and so forth.
Yeah, that sounds like it might take
Robin.
all day. That'd be an
No,
all day event right
no,
there.
it'd be like a 5 minute or 2 minute per or however you make shit. Nigga, y'all
I
be on
like
this
that. We might
motherfucking
have to
screen
formulate
24
that.
hours.
I wouldn't name it the what do you name it
Oh, this
again?
nigga talking about a sudden death debate. All right.
Yeah, but I would name
Yeah.
it Grandma said. Grandma said, get out there and go do this. Yeah, Grandma said. Yeah, that's the Grandma said segment.
Let's go. I'm on the first one.
The
What grandma
gladiator
said,
section.
go touch the
Oh
sun
man.
and get radiated.
Gladiator beatdown, nigga. Some
The
shit like that.
scholars
I don't know. We
club.
got to come up with a
Oh,
nice little ringy name, but that shit'll go.
the scholars pit. You feel me?
Yeah, some shit like that. Something. Think of
Yeah, something hard. And yeah. Put your money where your mouth is, nigga.
Will we be able to get to a point that's solidified?
now that's
Uh
what we'll have to discuss, the full format of each round and
See,
how.
the judge format be the hardest thing, bro. Cause I got a debate league and I watched tons of debate leagues. The judging format is hard. It just got to be something that's agreed upon unanimously amongst anybody who enter.
I got an idea already.
Because people going to disagree with it no matter what. You can't please everybody, is what I'm trying to say.
I got an idea. How about this? The panel get the whoever remaining on the panel get the vote. Chat get the vote. If it's a tie, the host break the tie.
Okay, so all right, so if it get down, if it get down to the last two, right?
Mm-hmm.
That means that the third person that got X'd out right before the last two will get to stay back and be a judge. The
Yeah,
host will be a judge,
and then the
and
chat.
the third vote will go to the chat in the
Yeah,
poll form.
yes, that
That would
sounds
be
beautiful.
fucking. I think that's it. I think that's it.
Yeah. Now we just got
But people
each
gonna argue,
round. How
maybe
long?
argue
Each
with it.
round, everybody get 3 minutes. Like when they pull the topic, all right, you got 3 minutes.
Yeah,
Or
matter of fact, we'll give them a 5 minute. We'll give them a full 5 minutes to line up what they need to line up and to present.
I still one more thing we need to kind of iron
How
out.
long would the rounds be, Haru?
And the format of like, okay, well, if they both agree on the topic type shit. You feel me?
Then we go back in the we go back in the hat.
Okay, that could be one. Or
There's multiple topics in the hat.
Peace to the panel. Peace
I
to
tell you
the panel.
what. I tell you
I'm
what.
saying if you debate, you can take any side of the debate. If you agree with it, then you should be able to debunk it.
I know it, but I'm just saying,
Yeah, but we're not here to just debunk it. We're here to if it's truth and then y'all
I
both
tell you
agree.
what. I tell you what. How about this? I got another idea. Let's say each round is a best of 3, right? So the first topic, one nigga go first. He got to make a statement on this topic. You get 2 minutes to make a statement on it or a claim. And then the nigga who go second get to debunk it. And then another nigga, he go first, make his statement or claim, and he get to debunk his. And then, you know what I'm saying? Some shit like that. Something in that nature, if you get me, Drew.
Well, if I'm hosting it, we'll just put out 3 points of criteria that needs to be met within the talking point.
Okay. What would be them 3? I like that.
It would depend on whatever it is within the talking point, whatever the topic is. So while they putting together they 5 minutes to put their information together, I'll be putting together the 3 elements that they need to meet.
Are all 10 people gonna be debating, or it's gonna be one moderator?
Well, it's not going to be 10 people.
It's gonna be one-on-one. They get their name pulled out of a hat, and they gotta go head up and
It's going to be 10 people. It's going to have their name in the hat. In the other hat is going to be a bunch of topics. We pull 2 names out the hat. Those 2 people go head to head. And we do that till it's all the way eliminated to just 2 people.
So how you gonna choose the moderator?
I'm going to be the moderator.
The host is the moderator, the chat, the other judge, and the panel motherfucker who's not in the debate.
Yeah,
is
the third person, the person that
What if the host is in the debate?
No, if the host is in the debate league, then somebody else that's not in the debate league that can host it. It'll be different hosts from different times. It ain't gonna be the same host for the same event, but for the host is not going to be in the debate. Obviously, he's hosting.
Yeah, because that would be a conflict of interest in a sense. But he could be. I wouldn't give a damn.
Yeah, but then he wouldn't be the host then. You see?
Yeah.
Yeah, y'all have to earn the kinks out. Who around here saying niggas ain't got no scholarship?
That's the word on the
Me.
street. They said niggas ain't present no information. They don't do no builds. They just be on there yapping and just talking. Niggas ain't. Then they said niggas don't really be proving their claims. That's what the word on the street
Nigga
said.
don't even know what a claim is. Like, what's an illegal claim? Y'all making up your own claim. What is a legal claim?
I don't know what you're talking about, brother. But go ahead, Smoke.
I'm just a student. I ain't no teacher. I'm a scholar. I ain't no teacher.
Go ahead, brother Smoke.
So the scholarly inclined individuals would be
when y'all
those
put Heru in it, all the scholarship went out the door.
Very extensive research, cross references, presentations, and things of that nature, right? You consider that the scholarly approach.
I guess that's what they're going for, and I would agree. Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah, I'm kind of not a scholarly. I had to admit that because I don't even the information, not all of it, but a lot of it, I don't even consider it trustworthy.
Well, Samo, I consider a scholar too the ability to review information and determine if it makes sense or not, even if you're not even in that field.
Yeah. Yeah, either both forms of it, but they got to be in presentation though. You got to at least present it.
Got to be applicable. You got
Yeah,
to apply.
but you can be a scholar and not be a good presentator. I mean, you probably can look at information, discern it, and all that, but just not a good speaker.
But I was listening to what A1 was saying, and he was like, a scholar is this, and he was going by the strict definition. That's why I say I'm a scholar. I ain't no teacher. I just got a lot of questions though.
Yeah, we heard you, Super. So just stand
Yeah, I
back.
agree.
You're a student, so when we ask for students to ask question time, then you can chime in, then, brother.
Yeah, I come with slight scholarship with mine. You know what I'm saying? I know what a real claim is. You know, I'm going off a real claim, legal claim. Y'all going off a fantasy claim.
You know, it's a difference between saying something and actually proving it now, right?
Hey, Will, we just heard your theoretical
legal
story,
claim.
You're not.
What is
All your legal claims haven't even been
claimed
yet. You're still in probate. You gave us a theoretical breakdown of you reaching the thing that you have not.
All in probate.
The word claim is so broad.
No, it's not.
It's no, he said a legal claim, like you taking it to court.
That's even
some company jurisdiction or whatever.
Yeah.
Did you ever go?
You got videos of you in court.
All the different ways you can.
What is a claim?
File a claim.
You got videos of you in court.
Bro, I ain't going to court. I'm above their jurisdiction. What are you talking about? I'm going making claims.
You still gonna have to go to court.
How do you file a claim challenging a jurisdiction?
When you get a power attorney and start doing everything a lawyer's supposed to do, you just doing it yourself.
No, I'm saying though, you don't know how to do it. What do you do when you go in there and you go to court and you go into court for a particular case and you tell them, listen, I'm challenging your jurisdiction. You don't have jurisdiction on me. You can't just say it in the court. It has to be done properly.
That ain't even how that go. You just go get your paperwork in order. And anybody challenge you, you got the paperwork to, to prove whatever your claim is.
You just can't prove it right there on the spot. You got to go through a process.
Bro, you going through the process as you open up accounts, you doing the process.
I'm saying, what is
and
that
when you get
called?
denied,
What is that called?
you gotta prove your
tell
claim.
the people what that's called, because obviously you know, right?
Right. It's called irrevocable trust.
No, what is the process that you're doing in the court to tell them that they
I'm
don't
not
have
going to court. I'm going to the bank.
Oh my God, he's done, bro. What y'all do, y'all?
I'm
If you
saying you gonna go in there.
file an affidavit. All of it has to be an affidavit form because it's for the record, on court record, and on the record. It can't be denied, and it has to be reviewed. So, like, but go ahead, man. You talking
Bro,
this?
once you get out of their jurisdiction, you go straight
You talking this
federal shit.
chasing your tail jargon? You gonna get somebody locked the fuck up, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Bro, what's in a legal claim though? That's all I'm asking. Y'all making up claims. I'm talking about what's illegal.
You gonna get somebody locked up, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you.
No, y'all gonna get, because y'all doing shit illegally.
I ain't telling you to do nothing legally. I ain't telling nobody to do no legal advice. I'm not legal. I'm not even exempt to give you legal advice. And you not neither. You going to jail for that shit that you talking about. I know that to be a fact. You go in that motherfucker talking about you ain't got jurisdiction in the bank and blah and try to get some money. You going to jail.
Just open up a trust fund account at a trust bank. What are you talking about?
You can't do that till you get out of probate. If you're trying to get your estate, trust now, but if you just open up a random trust, yeah, you can do that. They ain't got shit to do with nothing. Anybody can do that. But if you're trying to get your estate trust, you got to get out of probate first. You're not out of probate. You're not
that's how you gotta create a trust to pull it out of probate.
You're not even close to getting out of probate.
Okay, bro.
I mean, he wouldn't necessarily go to jail for filing a claim, but because it's not a crime.
Yes, he will. And you can go to jail for filing a claim. There's been aborigines in this community that filed liens on police officer and that is now doing jail time right now.
Well, I would say a lien is probably a little different from a claim, but if you filing documents and you perjuring and they look into that shit, you can definitely go to jail for that.
And what he's talking about is perjury.
Can we move on? Rod got to find people on his frequency that get the language that he's speaking.
Yeah, I told you this ain't it. Rod, no disrespect, bro. Listen, there's a sector of people. Listen, there's a sector of people that's out there chasing their straw man and trying to chase their tail, man.
What's that Bay
Smoke, do you agree with this shit? I think Smoke agree with it. I think Smoke want to know.
Hey, Smoke.
No, I agree. I agree with the legal. I agree with the legal sector, but what Rod Will talking about is some. Yeah, I think he hopped on that pseudo wagon and couldn't find his way off that motherfucker. He made it past his stop.
Y'all talking unlegal claims.
Right, I'll talk to you, bro. Let me know when you get out of probate, gangster.
Let me ask Smoke a question.
Hey, peace, fam. I got a question real quick. I know you probably put the brother off.
It was what they were talking about.
Yeah, he adios.
Smoke, you remember that dude? What that nigga named Bay? Something Bay. And Super kept interrupting him. He had that shit the most.
Hey, Smoke, hold it down for me. I got to step away for a sec. Go ahead.
He had all them damn form, the 503 form, the 42 form. Man, what's the nigga name? Bay. I know it's a Bay.
I know you talking about. He still be in the chat.
I want to get that nigga a chance, but it be some niggas getting their feeling when he get on here.
Like AP said, niggas been in on this type of shit. I know ever since I've been around, niggas been talking about this shit, authenticating birth certificates, this form, that form, challenging jurisdiction, correcting your status. Yeah, but a lot of that shit just ain't applicable. So,
do you think?
I ain't seeing nobody successful.
You know how they use the word agent, Smoke. These niggas are agents. Now I'm starting to be curious about this word when I look at the movie The Matrix. You remember that cracker who ain't want to be woke up out of the matrix. When and some of these niggas, when you go to talk
Yeah,
about
his name
some
was
shit,
Cypher.
they like,
It was
no,
Cypher.
they go to glitching. Like, no, that's gonna wake a nigga up out the matrix. Let me stop them.
Hey, respectfully, I'm not sure, but I think we on another platform. That's why I was telling us to watch our words carefully.
Ah, okay, yeah, he multiple streaming. Y'all be careful. I forgot. He did say he multi-streaming.
Okay.
I think he got on TikTok and something else.
Oh, your
TikTok, they
TikTok will
strict.
snatch it down quick.
They'll just knock his TikTok page down. I mean, TikTok can't mess with his YouTube. But just be
Shit.
careful anyway.
YouTube every now and then be like, hey.
What up, panel?
I think it's some
What's going
validity
on?
to
Good, fam.
all man shit. It's just
The
it's hard
question.
to wrap my finger around it.
So we had the brother up here saying he was fighting for his land. Now, how hard is it for him to get his land, knowing that we've seen people fighting for land for so long, including California, Tulsa, places in South Carolina. I got people in Arkansas, and so what is it that he could do different? Because we do need to figure out how to go about getting, I guess, I suppose it 40 acres and a mule. You know, because I'm sitting here with the mindset. Imagine if 10 families had 40 acres. If we really would have acquired what's supposed to be given to us. 10 families
My
with
first
40 acres
question
do a
would
lot of
be
damage.
how's he establishing his claim? What gives him a right to a claim on a certain plot of land? That's going to be the first thing you're going to have to establish before you start worrying about the trust or any of that. How do I establish a
Right.
claim
'Cause
to this
you got
plot
to
of
go
land?
to the proper authorities to file the proper claim.
It's starting that genealogy. If you could find a member of your family supposedly owning some land, and then you can kind of trace how that land got transferred
Yeah,
ownership.
you got to have record deeds. You got to have some
Yeah,
type of
it's a
connection to the
long little
land with your
process
family name on it.
to really do it. It's some legitimate. Some people can't do it, but everybody can't. Everybody don't have
My
those records.
my first question would be, what you gonna do with the land once you get it?
Most
Like
niggas
I
gonna
said,
sell it.
imagine if 10 families was able to get close to around 400 acres of land back to back to back. What can you do? You
Yeah, I'm
are able to
I'm more
establish your own
concerned with getting
community.
it first.
Right.
Like, it's a hypothetical until you can establish a claim on this property and execute on that claim. So that's what I felt like Aboriginal was talking about when he was talking about bro running around in circles
Yeah,
chasing his
yeah,
tail.
yeah, yeah.
And I understood that point. Like, that's gonna be the hardest part, establishing your claim to that
Right.
land. So
That's
when
correct.
niggas get to talking about my grandmother gave me this and my grandmother gave me that,
Man,
well, this is where you're gonna
it's
have to
already
employ it and
it's
put it in
already
That's
a
place.
correct.
template. It's already a template for getting your land back. You just got to be do diligent enough to follow that process. These people in California got their land back. They sold it again, but they got it back.
That's why I said most people gonna sell it.
That's
If they
crazy.
did go
Right.
through it.
Because the question was what they gonna do with it. Are they gonna hold on to it where they gotta pay some type of tax or whatever? And it's like you have all this land, there's nothing being done with it. So
Yes, it ain't no easy just to hold land and you ain't doing nothing
you
with it.
know,
It's gonna
while
cost.
people I get look for land, which I'm for, but we can also talk about how to acquire land the other way around, where you just pitch your own money,
You gotta
come with
keep
come
that,
with your own
keep it
capital.
flat, keep it you know, the vegetation down on it. It's a monthly bill on the land.
But again, the
Without no
rest of it,
destination, you can go
the,
anywhere.
the rest of it is fairly easy, right? When we're talking about probate and the estates and all of that, once you have proven a claim to this land,
Who was
like
that? Backstreet Willie?
probate is pretty much just looking at whatever
Yeah, that's Backstreet Willie.
What you
liabilities,
have.
right, the owners of that property had or that estate had, right, paying off those liabilities, and then the rest, if you can prove yourself as someone who should inherit this, then you would get the rest after the liabilities are paid off. But the hard part is proving I'm connected to this land. just on some court shit when we was talking, the court portion. I like them convos, so I ain't even trolling.
I saw some documentaries too that this process was put in place to keep the land and keep y'all ass from your lands too.
Oh,
Not just
absolutely.
niggas though, anybody.
That's why some
And
families,
then
back in the
so
day, some families had their deeds stolen or rewritten or whatever. They
now
had
this
they shit
another trick
plagiarized.
they did. This another trick they did. So let's say somebody's great grandmother really did own the land. What they've done over the years is they've reclassified that land as now from homestead property to business tax property. Right now, grandma liabilities might go from $300 a year to 3,000 or 30,000, depending on where the land is. And then they took the land back 20 years ago through that. The land
Yeah,
was taken 20 years ago, you know what I mean, on paper. So,
that's what these tax things too. Like motherfuckers putting liens on property who behind on taxes. To me, that shit a dirty
Yeah,
game.
but
All man is money.
it's
You making money.
nuances
It's
though,
no
man.
different than you selling crack.
You got you got a lot of property that got took through, not took, but acquired through eminent domain. The transportation department got a lot of land. Public, a lot of public shit was going on to turn private land into public. Then you got commercial real estate. There's so many avenues, so much bureaucracy. I remember they was talking about land patents like 2.5 years ago. I ain't heard nobody even accomplish getting one of those. So that land thing,
Bro,
that shit complicated, but it ain't no easy process.
when land taken through eminent domain, they gotta pay you for it.
That's what I'm saying. So a lot of eminent domain property got took for public purposes. It ended up back in the private sector.
I know, but the people got paid for it. It got took from somebody. They got some money. What happened to the money? Silencio.
You can't silence your old nigga. You don't know what happened to the money either. Who knows what happened to the money?
You gotta keep in mind some of it wasn't all just
This nigga
legal
went hard and make a
documentation.
nigga ask unanswerable questions. There's so many unanswerable questions you can pose to a nigga ask to where he don't
I,
know.
I mean, some land
I
was
hate
strong
niggas
arm
trying to
though.
win
Be
debates
real.
like
Some
that, bro.
land was just straight out taken. People forced out of their homes.
I don't know. Force, like how you mean, like
Like war, like people
people
coming into your town with firearms, killing your kids. It wasn't just Tulsa. It was all over the United States.
Oh yeah, that happened in
There, this was
15,
like
15,
the way they
16.
give us history is really is a backhand to write themselves into American society. Because if we be real, there's no way to the degree to be a slave at that magnitude that we were able to accomplish what we've accomplished as a people. If a slave could do that, show me a slave today that's doing it now. It don't work that way. It don't work that way.
I
We
tend to
built
agree with you.
infrastructure for our people. We have to
But
really face the fact that in the 20th century, in what we call World War One and World War Two, where America played a huge factor, the war was against us. And I can say that just because I know a man who was born in the late 20s who went to World War II and said, I went to war because we were being invaded over here. And that's Cairo, Illinois. And if you look at Cairo, Illinois is a damn desolate town. I mean, excuse my language, it's a desolate area. It's a
So they
ghost town.
won the war. Who
no,
won
Yeah,
that war?
they won the war
Who?
right now. Right now, if you ask me, they still winning the war. Look what we
Who?
are in our position.
Who?
I don't know, bro. I think he was indoctrinated to that psyops of Japanese invading Pearl Harbor bullshit.
No. He saying somebody came over here and won the war, and we still
No, he
under their
said they
control.
No,
invaded
this
Illinois.
man, it's a gentleman from Mound City, Illinois. Okay, he fought in World War II. He said the reason he joined is because we were being invaded. I said, who was being invaded? He said, we were. He's from Cairo, Illinois, which is close to Mound City. He said Cairo was being invaded.
No, he's
And if
not
you
saying Cairo is being. He's saying
it's the
America.
way he said it. I didn't know. I don't know, but I'm listening to him tell his
I
story.
understand. That's why I be telling y'all niggas gotta have listening and reading comprehension.
That's not to say I don't. I am
No, I
comprehending
know.
what
I'm
I'm
just
hearing.
fucking with you, bro. But I'm talking about in general. He fell for that story. Oh, Japan is invaded us.
He didn't say
We're
nothing about
going to
Japanese.
war.
He didn't say nothing about Japanese. He
That's who
said white.
invaded
He
us.
said
That
he
was
came out his
that was
mouth
the
and said
story about
white
them
people were
invading.
invading our towns and cities. And if I hear my auntie, you know, my direct grandfather was born in 1800. Me and this dude got a whole 100-year gap. From the story I was told, they were uprooted off their land. A whole tribe of family people came in and said, "You need to get your family and go off this land." It was forced my family to migrate up to the further up the Midwest of Chicago.
And what them people do when somebody just knocked on their door and say, "Get out of here"? What they do?
My auntie was a little girl. I mean, it was a lot going on. Remember, black families were running because of massacres. I mean, you see the images. We went to school with the 1930 images, the 1920s. You know, they were actually massacring, like a Coe. What's that? In Florida, places like that, Rosewood. They dressed it up like it's some racial tension. No, these people it was millions of Europeans coming to the land at the time. Really, like just like in the
So
1920s.
hold on. You saying it's your people? Somebody knocked on the door and said
My family in particular, out of Lake Village, Arkansas.
they knocked on their door and said, "Y'all got to go," and your family just left.
I ain't gonna paraphrase. I don't know exactly to the extent, but my auntie, she was a little girl. All right. When I hear the stories, it was like there
Yeah,
a
but it
hundred
was some
people in one
grown-ups
house.
around that little girl.
Yeah,
That little girl
yeah,
came from
yeah,
somewhere.
yeah.
So the
So
grown-ups. Let's talk about the grown-ups.
those men took the kids and they left.
Okay, cool.
And where did they go? They just left
They
and
went to
walked.
Chicago. Well, yeah, my family stopped in Chicago, but my whole family been throughout the Midwest the entire time. But my particular family left Lake Village, Arkansas, which is
Do you
off the
think it?
Mississippi. All right,
So
the
let me
way
ask you
Lake
a
Village
question though.
was,
Let me ask you a quick question.
yeah.
Like hearing that story, who do you think it was? Do you think it was the police, the KKK, or some foreign military or
I
foreign?
would have to go back and look at the families that's there now and check records of who's there now, who's been there for the past 10 years. That's something I haven't checked neither.
They didn't tell you.
But
They
they
don't even
could
know
have
who it
bought it
was.
from some people who stole it. If they knocked
Listen,
on your door, telling your people to
I'm
leave, the
being
people
listen.
that's there
I'm
could
being.
have
I
bought
had an
it.
Hold on.
auntie
They might not be the same people,
What if
I
bro.
had
they
an
were
auntie
getting?
who
What if
taught
they
me
were
this.
getting evicted because they ain't pay their rent? And
I don't know.
the people
I
come,
don't
hey
know.
man,
They were
y'all
on
been
that.
squatting on there. Y'all
My
got to
family had
go.
been in the area for a long time, and it seemed like they had a nice little land space, you know. So I mean, I wasn't there per se, but to hear certain stories from elders, because the way we learn history, they didn't learn the history that we got today, you
Okay.
know. And this is why we challenge scholars and scholastics.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
No,
saying?
I ain't trying to make fun of you,
That's why
bro.
it's
But
important to talk to your grandma.
it sound
You
like
know,
a one of them KKK and racial things and shit. But a lot of
it
people
could
disagree with that
it
shit happening.
could be, but I think the KKK and racist thing is dressed up. I think it's always been war tactics, warfare, and it's just dressed up as KKK.
Well, I mean that's yeah, I got what you're saying, but yeah, they warn against the niggas. They hate niggas.
I mean, they're not even telling us the full spectrum of the story.
Racial,
They're
I
telling us
say
half
racism
stories.
be just half their motivation, half the
Check this
motive.
out. There's an article. Actually, I actually put in a back chat. And shout out to it's a brother, House of Cons, because he the one who produced this article. and it talks about how Negro owns billions in America. And the mindset of the people then, it's 1912. And it was coming from the Choctaw Advocate at that. So the mindset is we are not African. This is our land. So at that somewhere around that time period, people was losing their land and their house, and some of us being strong arm. Not just legal documentation, but a strong arm. A war is happening. But I digress.
So when your people got kicked out, was it a war at that point in time?
I mean, yeah. If you're talking about
What
the
was that war?
1940s, if we're talking about the 1940s, we know that it's supposed to be Pearl Harbor, but there's other things going on at the same time. That's why I keep saying, man, our
Hold
family,
on,
our homes, cities
brother,
is being
brother.
massacred.
Brother? Can I have a conversation with you?
Go ahead, brother.
You said Pearl Harbor. Your people was on the West Coast.
Listen, you asked what war was going on. I'm telling you, the war that I know of at that time, World War II kicked off in the 1940s, right? Am I correct?
Yeah, but no war has ever been waged on American soil.
So we say, if it hasn't, then what's happening to us?
What
And
you
we the
mean?
actual Americans.
No,
Listen,
no,
follow
no.
me
Hold
clear.
on,
Follow me clear.
brother.
Before you had the
I
mind of us
can't
just being
follow you
slaves.
because you're taking me too far. I want to talk about
Okay.
your people, where they were in the country. What part of the country were they in?
I told you my family's from Lake Village, Arkansas. It's right off the Mississippi.
Arkansas. Right.
Okay.
So
I'm talking about
Arkansas.
that particular spot.
Right. So Pearl Harbor happened on the West Coast.
Bro, let's not be confused. You asked me what war was going on. I'm telling you, I'm not saying that my family's a part of Pearl Harbor, all that shit right there. I'm telling you, while that shit was going on, this is what was happening in my house, at my family house.
And you said in the
And
40s, 1940s?
in the 1940s, and I'm also telling you that somewhere around that time frame, a gentleman that I know, an old gentleman that's in his I think he about 92 now. Okay. He told me about 4 years ago that he was in World War II. And he said he's from Mound City, Illinois. Okay. He joined
Yeah, but
World
I
War
don't want to
II.
talk about him. I want to talk about your people because you know your history, right? You did your genealogy and all
No,
that.
I'm really trying to connect the dots because I'm telling you about something that's happening at around the same time.
Yeah,
Because
but
while
you
my family
losing
is
me.
telling me,
You
all
losing
right,
me, brother.
I didn't just slow down, just listen. Let me just say it. In the 1940s, when this gentleman supposedly joined the war because Cairo, Illinois was being invaded, that's around the same time my family got pushed out of Lake Village, Arkansas.
Was this like a group of like some kind of warring faction that came to America and was taking people's
I
stuff in the
really don't.
40s?
It wasn't from what my auntie explained. I didn't get the
Uh-huh.
full story, and she ain't even here to even tell me right now. But from what the gentleman explained, it sounded like we were being like he was being invaded by white people. That's what he said.
But that
That's
happened in
exactly what he
Illinois,
said.
and you and your people was in Arkansas. Like what
On
was
my
happening in?
yeah, on my mama's
So it was
side,
it was
and
a it was a it was countrywide. This thing that was happening.
I believe so. I mean, there's evidence and documentation of it. I mean, you hear about Tulsa, Oklahoma, right? You believe that happened?
Yeah, but that wasn't in the 1940s. You said in the
That was in the
40s.
that was in the
Your people
1920s,
got
right?
kicked out, and this dude in Illinois got invaded, right? In the 40s. Let's stick to the 40s, 1940s. So there was some people raiding across America in the 40s,
I
taking people's
believe
shit.
so. However, all these riots
Oh,
were
this your
happening.
belief? Okay, cool. That's it. I
Super,
mean,
do
I
you
can't.
not know your super? Do you not know history? Do you not know about redlining and floods and them burning our cities up? Do you not know about that or something? When somebody telling you their story, you gotta question it. Like They got something to lie about.
And it was happening. It was happening over the past few, like a few decades. You talking from the 20s until the 30s, the 40s. This is warfare, brother. This is what I'm really trying to explain to you. I know it's all going over your head because maybe you ain't talked to your elders. You going off the book still. We are challenging the scholars. Our family got something to say other than what popular science and popular history likes to tell us. And we already know it's fallacies. Go back to your people. Where was your people at? And actually, I made a mistake because my family would have left. This would have even been into the 50s. This is after World War II, supposedly. So something else is happening, okay? Because our
Just to,
family didn't have the same education that we have.
just to add to that, my family left Alabama around the same time and went to Peoria, Illinois, because they said the South was bad.
Our
So
families have
it was
been
good.
our families have been losing their lands as early as 1790, and it was linked to violence, intimidation, and discrimination practices like inflated property taxes and eminent domain. I relinquish. It's been going on since the 1790s. Free people of color, if you could even look that up.
And you gotta learn about, like the brother said, the flooding of cities. Almost every lake around the United States where there's a lake, there's a city under that mud. And they got our people under there, our DNA, our inventions or whatever, our living. Hell, if you go on some of these military bases, and if you happen to come across a burial site, most of the time it's a Negro burial site. How about the brother who was asking me the question? What about your family? What happened to your family? Do you know?
What you mean? In the 40s?
Yeah, were your family always where they were? Did they come from
Yeah.
somewhere else?
No, we always been here in Texas.
Okay, y'all never moved around. Y'all didn't just locate to Texas or nothing.
No, we always been here. My
Okay,
grandma had my great grandma kids. They moved around the country, but yeah, we didn't come from anywhere else.
okay. So I know a lot of so-called Seminoles migrated to Texas too, and there's a lot of wars happening in the state of Texas.
Yeah,
So,
we some fighting niggas over here. Ain't nobody just gonna come take shit from over here.
okay.
Yeah, we
Yeah, and
didn't.
you can't fight catastrophes.
Mm-hmm.
We talking
If
about
you,
people taking things.
and sometimes some shit, hey, stuff happens, and I don't know because we some fight. Hey, that's what we do in the Midwest. We fight. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that's what we do. So I don't understand. But if you got a bunch of children, what you gonna do? You gonna fight with all and risk all your children? I don't know. Like I said, it was almost 100 of them in the house. Okay,
And
and
yeah,
we talking about large families. My grandmother alone had 14 kids. Her mama had 16. And we ain't talking about all my aunties and even the uncles, whatever. But it was a few men in the house, and it stuff happened like that. I don't know. I didn't live like that. I didn't grow up. I'm a city boy, if you ask me. I'm a city boy that live in Texas. Straight up.
and, and we didn't have our own. United States didn't have their own money until like 1780, late 80s, 1790s, and we had our lands, but we didn't have money. We didn't. The money was just created for United States. So how can you bill us with no money? What did we sell? That was a major way, eminent domain and taxes. If you look up when the United States created money, you'll find it was in the late 1780s. So there were fraudulent tax laws imposed on us as a people. And it was fraudulent because we weren't supposed to be taxed. That's why they say fraudulent tax laws. We didn't make money. They designed their own money, United States. So how are Indians going to have their own money? It's just sad.
I'm just wondering, what's the goal in figuring all this out, though? Like, what are you actually trying to recoup? Like tax payments, land.
I mean, I want to, me personally, this is
I would
something I teach
personally
to my
say that
children.
that shouldn't be discussed on YouTube because there's so many people out here that are trying to find out what you want so they could put blockage on it. They're sent here. And I wouldn't answer a type of question like that. That's something that should be privately and individually done with you and that county where you're claiming your family's land back. I wouldn't answer that question. I don't, everybody else has their own opinions, but I relinquish.
That's word.
Yeah, in the 40s, my old man was born in the 40s. My family had a thriving funeral business and all kind of stuff going on. So
Okay.
nah, ain't nobody come took none of our shit.
Okay. That's good. It wasn't like that for everybody.
Well, y'all have a blessed day. Just be careful answering certain questions. Have a blessed day.
But that's the whole thing, man. A lot of families migrated. And so I don't know how it happened. I wasn't there. But I know people move around, they relocate. I mean, it wasn't the first time. If you look at some of the census, I see it all up and down the census records where families was moving up and down the United States to certain areas. And it seemed like they're around other family members. So things happen like that. Just gotta look at your records.
East Philly OG.
Yeah, peace to everybody in the chat. I see OG out there putting some work on the table. So what's the word, man? We don't want it to get too silent. Who else got some input, man? You
I'm
know.
gonna go back to the chat. Y'all make sure y'all follow Bap on TikTok so he can get his followers up and he can start going live over there.
Can anyone bring that link up? That's in the back chat.
In the back chat.
Yeah, I posted a article. You know, just for people to kind of see what was going on back then. You see for
Oh
yourself
yeah,
the mindset.
yeah, we seen this junk. Hold on, I'll pull it up though.
I'm pretty sure a lot of people have seen a lot of the information out here already. You know, but that's the mindset we need to have. That's the mindset we need to have.
And what mindset is this?
That we have billions in the U.S. There's a lot, you know, and this is how we raise our children. You know, This land is your land. We ain't got to reach all the way back, because a lot of challenge information. One of the challenges the FBA and their communities as well, you know. And everybody want to talk about building, doing some economic building, but we have to build at home first. And I could do business as an American. I don't have to be no dang on African. If somebody want to subscribe to it, by all means, go ahead. If you want to go over there, go ahead, live. That's cool. But as an American, I know what's owed to me here. So this is where my fight is. You know, and within the article, it says itself that the Negro is not African. He's 100% American.
All right, so I'm not gonna argue that, right? Like, I'm on the other side of that argument. But my question to you is the same question that I have to African Americans, right? Let's say reparations never goes through. Let's say you can't recoup any of this Aboriginal land, right? What becomes the plan from there? Like, is there a plan in terms of building from scratch?
Well, like the lady said, we don't want to put everything in detail, so that's why we do need to start. Well, I'm pretty sure BAP, Smoke, they have a formulated foundation already established, and it's up to them to have the certain meetings and the structure within their own homes and what we teach, and have that business mindset. Because that's
And
really, because we can't just keep fighting for, because I don't know if we're gonna ever get reparations. That seems like a long haul drought through the legal system. You see how some of the stuff
now,
plays
when you
out.
say we and reparations, you do realize that the whole conversation is based around the descendants of African slaves. The reparation conversation, even if you look
Right.
at HR 40,
That's why I'm careful with it, because who you calling an African?
well, they're talking about me. But I'm saying, like, what I even
And
tell
it's
Africans,
not based on African because it's really based on the Negro in
HR
America.
40 talks specifically about African descent.
Yeah, but that's in the language, but there was no African back then.
That's not the argument of the black people that
So
it represents,
we would
and
have to
also that's not the argument of the U.S.
then
government. The U.S.
we need to
government
find a way to
acknowledges.
we need to find a way to change that. Who we talk to,
Mhm.
who we run this up to, because this is not just this not that's why we have to be careful with the race, the whole racial discussion. And I hope a lot of these institutions start to get broken down. I mean, this is where we need to take our fight.
Yeah. That's going to put you at direct odds with multiple movements, and the question then becomes: is that really
We
beneficial?
already, as far as this goes, we already at odds with multiple movements. But
It's time to talk peace treaty.
if people could be on one accord still, what they call stay on code, because we gotta stay on code. We know what it is. Forget all the titles and all that. Hey, how we gonna get what's owed to us?
And what is this code? Please lay out the code.
You
I
know
agree.
what? I guess it's something that's I don't know. It got to be understood. What's understood don't have to be explained. That's something your granddaddy will say, right?
I'm saying I don't think there is a broad-based code. I think all these different groups got their own individual codes, and the
I
sad
mean,
part is it
I
gets to the
can't go
point where the
I can't go
codes
with
are
a
in
Jamaican
direct
and say
opposition.
I can't go with a Jamaican and say, help me fight this fight, sir, in my
Why can't
homeland
you?
to get reparations. I can't do that
Why
because
can't you?
his family ain't from the States.
I'm saying the
But
Jews did it. The Jews went to nations all over the world, right? And
okay.
said, it's in your best interest to help us fight this fight. And that's how they got that land. That's how they got their money.
Well, if that's the case, the Jews consider themselves one people. That's not. I don't know how you.
I agree.
I mean, a lot of people, and the Jews didn't just come over here by themselves. A lot of people came over here and stole the pieces of
I'm
this
not talking about over
American
here,
land.
though. I'm not talking about in America.
I agree with what you're saying, brother.
Your signal bad,
A lot
bro.
of our family.
Somebody's signal is bad right
Yeah,
now.
your signal bad, bro. We can't hear you. I don't know. I'll talk over here the same shit I talk over there with the
Mic check,
Africans.
mic
Like,
check. Can you hear me? Mic check.
yeah, yeah, we hear you better,
Much
man.
better.
Cool. Copper Jet, I agree with the information you was putting out, brother, about, our family losing land. Like, my family didn't lose theirs, but my mother was born in 1934, and she was born in Greensboro, Georgia, and she told me how, law enforcement were used along with terroristic groups to come take our people's shit, burn them, steal our land. A lot of people don't want to accept the history of America, right? But
Your
law
line's still
enforcement has
bad, bro.
always been used against us, and the corporation has always been used against us. But I definitely agree with they use law enforcement, they had the Klan, and they use those different. They even use mayors. Like you can look at the move, the
Your
mayor
line
bomb,
bad, bro. We can't hear you.
the mayor bomb, the city of Philadelphia, the move movement. But y'all got it.
So niggas got. I mean, people got their land took, and they never went back and did anything about it
A
until
lot of people
today.
sold their land.
I
A lot
mean,
of
I
people
No,
don't
I'm
know.
saying
sold
the
their
one. No,
land.
we not talking about the soul. We talking about the ones who got took.
Some of it I think is like extortion. I can't say I wasn't there. I didn't get the
We're not
full,
talking about extortion. We
you
talking
know.
about knocking on the doors, taking people land, and they never came back. Didn't go get no troops. Didn't go gather their cousins. They just ran.
So do you have families that are
No,
documented
no, no.
that
I'm
happened to?
Because
asking.
because
Okay,
I,
you got
what I
it.
what
Hold on. Do
I
you have
believe.
any families that is documented that happened to? You see what I'm saying? If you talking about going
Nah,
into
the
court,
brother on the panel just said that. He said that happened to his people.
I'm
Nobody
telling you that
left and
that's
come back.
what this is what my aunt. I still have living relatives that's in their 90s right now. Yeah, yeah.
so now we talking legal, right? What groups
Hmm.
are they saying came to the property and took the property? Who then took over the property and maintained ownership since then? That
I would have to
becomes
go.
the
I would have to
conversation
go
if we're
back and
gonna
kind
make
of
it
look to
legal.
see who's there now. You know what I'm saying? Because this is information that I've received within the past 4, 5 years, whatever, upon asking some questions because I don't know too much. I hear the good stories. They don't really talk about all the crazy stuff. It's a lot of stuff I didn't know. I had to dig into to find out more about my family. So, and a lot of things just didn't come to surface like that. But I know my family came, moved to Chicago, ended up in the projects, and then started to flourish from there. And buy their own homes from there and different buildings and stuff and establish themselves. But that's how they migrated. I know they wherever they left to St. Louis where they had a good majority base. And they had a large base in Chicago. So, I don't know exactly what was happening. You gotta
And
remember we
that's
were
all I'm saying. Like in these conversations, right? If we're gonna go for something, we gotta begin to prepare a legal argument, right? And I'm just saying blacks in general, whether you believe you Aboriginal, African, whatever, right? If
that's
But
you
a
that's
that's
what
a
talking,
I'm
fact.
saying,
if
Willie.
you
Back
But
to
see,
hold
you,
on, if
Willie.
but
you
see,
plan on going
If
to this
somebody
government,
took your stuff, right? Somebody
hold on,
took your
that's not what I'm
people
talking
land.
about though. What I'm saying is if you planning on going to this government, right, for reparations or any type of action for a past event, you gotta create
No,
a
man. We
legal
talking
argument.
about
all right,
somebody
hold on, time
knocking
out.
on your door and taking your land, bro.
So
Somebody
you
just took
talking
your
about
shit.
going and so you talking about going and taking the land back by force?
No, 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 no. I'm asking what was done at the time. They just ran off and started over.
I
They just
believe it was.
they
I
just
believe it was
packed
some
up
type of. I
and
believe it
just
was some.
went
It
to
had to be
another
some type
place
of.
and just
It had to be some type
start
of
living.
intimidation. I believe it had to be some type of intimidation. My
I mean,
my
we know
grandfather,
that.
my grandfather at the time was down there 70 years old. You know what I'm saying? He had my mom. She was young. He was an old man. You know what I'm saying? Uh, I don't know.
You said
You
it
know,
was 100 people in the house, so somebody had to be
it was a lot
grown.
of women, and it was a lot of women in that house.
So where was
Right.
all the men that was help making these babies?
I can't really speak on air. I wasn't there. I swear I wasn't there.
But look,
All
my
I know
question in
is,
terms of a
all I
legal
know is
argument, my
somehow
question
my
in
But you
terms
family
of a
got
lost
legal
their
certain
argument
land.
would be,
details, but the
well,
other
there,
details
hold
that's
on.
missing,
My
And
question would
them
be,
I'm
were
don't
telling you,
there
matter to
schools?
you.
My question would be,
that's
were
why I
Hold
there
can't
on,
really.
Willie.
That's
Hold
schools
why I
on,
in
look
Willie.
that
at.
I'm
area?
gonna give it to you in 1 second, Willie. I know you eager to talk because you
This is
listening
why I
to
look at
me.
my family records so
Bro,
I
but
can
But
you
check
look
it
wasting
out,
for
time,
and
brother,
bro.
look for the
brother.
legal
Check it out.
documentation.
Check it out, brother,
So
brother. You know certain details like how many people were in the house, but then there's other details that's missing. You don't want to know those details.
yeah, that's what I'm finding out, bro. I'm doing the same, taking the same steps as every other person who's trying to find out their actual family DNA. And, you know, instead of me looking all the way across the world to look for a family that I have a far disconnection from, I'm looking here. I am looking into these records.
So
It
so
sounds like
look,
you
bro.
not looking into the records.
So look,
Because
nah, I
I'm
get
telling
what
you,
you're saying,
there's a
right?
lot of
So
families, and
in a legal argument, you're in the process of discovery. You're putting together the information to make your argument, right?
that's what I'm doing for
One
myself.
of the things you might want to look at is if there were schools in that town and if any of your people were enrolled. This is another way where you can find a lot of documented evidence of things that went on in that community. Yeah, I mean that's what I was trying to throw out there in terms of making the argument. If you're trying to prove
Now that's
that,
cool.
yeah, if you're trying to prove that people came in and took these homes and whatnot, when you look at the um kids being removed from schools and stuff like that, that's usually documented to things that you might see that happened in the newspaper and why these people left town or whatever. And that's how you create a legal claim. You know what I mean? That's how you create a legal
That's a
story.
fact. That's a fact. That's a fact. I'm not even, I'm just telling you some of the basis of the things that's happening. As far as to go about it to figure out how to acquire I understand all that, brother. I appreciate it too.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
I'm definitely
saying?
not against it. You know what I mean? I
But
definitely say
it
if you
just what
feel
I'm
like it's a
explaining
claim
is
there,
Yeah,
push it.
my
that
story
dope
ain't
been
the only
stepped
story.
on.
The thing is, my
That
story ain't the
that
only
dope been
story.
stepped on, bro. Ain't nobody smoking that.
Whatever.
Ain't
It's a
nobody
lot of people
smoking
that ain't
what.
whatever. I don't know what you're talking about, but it's a lot of stories similar to my family story. And I hear a lot of elder people that say the same thing. They didn't learn history the way we learn. So I know that
Absolutely.
there's a huge disconnect on our information already. We just really scratching the surface on revising some of the information. So I do talk to my people. I do ask questions. And in my family, it's a lot of women in my family. It's a lot of women. And in Chicago, they had all their kids. You know what I'm saying? I don't know all the generations beforehand like that. I remember the big family reunions and everything, but I don't know everything and how things move. But I see a lot of families. There's wars happening within certain regions of the United States, and particularly Lake Village, where I said my family is from. In 1870, my family was part. My grandfather was a part of the troops that took over that city, and they uprooted the white people out of there. Now that's documented history.
I
It's an
would say you
18.
want to look at people fighting this same fight you're fighting now, because basically what you're talking, if you were gonna try to press for any type of money or land or anything, you know what I mean, for any recoup, you're talking class action because you're not going against one entity, one plaintiff versus one defendant, right? You're
I'm
saying this happened to a number of us, and collectively it creates a story that these groups are liable. So we as a group, that's when you hear them class action settlements. If you stayed in Fort Lejeune through 1994 through 1998, you may be entitled to compensation. You get what I'm saying? That's a class action suit. That's a group of people who were harmed by certain entities as a group. You know what
right.
I mean? So if you
And
if
if
you
I
don't
get more
have
of
a
my family,
specific,
that could subscribe to the same thing, and this is one of the things that I'm trying to present to our next family reunion, because I put my whole tree together. So Hey, I inspire everybody else. If you can, I encourage you to put your family tree together, dig into your family history to see what's there. Now, I'm not saying I'm gonna put on because I don't know if I could find me an angle to really get this land, then I'm gonna shoot for the stars. But I'm looking for every piece of documentation I
Nah,
could
I
I could
respect that.
possibly find, and I
I
know I'm gonna
think
have
I
to
think
actually
one
take
thing
myself to Lake Village to really get inside their libraries for sure and look
And I
up their
think one
history
thing we
because
should start doing, right, with all the technology we got and these cameras on our phone, we need to start documenting the history of our elders from their mouths right now while we still got them here. You know
facts,
what I mean? Before they transition. That
facts.
that could be something that we could go back to and use as ammunition in this fight.
Facts. And that's a fact.
That's how
That's
I
what
know
I'm with
you
you.
ain't no Indian. Indians don't like cameras. They take your soul.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, old folks don't like cameras at all, but we're a whole different generation of people. We in this world of technology. You talking about you ain't know any what that? Well, I don't even know what that means. That sounds crazy.
I've seen
This is modern time.
I've seen direct live portraits of Indians. So you know what I mean? People are comfortable with that camera in all
Yeah,
types of different spiritualities or peoples or whatever. But
that's so crazy. Indians don't like but you see, yeah, right. Come on, bro. Shut yourself with that
them
one.
niggas is doing whole interviews with Frontline. You know what I mean? So let's not play that game. Our parents, when they come to our family reunions, when they come to the graduations, to the funerals, right? They comfortable with that camera. I'm saying we need to start documenting this shit now before those elders are gone.
I agree with that totally.
Because they might not even know the whole story, but the things they tell us might connect with something else that we find, and then bingo, this
That's
epiphany
the
moment
fact.
where it all comes together.
That's it right there. That's yep.
Cause like for me, you know what I mean? Like when you said your family reunion and you put together this tree for your family and all that, that shit was really dope for me because I was probably it was the same year Pac died. I don't remember how old I was. But my family reunion, one of my aunts, she tied us all the way back to a bill of sale, like coming off that boat. I thought that shit was pretty cool. You know what I mean? And then from then on, it was no question for me. I tied myself to these Africans after that. You know what I mean? So
So is that one side or is that
What,
multiple
what,
sides?
wait a minute. You said your auntie showed up at a family reunion with a slave receipt?
she did the work to tie us back to a bill of sale for an individual slave. Yes.
And what was the name of this slave?
I don't have it in front of me, bro.
You don't
I
remember
told you,
this
I told you I
memorial
saw this
historical
information.
event that was
I
so
told you I
cool to
saw this
you?
information for the first time when Pac died. I still have it in this garage somewhere, you know what I mean? Because it was important to me, but I don't have it in front of me. I don't have names for you. I can tell you this though. Through that lineage, you have things like Michael C. Riley, right? That's one of
Right.
my
You can
great
tell me all
grandfathers.
them details, huh? I know you can tell me them
I
details,
mean,
but the
because I
ones I
know
want
it.
to know,
This is
you
stuff
don't
you
have
could.
no
This is
clue
stuff.
about. I don't want to hear those. I want to hear the ones I want to
All
hear.
right, well then don't
So
talk to
go
me
back
then,
to
my
y'all
nigga.
little
Let
fantasy
me have the
story, bro.
conversation with the brother that does want to hear it. Don't talk to me if you don't want to hear it. That's fine.
You know what's funny? He said fantasy story when we're actually when I could tell you I'm talking to somebody. This is their story. You ain't produced no story. You say your
Okay.
family's in Texas.
Bro,
I
you
could
want to
believe
know my
that.
story?
I'm not
You
gonna
want to know
disrespect.
my
I'm
story?
not
It
gonna
don't
disrespect
include
your story.
none of that. Ain't nobody
That's
come
cool.
took nothing
Not
from
That's
us.
everybody, not
cool. That's
everybody's
We ain't
family
get
cool.
was the
off no
same.
boat.
You have to understand that.
At
So
my family
when did your
reunion,
family get to Texas?
look, my family always been in Texas, bro. I told you that from the beginning.
So since the
And what was the
18,
name of their people when
1700s,
they were Aboriginal?
Listen, man, when I go to my
on your
family
mama side
reunion,
Right.
and your
You
daddy
can't answer
side,
the
that, but you want
tree,
specific names. What was the
what was say?
name? What was the name of the tribe or people that your parents were attached to?
Man,
Your
we not
people were attached to?
Joneses.
That was the name of the African. I mean, that was the name of the Indian tribe, the Aboriginal
No, we
American
didn't
Native
have a
tribe.
tribe. We just had a family.
All right.
Any more
narrative.
questions? I can answer y'all questions if
Nah.
y'all want to question me.
All right, cool. So, do you understand how the courts would handle that in terms of proving the lineage of that name, Jones?
What?
Do you
We're not
understand how the
criminals. We don't
courts?
have to go to court. Why would we be in court?
Oh, so then you're not even having the same conversation me and bro having. Me and
No,
bro
I
are
said
talking
y'all can
about
ask me
recouping.
any questions y'all
Me
want
and
to
bro are
ask
having
me.
a conversation about recouping things that were taken from our ancestors.
No, but you
You're
brought up
saying you're
that
not
you
even
went to
trying to
a
go the
family
legal route.
reunion and somebody had a slave receipt. Nigga, that's interesting.
Right.
I would love to know the details about that because out of all this information that we be going through, we be trying to find that. And you had the opportunity to go have it, present it, and be right on point with it when you get questions about it because you in this type of community, you on
All
these
right.
type of settings and these panels, and you heard these questions asked before. Now you're not prepared, but you got it. Don't make
What do
sense
you mean I'm not prepared?
because we talking about our lineage, our background, where we came from, who we kin to, the lands that we tied to, and you got it, and you don't have it. Don't make
Right.
But if he
sense.
if
My
he trying to
my
if he trying to do
lineage,
something legally, why would he show the
my
whole
lineage
world?
shows, right, that bill of
I
sale
didn't
was
ask
a
him to
bill of
show
sale
anything.
from
I
New
was just
York,
asking the
right?
name that
From
was on the
there,
receipt
that
that was at
slave
that
was then
family reunion. That's
transported to
all I was asking,
Baltimore.
bro.
I'm trying to tell you, right? So that slave was sold in New York City. He was then transported to the Maryland area, right around Baltimore, and his children were later sold. I think it was the grandkids were later sold
See how
to a
you have all
plantation in
those
South
details,
Carolina.
but not the name? See, you have a lot of details, a lot of intricate details, but that
Yo,
name
bro,
is so
let
elusive.
me show you something. Let me show you something, right? And this is gonna sound pretty simple, right? But bear with me, right? You ever seen the movie Godfather, specifically Godfather 2, right? When Vito Andolini came into motherfucking Ellis Island, right? They gave him a name, right? They just gave him a name. You from where? Palermo or whatever. Yeah, we're gonna call him Little Palermo. Next, right? So the things you're looking for aren't what my argument is based in, right? Like I'm not dealing with names. I'm dealing with documents. I'm dealing with actual documented
There was no
transactions.
names on these documents.
This nigga don't understand, man. Bro,
What
you don't.
slave boat did he come off of in New York?
I think that is documented.
You don't
Again,
have it.
I don't have it right in front of me. So
Oh,
I
okay,
can't
cool.
give you all the specifics, but you know what? You know what? For you, super sucker, I might actually go dig through my garage and look that up. Just for you, super sucker.
You know what? I have a documentation I found my fourth great grandmother. It says AFR, and I suppose it meant Africa. But I found another documentation that said Alabama. And then I think I found somewhere there's an Africa, Alabama. So I'm supposing that's where she's from because her husband was from at that time it was called Will Cox, something Charles, some Will Cox, Alabama, or something like that, something along the lines. I gotta go back and really look at it, but that was
Now,
interesting for
there
me.
is a chance, that that ancestor might have just been classified as African and sold to Alabama. You get what I'm saying? That's
Well,
possible. I'm not
there
putting
there
that on
there
your
there was an
family.
older documentation of her being from uh Alabama. Then later it said like, but I think it was like alluding to Africa, wherever Africa. I think it's the Africa town, like Alabama. I don't even know how long that's really been there. To even because that documentation was 18. I don't want to say too much, but yeah, it was somewhere around there.
Salute to the panel. Superman, what's going on, Superman? Salute.
Peace, family. Super sucker on timeout. But peace, family.
Salute, brother.
Peace, man. I want to speak to Harlem, brother, man. and I'm not coming at you. I just want to ask a question, man. And this is it's like a little problem.
Yes,
Every
sir, King.
time somebody says they have documentation of a slave or whatever, like why why they don't have no African names? They only get the American name. And why did they forget what their African name was? It would be better, it would kind of be more evidence if, because I'm pretty sure these people took very good details of the people they were bringing in. So if your name was like Osiris, whatever, an African name, they would have wrote it down. Well, his name was this, then it was changed to that. But every time, it's hard to believe stuff like that when you can't get no kind of African name out of it. Like when Lucky
I
came
got
up,
you.
that's hard to believe. Like Lucky came up one time and said he got documentation. I'm not saying he don't, but when you tell us your great grandfather from Africa got up a boat, is named Wild Bill, like that sounds like a movie shit, man, or a
So one of the
cowboy or something like that.
complexities though of the whole thing is no, they weren't keeping Kunta Kinte's name. In fact, they were renaming him and telling him his name was Toby, right? So we know they didn't really give a fuck about our history and our names. And I'm probably cursing early in the morning, but they didn't document those things. It was like
Okay.
slave number one, slave number two. It was no different from when you were inmate, right? You get an inmate number. That's all they know.
Well, I've seen slave voyage, not from slave voyage, but so-called slaves and indentured servant lists coming from like over there in Scotland and England and stuff, where it had their names, what color they were, and everything. They documented it because and you're a commercial brother, you're a businessman. This is business, and they
But you're
documented
talking
it
something,
very
but you're
well.
talking two different products, right? Like chattel slavery was very different from indentured servitude. So when you're talking about that area usually involved indentured servitude. So the reason why I need to know your name is you're planning on paying me back for this voyage, right? You just want to escape the potato famine. You just want to get to America where you hear shit is good. So I'm going to charge you for this voyage. This is why I want to know your name, your social security number. That was a joke. I'm not saying they had those back then. But what I'm saying is that's why that group of people was a lot more documented. When it comes to chattel slavery, them niggas was just numbers. Fill the boat up with as many as you could fit in there and let's get on the road.
Okay,
So,
I'll go with that. But another thing,
mhm,
we always talk, or people always talk about how the African people over there, they keep their history by word of mouth.
mhm.
Even if you came over here and the Kunta Kinte and Toby story is real and you got beat, you wouldn't forget your real name, and you wouldn't forget to tell your son and daughter what your real name was. You just tell them, look, don't be saying this out loud,
But look,
but
bro,
that would come in
what
oral
happens when my
history.
13-year-old son is
Mhm.
sold all the way from Maryland to Alabama? How does he maintain that history? And so when you compound this over centuries, over at least 2 centuries, 200 years of people, children being sold, right? How does the child maintain that oral tradition? They don't. That's how it was broken.
Well, the Africans still contain their oral tradition now, some of them tribes out there, and even though Christianity, because a lot of them over there love white zaddy, as we can see. And I'm not going at them, but that's their thing because a lot of the people over here do. But they still, and it seems like a lot of and I'm not talking about like the Butu and the stuff like that. They do their thing. We don't see them that much. But the ones that we do see in Africa, it seems like they forgot their history too, because how do you forget that a white man ain't your God? How do you forget that? That's a very hard thing to forget. That's not part of your history, or you're that indoctrinated where you believe, like you seen the video the other day of them brothers over there preaching against and saying, no, a
They got
black Jesus.
stoned.
Yeah.
Maybe because the Indians over here has a story of a white man being a god coming over here to destroy them and put them into slavery.
Yeah, but that's not the same thing. What I'm
So my
asking,
my thing is
what will
this
you
though, right?
forget?
When you dealing with slavery in America, we have a very unique situation. It wasn't colonization here, right? It was a trade. It was a very different situation we were in. So even when I'm having this back and forth with those Africans from the continent, well, really them English Africans, right? Them Africans in England and London and shit. A lot of them are Muslims now, right? But
Hmm.
that's not what the Yoruba people originally were. That's not what the Igbo people originally were. This
Yeah.
is this is unfortunately what can happen throughout history over time. Like people lose their original religions and whatnot. Like people people take a knee, you know what I mean, and bow down just to survive. All right, fine. Like Muhammad is God, alhamdulillah. You know what I mean? Like that doesn't mean that their connection isn't still a valid connection. So when it comes to certain things like that, the African names and all of that, nah, my aunt wasn't able to find all that. But she did make a connection to my bloodline, my family tree, coming off of that boat. And I'm fine leaving it there because for me, African Americans in America, we are our own people now, right? Because my whole thing is there is no African, right? Right. There you got Igbos, you got Hausas, you got Hutus, Tutsis, right? They all fighting each other over there. So it's not like it's one unified group over there. My argument is always that now, after hundreds of years, we are our own people. We have our own culture that I can be proud of, and we have our own politics and own goals we want to accomplish. I'm not truly concerned about the politics on the continent. So when people come at me with that goofy shit like, yo, why you don't want to go back to Africa? Because that's not my people. My people were forcefully migrated here and we created something here. Here is my home.
Okay,
I know what
so
you're saying.
according to what you're saying, Africans were brought over here. They were not allowed to actually practice their African cultural identity or practices, but they were allowed to create this whole other identity that's separate apart from every other demographic. I mean, this quite phenomenal. But go ahead. Shout out to the
That happened
Africans
over
who did that.
time. That happened over time. That didn't happen while we were in chains, right? We didn't begin to identify ourselves till 100 years after that. So this is my
A
people's
strange
history.
phenomenon about people interacting with other people. It just comes with the territory that you will be identified, right? Because these interactions require that type of understanding, right? Because it's what people do. Right? They identify. They identify between each other, right, to establish those distinctions. So no, it ain't, you saying there's a transitional period where Africans were just unidentified, and then they gradually began to identify. Come on, bro, make it make sense now.
I don't understand what's not making sense to you though. Like you said a lot, but I'm not understanding where the
What
confusion or
up, Keith?
contention is.
What's going on, brother?
Yeah, the confusion is that everything got lost in the sauce. Everything, not a couple of things, not a few things, not most of it, not the overwhelming majority, but all of it. The names, the practices, the language,
That wouldn't
the
be my
identity,
argument. A lot of the practices were
the
maintained.
familiarity.
A lot of the practices were maintained under the guise of supporting Christianity. So when you look at different Ifa spiritualities, when you look at voodoo and all that, right? They were still holding on to those African spiritualities, but they were hiding it under the guise of being Christian, Catholic, whatever. So I'm not saying it was all lost. That's not my argument.
You
But when you
lost
want
your
to know
grandpa
specific
name,
names, I don't have no problem telling you I don't know specific names. But I've put
right?
together enough of a story that I'm confident saying I
This
know where
nigga
I
put
come from.
together a story. What's up, Keith Lamont? You was wanted to
Man,
ask
what's
me a
going
question.
on, brother? How you doing, man?
Man, it's all same old shit, different day.
Okay, okay. Smoke signal, man. Salute to you too. I ain't noticed you up here. You know I'm blind in the
Hey,
motherfucker, man. But salute to all y'all, man. I'm just
hey, yo,
listening to
Keith, you
y'all
from
now,
up
brother.
top?
Yeah. I'm from up top. My mom's is from Charleston, so I'll be here 6 months in South Carolina 6 months. But I still got this up north accent. I'm in Jersey City, man. North
Okay,
now though.
okay. I had to ask you because you called me out. You was like, "Yo, Harlem." I was like, "Oh, he already know. He picked up on the dialect. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
This how you figure shit out, and you hit it on the
Kentucky.
head."
Yeah.
Just like I picked up on that Caribbean accent.
So look, being from Chucktown, so you know about them Gullah Geechees and that connection to African culture that they held on to. You know these
Nah, I
things.
don't. And I mean,
I don't know it neither.
listen. I know about the Gullah Geechee. I know about the Gullah Geechee. I live on 8 Mile, and I got a friend. He done murdered 2 people, man. He an OG though. He older than me, and I'm going on
He from back to
56. His name
green,
is
ain't
Chris
he?
B.
He from back to green, ain't he?
Huh?
He from back to
Nah,
green,
back
ain't
to Green downtown. I'm in North Charleston on 8 Mile. Back to Green downtown. But my boy Chris Bass called himself the last of the Geechees. Now, see, this the thing with the Geechee thing down there. Up there, it's Geechees all up, in the area. We don't subscribe to that Queen Quet thing, and we don't call ourselves no Gullah or nothing like that. Some of them call themselves just Geechee, and that's some recognized tribe shit. So you got some people who are in that tribe, but then you got the other people all in the neighborhoods and stuff. They don't go with that tribe stuff. So that's
I
just for the
agree.
people who are actually in that tribe saying that. And they don't call themselves Gullah Geechee. Either you Gwale or you a Geechee. You know
It's
what I'm saying?
Geechee.
So
I agree.
now I don't really know about that too much. I know they have a Gullah Geechee store that I was going to visit in Charleston when I go back down. In fact, I'm leaving Wednesday, so I'm gonna see if I can stop by it. But the African part, I've heard the stories, but I in person, if you talk to anybody, like when I get down there, I'll go live. I'll go to everybody on the block. Yo, you know anything about Africa? They don't. None of their families. I've talked to their aunts and grandmoms. Nobody knows nothing about that stuff.
But now, though, here's the thing, though. When it comes to the Geechee people specifically, right, there are a number of direct connections from certain fundamental Gullah, you know what I mean, spiritualities and practices that they did that can be connected directly to the continent. Why is that important? Because when you look at the Gullah people, they're one of the ones that fought back the
A
most.
direct spiritual
And
connection, huh?
and they went in those swamps and they hid.
How do you
You
prove a
understand what I'm
direct
saying?
spiritual?
Hold
How do
on,
you
Smoke.
prove
Let me
a
land
direct
first.
spiritual
Hold on, let me
connection?
land
How do you
first.
prove it?
Let me land first, Smoke. So what I'm saying is
It's
the fact
Wi-Fi.
that they are one of the groups, right, that we can make these direct connections from, it does make sense when they were one of the most rebellious groups that went and hid. So they were able to keep certain things they believed in pristine. They didn't,
But the main
cave.
things they still weren't able to keep, like the names and where they actually came from, right? Even though they was hiding, right? They was hiding and they can only communicate with themselves. They whole they whole identity should be basically African then.
I can simply say that
Without
McDowell
any
was.
without any
I can
outside
simply do what
influence,
you would do.
without any
I can play
outside
it your way
influence.
and say that McDowell is an African name. If we're gonna make the argument that simple, I could do what you do. I could say that the names that they have are African names. Now I wouldn't do that because that would be stupid. You know what I mean? But I could just make the argument you make.
But
Yeah, well,
like I
okay.
said, brother, we don't know anything about. There was a people called the Guale, and I've seen people do builds and exactly where they were on maps. But the people down there that I know who Geechee, like I said, not the tribe members. They only call themselves Geechee. They don't add that Gullah shit, that Gullah stuff to it. That there was a separate. That's two different tribes of people. So how they both got the same history and they added them two together.
Here's what we know, right? After the Civil War, right? A lot of blacks, the question then became, if we fought in the Civil War, now where do we go? Because we're not going back to the plantation, right? So a lot of them went to North Carolina, right? There's a place called Hotel Afrique, right? The Hotel Afrique was basically created and established by Gullah people, right? And people who had fought in the Civil War. Blacks who fought in the Civil War that now were looking to set up something for themselves. One of the reasons why they chose the place that they chose, because this was a hub for the pirates. So the American government wasn't even comfortable over there like that. Like they weren't, this was a place where you could go hide, right? So we do have documented evidence of people connecting from that plantation to peoples who still recognize their African connections, right? We talking the Hotel Afrique in the 1800s in America. So it's not like they lost everything and gave it up. There was still
Okay,
those connections there.
here go my last point. If you was to look up the Gullah Geechee now, and you got a number of how many people in that tribe, and compare it to all the people who call themselves, I'm not saying the Gullah part, just Geechee, we'd outnumber them by probably hundreds of millions, I want to say, who do not subscribe to that. They just call themselves Geechee and stuff like that. So we outnumber them. They don't outnumber us. They just part of the BIA and all that stuff. And they, Queen Quet, in fact, when somebody pulled it up where she's actually on some kind of board with the BIA. So they have a reason to do that because there's funding and stuff. The regular people who are not part of that tribe who call themselves Geechee, I can't speak for Gullah because I've never met anybody who called themselves a Gullah. Only Geechees. Like I said, my man said, I'm the last of the Geechees. He don't never, nobody up on 8 Mile ever say anything about no dang Gullah. They only that tribe talks about that. And we
So is the
outnumber
argument
them.
that the Gullah people didn't exist here in America? Like, what's the
No,
argument?
no, no, no. The Gullah, the Gwale, depending on the way you want to pronounce it, was a tribe of Indians. There's a tribe of Indians that was called the Gwale. I believe they were more towards Georgia, and they lived close to the Ogeechee River. But that was a separate tribe. And then, like, maybe they all came together, like you got Yamasee and all these different tribes. Like, I'm not an expert at this stuff.
Now
But
that's going to be a fundamental point of contention because when you look at the history of those people and even the language that they spoke in America for a long time, right? This is one of the last to the question that Smoke always like to ask me. This is one of those last documented connections where we find linguistic similarities between people, Africans here and Africans on the continent. The Gullah Geechee people were one of the last people that held on to that. So if you want to associate them with Native Americans now, that's different. That's difficult for me to accept when I've looked at some of the things I've looked at. You know what I
You
mean?
shouldn't, you shouldn't accept that because we keep trying. I know maybe you just get the words mixed up, but we don't consider ourselves Native Americans. Those them niggas who be on in TPs and
I'm
what
simply saying, for lack of a better term, though, what I'm saying is the Gullah Geechee people and the languages that it's documented they spoke, right, directly correlate to Western African languages. Like the similarities are insane even after 150 years.
I believe somebody pulled up a book on that and was pointing out that there was like 3 or 4 words, not a bunch of words, 3 or 4 words that were similar to words they use in Africa. So they kind of like conflate that. I don't think it was a bunch of things. And then why
But
this?
even if I was to just accept that, that is proof, though, that that language somehow got over from that continent to here. Even if I'm gonna just give you the 3 words and land my plane on that argument, I'm saying those 3 words came from that continent here.
Okay. And what about the more words, like the thousands of words that came from the Aboriginal tribes or the Indian tribes from here? How does that like? Why would I focus on 3 words when we can point out thousands of words
Like
that
what
come from
though?
here?
What are those words? Because the argument that I've gotten in the past, bro, was that American English predated English and the white man came here to learn language. That was the argument that was given to me. Now, that argument, obviously, you've been talking to me long enough to know I think that argument is insane. You know what I mean? You have an Anglo, what is it? Anglo Portuguese treaty in the 1300s, written in old English that any one of us on this line, well, maybe except for Super Sucker, but any of the rest of us can read that with the English that we have now. So we can clearly see where that language came from. So when you're talking about the other words and things that overlap, what are those words? And for me, they have to be unique. They can't tie back to Germanic languages.
Well, I'm
You
not an
get my
expert
point?
in languages, brother, but I know certain words like Mississippi. It might have been pronounced a certain way. There's a lot of words now that are spoken that are supposedly Aboriginal words, and
Dakota. I can go with that.
I'm not jumping out off no roof with shit I don't know. I'm not no linguist and stuff like that. But is I would think American English is first. I don't believe that these people came over and taught us anything, because to me they're cavemen, and cavemen ain't going to teach
But bro,
anything.
let's we're not being honest, man, about history, yo. Like, yes, they were cavemen at a point, right? But they stole a lot of knowledge and technology from all over the world, and they advanced. By the time they came to this country, right, they were focused on robbing people of their original names, their original languages, and taking control. This is how you get niggas named Smith. Smith is tied back to a Germanic line. So then when you make the argument that, well, Smith is an American name, this is when for me I kind of disengage and it just kind of becomes a little goofy. I there's enough documentation of the native people to this land, a bunch of different peoples, right? Seminole, Cherokee, Oneida, Iroquois, right? All these people have their own dialects, their own languages.
Hey,
So
I'm not
when
knocking you for believing that Smith is a. You can believe what you want. Like my family's last name, Ferguson, but before it was Ferguson, it was Henderson and things like that. But when you go back to when you look now, and they say it's from Scotland, but when you go over to Scotland now, you don't find that many Fergusons and Scotlands. And the black people here, the so-called black people here, we have more of those names over here than they have where they say they're originally from. They're
that
not
does
using
not prove the origin of the name, right?
okay.
Just because there are more of us here now with that name, that doesn't change the origin
All
of the
right.
name. When you
So you
talk
let
about
me know, right?
Ferguson, Henderson, right? You're talking
Yeah.
about people that were naming the next of their kin, right? So we are the house of Ferguson. These are all my sons,
And that's
right?
the basic teachings that they give us. But like I said, and you from up north, I know a lot of white people that I met from up north and in Charleston, and what the names that they have, we don't use them names like Schoonmaker, David Jusky, Anthony Hagenho. They have names
Skimmerhorn.
like that. They don't have no
Skimmerhorn. I
names.
get you.
You see what I'm saying? So when you look at these countries over there, the people are not using these so-called names that y'all are saying are actually from there. They should still be in use to this day. If they originated over there, and it's millions or hundreds of millions of these same white people over there, why are they not using these last names anymore? They're not using them. They got these crazy ass names. That doesn't make sense.
That nigga said Jusky.
You know, Jusky and Anthony Hagenho and these people. I,
It
I,
becomes a hard argument though when I can't confidently define what we understand and what we agree on. Like I don't even be knowing if niggas actually believe slavery existed. And so for those that do believe slavery existed, are we in agreement that slave masters gave their slaves their last name? And so like when you can't even form a basis, this is when I get stuck. I can't go but so far in the conversation because shit don't be making sense.
I hear you. I don't know if slavery, like they show on Roots, existed. I don't know. I look at slavery like employment, because now we coming up where we got Pan Africans saying,
Nigga
yeah,
said
some slaves got paid. See, that's
Hagen.
not what they get. Listen, I'm going on 60. We didn't get taught that when they was teaching that. Oh, now all of a sudden, Oh, they were slaves. Yeah, they were slaves. They got brought over Africa. Oh, but yeah, they were getting paid and they bought land. How the fuck are you a slave?
He-
Either you a slave or you the Africans I'm talking about. And then all of a sudden in the 19 like when Big Dog Philly OG show how many so-called black people had land and stuff like that. They just came out of slavery with money or they was working side jobs while they was slaves. Come
So
on,
I can
man.
tell you a
We
portion of
need to
my
stay
history,
together.
right? I can tell you one of them indentured servants, one of them crackers from Ireland, fell in love with one of my badass great grandmamas, and he bought her freedom, right? He cleared his debt for his indentured servitude, and he bought her freedom, married her. All her kids, though, right, were all declared as black. None of them registered as white in any other document. And then what happened from there? They all married other blacks, right? So that that's the history that I know, right? Specifically of my family. Yeah, I mean McDowell.
Mm.
And that's how we get the name Arthur C. Riley and all of that. Like
Hey, like I'm still doing some research and learning my damn self. But how do you feel about when you mentioned the gullah earlier? The first person that ever mentioned the gullah was a white boy, John Bennett. Like how do you feel about that?
I don't agree with that. Like I think he may have been the first one to popularize it and make it mainstream, just like with FBA. I don't ever associate that with Tariq Nasheed. He's not the founder of it. Like it already had a base. He just commandeered it and ran with it, which is what people always do. The grifters commandeer information to create a movement to make money.
Uh,
But that
I,
doesn't mean that
I
doesn't
can
mean that
agree
the
with that.
information they stole isn't real.
I can agree with that. But who said FBA before Tariq though? Can you point that out?
I'm
Or who
gonna
said
find
who
I'm gonna
or, or
find
who,
the dude's name. I'm
who
gonna
said
find the
Gullah
dude's name,
before
but
John Bennett?
I will say though, it was built off of a definition that Dr. Claude Anderson was using prior to the whole conversation. It wasn't foundational Black Americans. It was but it was something to that effect. And that was one of the pillars that that whole movement kind of built off of. So there were
Mm,
already people trying to designate us as this is who we are.
mm. So you saying like he probably like branched off that by changing the name up and making it a similarity? Is that what you're saying?
The grift is real. We see that shit all the time. We see that shit all the time, bro. Niggas will put in work to create a real movement, and the people want empowerment. The people want intellectual freedom, right? And so they want to cleave to these things, and then it's a nigga sitting there watching it, and then he get on his brother polite shit. Well, I'm gonna spin it this way, and I'm gonna get him with this, and I'm gonna give him a little bit of truth, then I'm gonna give him some bullshit to make it fantastical, and then they got the people in the chokehold. We see it happen all the time. The grift is real.
Mm, okay, okay.
And so my argument is never that
I see
there
you.
may not have been ethnically like groups that phenotypically looked like meat and looked like smoke signal here in America before the white man got here. I'm not even saying that that's not true. What I am saying is the masses of us cleaving to that more than the history that I know of melanated people that look like me coming here in masses in boats. I can't co-sign that. So a question that never gets answered when I ask the Abo community, what logs or what, because a lot of times the conversation will begin at the 1800s, right? So my question is, what were your interactions with the other documented native people in this land, and do they verify you, right? Because the Iroquois will say, we document, nigga, we've been fighting the Cherokee for about 20 years, right? The Oneida will say, we know this tribe over there. We did business with them for years. Before 1800, what native peoples did y'all have verifiable relationships with?
Shit, none. I mean, I don't think niggas call themselves natives. I mean, those are two
let's
different
just
groups.
let's just use native for the lack of a better term, right? Because like I don't believe there's an African, right? Let me put it to you like this, right? I don't believe there's an African, right? But if I was to say that Black Americans were always in Africa, right? I would have to show, okay, here's the Yoruba people verifying relationships and interactions with them. Here's the Igbo people. What I'm asking is niggas, because niggas, Aboriginals classify themselves as the niggas a lot of the time, right? Where before 1800 can we see interactions between the Cherokee and niggas, between the Iroquois and niggas, between because one thing we know they documented their interactions with the white man. So
Well,
if there were those interactions between what we now call Black Americans, niggas, and those tribes, where can I see that? Where can I see the Indians saying, "Yeah, I know them niggas"?
you're not going to see that too much because, first of all, especially from where the majority of us are supposedly from the South, we don't see them people that much. I've never seen a Native American in the South. Now
Now,
I
now
know
look,
that.
Keith. Now look, Keith. This is what's the hard part for me, right? A nigga will ask me for names, specific names, right? Of different people involved in my lineage, but a nigga can't attach himself to a group, right? Because I want to say it was the Portuguese and Spanish that ship was connected to, right? So I can at least say I know my family lineage says we were transported by these people. This was our interaction with them, right? If I'm just asking for something as small as like a documented interaction and niggas can't give me that, do niggas not have the audacity asking me for a specific name, bro? You get what I'm saying? Do niggas not have audacity asking me
I
about a
would give you,
language?
I would give you a name. I
And
give you a name that's probably not rarely spoken. Uh, Pestanigia Matla,
And how can his interactions with Negro Americans be verified?
because he was written in a book written in 1855 by George White. And he was written as a full-blooded Creek. Now, at
Now,
that
now,
time, I
now, I'm
believe
not being funny, but I'm just trying to push the conversation. J.K. Rowling's wrote a book called Harry Potter. Wasn't none of that shit real, right? So,
but these are these
I'm
are these are specific people, and it's called the Historical Collections of Georgia,
Mhm.
and it talks about what was going on with the Cherokee, John Ross, his children, and all the mixed. You could see all the mixed children, and you could see who's considered a full blood. Now you take that and run with it how you want to.
mixed between Black Americans and
Mixed
Indians,
between
like me.
Indian and European. There's
Oh,
no
okay,
African mention.
okay.
Damn.
Now we do admit though that there are a lot of Native American tribes that have documented that
George
they
Bunga. George Bunga. He's
listen. We
considered mixed, right? But where do if we were to do the eye test, we don't really see a mix, right? But we see that I believe his sister might have been mixed, but him and his brother look straight full on like whoever they mama and daddy is. Okay. Now supposedly his sister, supposedly, I believe I'm not even gonna say it because I have to look at it again, but she was somebody famous, well known, well renowned slave owner, and the last name is Falstrom. But she married a Falstrom. She married a European. Now, George Bunga was one of the largest fur traders, American. This is what's funny. Nobody back in those days was referred to as African. And because we have accepted the terms used today after what the 1960s or 70s, we've changed so many terminology to describe ourselves in historical terms.
That's not true
But
though.
when you,
Like the
when we
Smithsonian
do it,
actually has, hold on, the Smithsonian still has the documents that were basically menus of sale where they document African girl, African male,
Well, if that was
African.
the case, maybe they did have African girls, and they also documented the difference. Now here we don't see African. If it would have been an African, somebody would have said it was an African. We don't see that in a lot of cases.
No, but what I'm saying is, you said nobody was being referred to African back then. It's
Right. We didn't have. I
records.
said our terms, and as far as when we re-edited and re-edited documentation today in literature, we didn't use the words African American. We used Negro. We didn't have those terms. All of a sudden, we're African American
Nah,
as
but
if
African was 100% used. Like from before the 1800s, African was being used in documentation in America. That's a fact.
okay, it was. I've seen it in some cases, but that didn't apply to everybody. And it was more terms like American or Negro being applied to Black Americans here.
Mm.
I
There, you
think
can find a larger database with us even being more associated here than anywhere else. And it's so crazy because Africa, if you talk to somebody that's 80 years plus from Africa, they grandmamas ain't never taught them orally that they was being robbed and taken to America. We started getting this information and it started blowing up. And it's always somebody coming from somewhere else telling us who we are, whether they look like us or not.
So I'm trying to understand. You fundamentally don't believe that Africans were enslaved in America.
I didn't say that.
I'm
I
asking.
just know what I believe is because from what I was taught, I was fundamentally taught that Africans were enslaved and brought
Okay.
to America.
Okay.
So,
Then we
so
could build.
that's been the run I ran with. But when I talked to my people, they didn't know nothing about that.
Okay.
I think that maybe some might were enslaved, but I don't think the numbers like they're saying. I think they're just conflating the numbers of how many came to North America. And like if only a certain amount came, that's amount just because you mix them in with the so-called Aboriginal or quotes native population, that doesn't make the race mix up. That just means that
Man.
they
But look,
integrated
but
with the
look,
race.
Keith, look, Keith. I don't know why y'all be giving that pale face beast that kind of credit, man. Like we see right now, right? A nigga get a job in Walmart, they'll give you the paperwork to apply for motherfucking welfare right on the spot, right? The point I'm making is it ain't like they ever gave a fuck about us. So the fact that we can't imagine them packing a slave ship with as many niggas on top of niggas, and then when they get there, having to take the dead bodies off the live bodies. And if we are giving this beast that credit that we can't see him absolutely doing that, then we don't really know this pale face like we
Let me
claim we do.
explain again. I'm looking at slavery. If I was a cracker or whatever, and I was doing what you said and packing up boats and all that, I would want to make the most money I could make. I wouldn't want to take a risk of losing half my cargo by overpacking them, having them shit and piss on themselves and dying, and then the rest of them being sick when they get there. And now I have to take the time out to nurse them back to health before they can work because you got to be able to be healthy to
I,
work
I
as a
I feel
slave.
you. I feel you, but now we're acting like they had a level of science where they knew these things, right? We
How
do
about
agree
this?
they were the beasts, right? So how did they know that these people were just gonna die in those cargo holds and whatnot? Like, nah, they started figuring that shit out over
I,
150 years of them doing that.
Well,
but
they
but but you talk about giving credit. Why do you give them that much credit to say that they went and took a whole nation of people? And we talking about like how is it that we fought in all the
Not
wars
not
against
only
invaders? We
Now I want
fought.
to answer that question because that was valid. Not only because of the historical evidence that I believe is true, but watching these motherfuckers right here today on this thing we
We
call
got we
planet
do
Earth. They
if we
still
on
doing
TikTok,
that
we gotta
shit
watch
till
our
this
language.
day. Oh, my fault, my fault. But they still doing it to this day. Still,
Well, brother, can
still.
I ask a question?
Go
You
ahead.
just sat and asked me this beast, and how could you believe that? And this is the thing, and I'm not talking about you because I've just started hearing you since you've been coming up, but with the other Pan African brothers, but they're using the same beast's information too. So why is it valid when they use it, but when we use sources from these same so-called beasts, it's not valid?
So again, I'm not talking about his documentation. I'm talking about his mindset when we say, why would somebody overpack and have their cargo die? I'm saying he wasn't even smart enough to know that them half them niggas was going to die on that boat. A lot of times when he got back with 16 slaves and he packed up 96, you know what I mean? He was pissed the fuck off. You know what I mean? I'm saying
How was he packing up millions of Africans when he was packing up millions of Europeans himself? The small continent of people that's smaller than the continent of Africa. Okay,
You got
he had to
so
pack
now we gotta
himself up, and
qualify
they
that
came here by
millions
the millions in cases.
you got
when.
native
And
people.
remember, whenever Europe was subjugated, or whatever,
Hold up.
they sent peasants and prisoners to the United States.
When the Civil War happened, right, and on different censuses, there weren't even a huge number of millions documented being here. So I'm not saying that all these millions were coming from Ireland or Italy or wherever. I don't believe that.
But that's the
Now
story. That's the
there
story
was a
though.
time in the 20s where they had their moment, and yeah, they were coming in like sardines. But back when we're talking, like this portion of history from probably about 1680 to about, let's use your number, 1800, nah, they weren't coming here in mass.
But hey, Wall Street, Wall Street. Not to break your wisdom, my nigga, but I want you to think about something.
Mhm.
How is that possible? If you change, like, if you got hundreds of motherfuckers, you do know that they got Navy SEAL captains right now that'll tell you that that shit is impossible, right? And even if you thought it was, how do you keep piss, shit, and vomit? You can't raise your hand like, let me take a bathroom break. You chained up to somebody at the bottom, my nigga. Like, you got to piss, shit, and vomit. That turns the boat into a gas chamber. And where's the food refrigerated at? Like, you saying that it's 30 boy, you saying that it's 30 white boys at the top of the boat that's controlling 300, 400 niggas? That's impossible. That's impossible.
Well, I
And see this, you know what's crazy? We allow them to teach us that like the Seminole Wars had nothing to do with the Civil War. When these are all conflicts leading up to the Civil War. And we see our people in a whole different stratosphere. They are free Negroes
so who are the
fighting for their
Seminoles
families.
associated with in that war? Were they with the Union or the Confederacy? Because I don't know. That's why I'm asking.
I would say a lot of were a part of maybe the Confederacy in some cases. I don't. Sometimes I get confused.
The
I can
I'm
actually
still trying to
Confederacy,
believe that
figure
because
it
they
out.
owned a lot of slaves.
the
So
Confederacy was the South, man. That was our people. The Confederacy. The Union was the North, which was also, I
But
believe,
it was Negroes in the North too. And
yeah,
what I'm saying,
I
those
was
people on
going to
both
say that. I was
sides.
going to say that. I was definitely getting ready to say that. Now, let me ask you another question. With this 1619 slave story, where they brought the 20 to Virginia, don't you find it funny how 1 year before that they leave this out of history? And I don't know the name of the actual document or book, but in 1618 they brought 300,000 white slaves to Virginia. Why they leave that out?
And
20.
I
granted,
mean,
don't forget those particular 20 they did not come from Africa.
Yeah, I know. I'm going with the
my
story. I heard
my
that was.
point is, I believe they left a lot out of the history, or a lot was lost and is no longer documented. But that doesn't change my stance because they left that out of the story. Like I think they
Well, I
left a
believe
lot of
if a
things out the
liar's a
story.
liar, then we throw everything out then.
Nah, I
Yeah, because
can't
listen,
I can't
here's what we've
subscribe to
allowed
that.
them to do, and this is what I'm trying to tell a lot of people. We've allowed them to narrate us throughout their story. So they every time that we hear about how does a person be a free black slave? He was born free, but now in one story he's born free, then another story he's a free black slave. How those two even make sense? You know,
History's
we are
conflated.
How does
challenging
what
the
make sense?
scholarship because listen, they took over the education system that we learned. So
But I'm
it's
not
up to
understanding
us
what
to
you're saying.
challenge
How does what make sense?
how can you be a free slave if you were born free? Let's take all right. You know, Haiti had a lot to do with the American Revolution and everything. They had a lot. Apparently, they had a lot of dealings with the so-called Indians on this land, right? With the tribes on this land. Now,
No,
now,
that's not the
uh, uh,
history that I know.
well, from what I know, a lot of Haitians helped fight in the Revolutionary War. So it was a lot of different fronts going back and forth between here and the islands. Okay. But they have a particular leader that they call John Jacques Dessalines. Now, if I don't
Who
suppose
worked
this
with
man was
Toussaint.
ignorant, I don't suppose this man was ignorant, but he himself called his army indigenous. He didn't call it African. He called it the indigenous army. How can you get the
But
two confused?
but he's talking about indigenous to Haiti. That has absolutely nothing to do with
Okay. So why,
indigenous
if
Americans.
these are Africans, why is he raising a group of warriors from Haiti? Now to say that there's no, because we did have Indians supposedly coming from the Americas to Jamaica and Haiti themselves. Where did
So
they
hold
go
on.
to?
So let's deal with this when it comes to Haiti, right? Haiti was the Love's gas station.
I love it.
What?
Don't do that, man. Don't do that.
The truck stop.
Nah, man. Nah, before
Right.
look,
No, no, no.
look,
My
look,
joint
look,
cut
look.
off. Right? Nah, peep it. Yeah, the truck stop. You come all the way here, right? You gotta refuel. You gotta get more dried meats for food. You gotta get your water right and all of that. So Haiti was where a lot of that happened. And there was also a lot of commerce done right there. Like, all right, fine. Instead of even going to Florida, I'll sell you these slaves cheaper if you come pick them up. Right? So that's what Haiti was, right? Haiti had a system where they literally knew we'll work this slave to death in 6 to 8 years. That's how vicious that slavery was in Haiti, right? So it was the truck stop. So nah, I'm not expecting if they're working niggas to death in 6 years, right? Like
You
I'm
said
not
Haiti.
expecting them
You
to
said Haiti was
cleave.
a truck stop,
Yeah,
and that's only one truck stop. Now
right.
look. You kind of got away from my question, man. I wanted, like I asked you, if you chained up to a bottom of a boat
Mhm.
and you pissing, shitting, and vomiting, that turns the boat into a gas chamber. You know what I'm saying? So how do you make that work? You know what I'm saying? And then you got 30 white boys at the top with no refrigeration for the food. Like how can you really make that shit possible?
So the simple one is the first one, right? This is why you have dried meats, right? This is why that white man he love his prosciutto and give me the gabagool and all of that shit, right? Dried meats changed the game for them niggas. You know what I mean? Because they weren't in regions where they had bountiful supplies of food. So being able to store this shit for a week save a nigga life, right? So they already had the dried meat game on Smash. So that's how you feed yourself going back and forth, right? Water, there's ways that go back to pirates of filtrating water, rainwater through the sails and all of that shit, right? But in terms of leaving the people in the bottom of the boat and just if he dies like Rocky Four, like I expect that from them. Like
I
what?
mean, niggas got to stretch out. If they don't stretch out, they get bed sores. You know what I'm saying? Like, how do
Nigga,
you?
did you see that brother in? I want to say he was. It wasn't Angola. It wasn't Louisiana. I think it was Mississippi. And the motherfucking bed bugs ate this nigga alive. That
Probably,
beast
it probably was Angola.
in the 2000s. That beast let bed bugs eat a nigga alive. So why we acting like these things we talking about was even a consideration? Ain't give a fuck about that
I
shit.
mean, if you consider piss, shit, vomit, and bed bugs, my nigga, like that, there's no way possible that you can make this trip with 12 million motherfuckers, man. Like that's, I
Uh,
mean, you know what I'm saying? I just want you to hear it out loud, man. Like and really, think about that. I'm not even trying to fight you, my nigga. I just want you to really think
so
about this.
So look, right? If we look at our jail system, right? They have a specific set time. All right, all you niggas come up to the deck. We're gonna bring you up in sets of 5 so you can't pop off on us and then we got to kill everybody, right? You, all right, go piss and go shit. We're gonna spray you niggas, we're gonna throw some buckets of water on you niggas and send you back down in the hall. That's my answer to that.
Can I interject for a quick minute, man? What's your explanation for why can we find schooners, which were these old ships they had back in the days, today, but we can't find any slave ships? We got schooners. They can keep them pristine but no slave ship. See, these stories is kind of hard to fathom, man, because if you got those, you should have those too.
So I'm not gonna go into the back and forth on the boat because then I would have to ask you how far back do these schooners go to the preserved, and we could go back and forth there. But what I will say that can't be refuted, there is a gate of no return in Sierra Leone, right? There's a whole portion of the westernmost part of Africa where it's a whole system of chains and holding tanks and shit like that and county jail type shit that's still there to this day.
Yeah,
So
I'm
we know
aware of
that
that story,
existed and
brother.
it didn't exist for no reason.
Hey,
Those
let me ask
Africans
you one more.
documented as the point of no return. Go ahead.
I just want to ask you one more question about Harlem, man. Do you know on 150? Have you ever heard on 155th Street in Harlem? And this don't have nothing to do with Aboriginal or African or nothing. Have you ever heard of a spot called? It used to be open called Bud's Sports Bar.
Kind of sound familiar. On St. Nicholas?
I don't remember. I think it was around St. Nicholas, and
I
I'm
think
not.
so.
I think so. I'm not quite sure, but I just want to throw that in. But let's get back to the conversation of the Aboriginals, which y'all
Mhm.
talking about. Go ahead, brother.
One thing I'll say is though, like for me, what I talk on both sides, I'm big on the overlap. At this point, some of us think we know who we are, some of us have no clue who we are. That's irrelevant. We should be all trying to move in the direction to benefit all of us. So my question always becomes, where's the overlap? Where can we work together? Because we've mastered all the points that we cannot agree on. We done mastered that shit. Where's the overlap? All right, if I get this and you get this, we both can eat. Let's make this happen.
The
Where's the
only way I
overlap?
see that working is if Pan Africans and say Aborigines and Indians and the all these different groups was to get together and say, listen, we never bringing up none of that part. Let's work on this part only, getting our shit together. But once you got one group don't want to accept this or telling another group what they are, people I'm not trying to hear somebody telling me where I'm from.
I
I'm not
agree with
trying to
that.
hear that. That's the only way I see it working. And if that doesn't work out, it's not going to ever work out.
And
Nah.
I don't even think that requires not speaking about certain things, but when we talk about that code, it should be a level of respect where, all right, brother, well, you believe you indigenous to this land. I could respect that. I believe I'm from over there. You could respect that. Then we could have a place where we could even touch on those conversations sometimes without it turning into, all right, well, fuck y'all. I mean, forget y'all, forget y'all. You know what I mean?
Facts. And it's not like, and you could tell, brother, like we don't hate y'all or nothing like that. They still y'all still come over to the panels. We getting the little arguments and all that shit. And all it's cool. But that's just nigga shit. That's just
And,
how we are in the streets everywhere. That's natural
and
to
so
us.
and so now peep it, keep because you talking to me, right? See, this would be the problem, right? I don't classify all aboriginals as super goofy ass. You know what I mean? I know I could come over here and meet a brother like you and have a real conversation. I could listen to one of Aboriginals' presentations and not agree with everything, but be like, nah, he got some points, right? So I don't classify you as the goofy, right? I don't classify you as super. You classify me as Tariq Nasheed. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's problematic, y'all. Y'all on the other side do classify us with the goofiest that you could find. And so what I'm saying is the brothers like us that can have these conversations, let's on both sides stop doing that. Like Super don't represent your whole movement. Tariq don't represent mine. You dig what I'm saying?
Yeah, I can agree. Like I said, man, we could just agree to disagree and come to a standing together, then it could work. But like I said, man, everybody thinks differently, man. And you can't force anybody to do what they don't want to do. It's just gonna be what it is, man. And you know how niggas
That's a
is.
fact.
Niggas is niggas, man.
You can't
That's
make
a
them, can't
fact.
make them, can't make them love you. But hey, but look, one more question that you didn't answer though, my nigga, Wall Street.
I'm
Uh,
listening.
the Navy SEALs, the Navy SEAL captains right now is saying that that shit is impossible to do. Are you saying that they're lying?
I'm saying it's highly probable that they are lying, and I'm saying that there are verified documentations from sea captains about transporting these people. So I'm saying if one of them got to be lying, I'm gonna go with the Navy SEAL over
What,
the
what,
dude that's saying
what
I
are you
did it.
saying they're lying about? About coming like straight across
No,
from
no.
Africa through the Atlantic? That's what you're talking about?
He's saying it's impossible to bring 300-400 niggas on the bottom of a ship, pissing, shitting, and vomiting on each other and catching bed sores. You know, Nak said they was stretching every day. But then that goes to my question about like, damn, like niggas, so you saying 30 white boys was able to punk 300 niggas in chains or not? I don't give a fuck. Like, nigga, ain't no, that's not even possible. 30 white boys, and I'm making a guess with that
Nigga, it's
number.
happening right now. Go to any
They can't,
penitentiary
they
in your
can't, they
hood.
can't do that.
It's
You
happening
talking
right
about,
now.
but you talking about with pen and paper and documents and all that shit. Ain't nobody punking us with no motherfucking nah. And I don't know physical shit. That's impossible, man.
My nigga, we just watched a video of an inmate brother get whipped out to death by a bunch of white boys
Yeah, but you'd
in
have
the
to be in that
penitentiary.
situation where you got yourself in a spot where you're going to a county jail where it's mostly white. You come to Hudson County Jail and you're not going to hear a peep out of a white boy. It's mostly black and Spanish. And even with the Spanish, they're not moving that, maybe in Rikers, because I've been on Rikers once or twice too. You know what I'm saying? Where it's more of them, but white people, nah, maybe in like, yeah, I can't see that, man. Come on, bro. We don't play that shit, bro. We
I'm
ain't letting the white
saying,
people come
I'm
down on us.
saying it's millions of brothers that got to squat and cough every day. I'm saying that's exactly what they did on them boats.
Look,
Bring
look,
them
look,
up
look.
3, 4 at a time, just like they let us shower now when we get locked up. All right, y'all 10 go in the shower. You know what I mean? Hurry up. And now the next 10, like we see remnants of this right now.
Okay, now you do know, like, 'cause I'm seeing my nigga in the chat saying they use muskets and shit like that. Okay, I can partially agree with that, but you do know they ain't had no fully loaded clip. There's no clips possible. Niggas had to bite the motherfucking gunpowder bag off, put the shit in the shotgun, and then reload. Like, man, it's just not happening, man. It's not happening.
Yeah, you
Like,
trying to make that
Nigga,
argument
one
with
nigga with a
today's
9 mm
technology,
could
but
lay down the whole
imagine you
club.
seen a nigga
I
shoot some
seen
wait, wait,
shit
it.
wait,
out
wait,
of
wait,
that.
wait,
Nigga,
wait,
you
wait, wait.
running.
A 9 mm when you get off one shot. If we talking muskets. We talking about back in them times. You know what I'm saying? Like wasn't none of that, nigga. You gotta bite the motherfucking gun, the tea bag, and then reload the motherfucker. Nah, there's no way that you can do that with 300 niggas and you got 20, 30 white boys on the boat. Like it's not happening, my nigga. And I know you know that. You know what I mean? Like we gotta come on, man. Don't do that.
Nah, I don't agree with that. I think I could transfer. You give me a team of 20, I could transport you a good 80 to 100 human beings. Like I could do it. That's the way in my mind. Like you give me that boat, I could have did it.
With muskets? With muskets?
Yeah, with muskets, with
Yeah.
knives,
Y'all niggas wild.
with knives. Word.
That nigga
Hey,
said,
too,
nah,
bro.
so
You gotta understand they never saw guns. So just imagine he shot it, bah, and one of your
Bah.
boys fall. They running from the muskets.
hey, that's actually an interesting
And
point.
look, and they don't even know you got to bite the
But,
tea bag and
but
pack it
that
and do
nigga
all
fuck
that.
that
They,
shit.
they don't know that it ain't a what you call them joints now, a switch attached to this joint. They don't know.
That's if you believe
Hey
in that
man,
history that they gave
that
us
shit was not
guns.
happening,
I,
man.
I don't know about that, man. They brought guns. Oh, I don't know. We can't prove any of that. That's stories, man. Like we don't know if these people did none of that stuff. So I can't prove none of that stuff to
The
say,
But
only
yeah,
we
other
do we
argument
do
is
know
they
niggas ain't
stole
had
the
no
land
switches.
through
Niggas ain't had no
paperwork.
switches on that shit, man.
And I
Come on.
can't believe that either.
So hey, Rue, that's what they did. In Africa, they went on land. What's the Africa story more or less true at the way they tell it? Was it more of the Africans selling the slaves to them, or was it more them coming on the land and taking slaves? Which ones
I
gathered?
believe it was more of them coming on the land in little small coastal areas, you know, kidnapping the motherfucker. Shit,
And
that
how
shit
many
happening
ships
now,
do you think it
nigga.
would
You got to
take?
understand there's a whole Arab
Trafficking
slave
right now.
trade.
They'll snatch
There's
a
a
little kid
whole
up right now.
Arab slave trade that predates this. So this is a system that was already established and was already working. So I ain't saying that they came in and just was the super smartest people and just defeated everyone. No, it was already, unfortunately, a slave system in place, and they just put their own spin on it.
But
Started hanging
they
niggas.
got squeezed. You had the
All right,
Portugal
look.
and England from one side north. You had the French and the Spanish from the south, and they really squeezed you.
And then you had the pale Arab up north too, which was probably the biggest
Look,
issue.
yeah,
I mean,
look. Yeah, you actually made a good point. You made an interesting point with that. You know, niggas seeing that shit for the first time and be like, wait, hold up. But
And then
at the
fire
end of the
coming
day,
from that bitch too.
you still dealing with niggas that gotta chase down their food. You know what I'm saying? Man, like you think niggas was really gonna come on, man? Like
No, I
300,
Yo,
don't.
my
Hey,
300
nigga, they
hold
was
on, Copper. You
herders at
right
I
though.
that
But
don't care
point,
listen,
what kind of
man.
guns
but
you
listen
got,
though.
man.
That's
Niggas ain't
one of
gonna
the
steal
reasons why
like
what the
that.
Spanish American War in the 19 or whatever. Florida was one of the last countries to fall.
Who?
Florida.
You said was the last country to fall?
Yeah.
hey, I noticed this about you,
I don't
Heru.
think we were one
You,
country. I
you,
think we were just different little groups, territories, tribes. They call it tribe. I don't like that word.
what
But
I noticed about you, Heru, is when it come down to them Florida Indians, you all on deck. But anything else, you back to Africa and Egypt. But when it come down that Florida, you you know what I'm saying? You stand tall for that. And it's like I'm like, which one is it, man? Like either
because I believe if you go a million years ago, it will trace back to Africa. But if you go
A
to
million. You said a million?
yeah, like when you go back and
Oh
say
shit.
who's first, where the humans come from originally, or if you go back 100,000 years, however far you go back, the further you go back, you're gonna get back to the motherland. That's
I
all I'm saying.
believe anybody who believes that they can tell somebody else what happened a million years or 100,000 years ago, and you believe them.
No, I ain't
Oh
saying I
man,
believe what they tell
I
me.
don't know.
I didn't say I
I
believe what
don't know
they.
about no science that could tell you that. And they, like just because they
I
show it and
believe
say
in
they
my
can do
ability
it.
to discern, though. My ability to discern the information that's being presented to me.
Well, why
I
couldn't a
believe
million years ago the Florida Indians go and bring and sail over to Africa and bring them? Why couldn't it be reversed? Why couldn't
well,
y'all bad niggas from Florida
I mean, I ain't
take
saying
them
it
over there?
can't. I ain't saying it's 100% can't be, but I
But
just
they
see
had
more
no
evidence
need.
that Florida and
You
a lot of
you
America was
see
under
how
water 10,000 years
nah,
ago.
this the thing. This country is plentiful in land, resources, like game, cattle. They didn't have to go nowhere. Them Europeans had to run around and find places to live. Like they was dealing with potato famines and everything else.
I
You know what I
think they're a
mean?
virus that spreads, and that's what they've been doing on the earth.
I'm saying
What
this thing about us, people being here in America, right, and going other places and colonizing. It was no need to do that. People were coming from plentiful regions and lands. All they wanted to do was bone in the grass all day and go hunt some deer. Life was good.
well, wasn't the potato given to those people over there? Because isn't the potato indigenous to America?
See, that's what I have a problem with.
I
See,
mean,
you
you got
said
a
you
problem with
believe.
it, like I
Hold on,
said.
you know why though? Because you just questioned me about believing their science and so on. And the only way you can claim you know a potato comes from a particular land is through some science, maybe.
Well, hey, Rue, I didn't claim it. I asked, wasn't there? Wasn't it? That's a question. I didn't.
Well, reason why I jumped on you, that's a lot of their claims with these fruits and vegetables and shit.
So why can't we just go back to, since we all up here can agree that they're liars, the ones who's writing this history. If they're lying from one thing, why would you trust a lie on a liar? I just like.
Well, this is the thing though. I don't believe anybody can be a perfect liar. 100% all lies are spewed. I don't think that's possible. So there is some truth. So we gotta discern.
Ain't no perfect anything.
Exactly.
Hey, who you debating? Hey, Rue?
May 7th, BAP, Africa first.
Africa first.
This gonna be interesting, hey Rue. I want to hear your first debate. It's gonna be interesting, man.
I heard you say you wasn't ready, but you're ready. What you mean by that?
Like I haven't. If I'm gonna go in the debate, I'm gonna have a PowerPoint, something. I'm gonna have something. I ain't finna just go there with my motherfucking mouth.
And you going against BAP? Oh, okay. Yeah, you jumped out there.
All right, hey man. Salute to all y'all brothers, man. Harlem, hey Rue, Philly, Bap, the brother talker right now. I forgot your names. Everybody, man. All the chat, man. Love y'all all, man. Y'all have a
Peace,
great day
family.
in your family, man.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Peace, power, love, and abundance. Hey, y'all heard of Albert Perry? Or am I just late to the party?
Albert Perry.
Yeah, he got the oldest Y chromosome. It's like 340,000 years old, and the nigga's from South Carolina.
Wait a minute. Hold on. How old?
340,000. You could Google that right now.
Okay. See. Here we go with these aging.
Hey, that shit is weird to me too. I'm just saying what it said.
Gotta be interesting. I ain't saying it's impossible, but I would like to see the science behind their claims to be able to age this.
Hey, that shit you was talking about. Who was talking about the potato? I always thought that was like some Irish type shit. You know what I'm saying? I never.
Okay. And potatoes grow primarily in colder climates, right? I don't know. See, I ain't gonna proclaim I'm a master botanist.
Okay.
But I did hold on. But when I did a build on cells, I did see something about a little research about the genes did on the pea plant, like the black eyed peas, but the pea plant, and
the pea plant.
Yeah. So it is some, I guess, scientific claims. I ain't gonna say it's true that there could be some tracing back of DNA of plants, but how they'll know where it comes from is the same question we get when we say we're gonna take the DNA of you and place you in Africa.
Oh. Wait. When is it? When is the debate again?
May 7th.
May 7th. Okay.
Wednesday night, Wednesday evening. I would have did it sooner, but we got back-to-back track meets this weekend, next weekend, and I'm preparing some other little thing I gotta do. But
I want to ask you a question though, because I seen you. I know you had got mad. It was like a couple months ago, so this is like a
I
little
was
side.
mad. I'm really ever mad.
You was mad at them niggas because they was, BAP had pulled up a picture of Al Sharpton with
Oh
with
no, I wasn't mad at him. I questioned them
y'all
laughing at an
clowning,
old man. That's
y'all
why I wasn't
clowning the
mad. I was
old man.
questioning their.
But I'm like, I looked up some shit on that nigga and it was talking about how he was the FDA they wanted to ban menthol cigarettes and shit like that because mostly niggas smoke menthol cigarettes, and Joe Biden was going to put an executive order out on it to ban the motherfuckers. But the manufacturers, the tobacco manufacturers, didn't want that shit.
Yeah.
So the first nigga they called was Al Sharpton. You know what I'm saying? So the FDA wanted to ban it because it would save 300 to 600,000 niggas within a few years. But so they called Al Sharpton, and what he did was he didn't want he didn't want niggas to know that he was working for the tobacco industry. So he hired Eric Garner and George Floyd's brother. I forgot his name. He hired them to do the dirty work, and he paid them niggas under the table. You know what I'm saying? Like, how do you feel about that?
First thing I would say is, how does Al Sharpton ain't really had no real power, so I don't know why would a tobacco company need him to do anything. Then I remember, hold on, I'm finished with it.
All right,
then
go
I
ahead.
remember Clinton was supposed to be, not Clinton, but Obama was supposed to be doing some shit like that too. It's just interesting how they get a black face to go with these so-called black cigarettes. I don't know. It just seems like more of this, let's throw some bullshit out there and keep them mad with each other.
Well, let me ask you a different way. Say you was to get paid, right? Like the tobacco industry was to pay you to keep
Keep it legal
menthol,
or whatever.
keep it legal, and then but you know in your conscience that 300 to 600,000 niggas is dying every few years, but you're getting paid though. And I ain't mad at you for
Well,
getting your money.
the thing I would question
Would you do
too
that though?
is, the thing I would question is, how are they true? Are those truly accurate numbers? To point, are you just saying, okay, because they got cancer, you're going to contribute that death to smoking, or because people get cancer without smoking? There's been people who never smoked, kids getting cancer. So they've lied about the cause of cancer. Cancer is a vitamin deficiency disease. Now, depending on where the carcinogens you're intaking, the cancer may develop there due to the deficiency.
Would you say tobacco is like one of the kings of that though? Like that's one of the main ones out of all the levels of this shit?
I couldn't argue it because there's so much push for it. But I know a lot of like the Chinese, the Japanese, they smoke a lot and they live longer than most motherfuckers. They don't have cancers like we do over here. I think that tobacco was a scapegoat to cause that, because there's a more deeper cause of these sicknesses that they ain't want to get exposed. So the tobacco took a hit for the team. Think about it, they still selling cigarettes good and damn. You ain't think they would have stopped that shit if it was so goddamn a problem.
Well, okay. Well, look. I'm do me a favor. You get a chance, check out this movie. It's called Thank You for Smoking. And they got a group in there. They call themselves, it's three people. They call themselves the Merchants of Death.
Yeah.
That's because one nigga is the spokesman for cigarettes, the other nigga is the spokesman for alcohol, the other nigga is the spokesman for guns. But the one that does the most the one that has the highest cause of death is the tobacco.
Yeah. So I can't dispute them. I think because I want to start smoking cigarette too. I know it's a increase in my capacity. Eric could tell you running at capacity. So I know it's doing some goddamn, so it's some issue. But for them to say they know how many died directly from it,
I ain't gonna lie, my nigga.
I think that's a more rough estimate from the guns. You can tell directly from what a gun did it. Now, alcohol, usually you'll get like liver cirrhosis, something that you can kind of more directly tell is the. But if you're gonna say, I don't know, I guess you could say throat cancer or lung cancer, I give it a direct link. But all the other cancers, I don't know, man, because they get that without smoking.
Mm.
Like breast cancer, prostate cancer, some kidney cancers.
That
I mean, you know, that's a good little book though, a movie though. The three what's the names of death. I like that. The gun, the tobacco, and the motherfucking alcohol. they on to something.
okay, hold on, I'm looking up something right now. Hold on.
They on to something.
I want to make sure I got my facts right.
I do think though, if you your vitamin is so you get your proper vitamins and minerals. Also get your proper nature because you do have to breed Mother Nature, like the dirt, the leaf, the fauna. Then you will get the necessary
Oh,
corrections for your body need. Like if you get developed stuff that might turn in cancer, it can kill that because it's not developing at a rate your body can't recover it. Your body can heal whatever. It's just the rate.
you said your body can heal whatever. Well, yeah, your body is strong.
I'm talking about
I
like
will.
any like so-called.
Now, what? The only reason I say that is because I typed in. I said, does tobacco kill more than alcohol? Hold on, let me make sure I got that right.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I said, does tobacco? Damn, I asked this shit all the way wrong. Okay, it says yes, tobacco kills more than nicotine. I didn't even know there was a difference. It says yes, tobacco kills more than nicotine, and the dangers of smoking are primarily due to the hundreds of toxic chemicals in cigarette smoke, not the nicotine itself. While nicotine is an additive, using nicotine as medicine won't cause cancer or lung disease like smoking. Now,
Mhm.
that was a little
I
different
can
right
understand why the smoke because you that film that smoke is a film that that becomes a layer and over time.
there. That build up.
Yeah. So like your boy Jaja, who said that? Yeah, Jaja said detoxing your organs. Yeah, if you could do that regularly, that'll help. Running every day, that'll help. Exercise because your lungs and your sweat
What?
excludes the chemicals and the buildups, and you can. It's the process of getting rid of that shit and not letting it build up, basically.
Yeah, I mean, and that all depends on the person, man. So I typed in alcohol. I said, does cigarettes kill more than does tobacco kill more than alcohol? And it says cigarettes are significantly more deadly than alcohol, according to the Centers for Disease Control of Prevention. Smoking is responsible for over 480,000 deaths in the United States each year, while alcohol consumption linked to approximately 178,000. Like,
Okay,
god
let
damn,
me ask you a question.
those are both
Who you
both
ask
big numbers, though. I
ChatGPT
ain't
or
gonna lie.
Google?
You said what?
Who you asking that? Google or ChatGPT? GGP.
I went on Google. I mean, I got
Okay. No, that's fine. I was gonna ask you to ask the follow up question if you was on ChatGPT.
Nah, I fucks with ChatGPT. Well, no, I take that back. I don't.
Yeah,
I
'cause a lot
fuck
of
with I
times you
fuck
gonna
with Grok. I
continue
fuck
to
with
ask a
Grok.
follow up question to get to a deeper meaning of some shit.
You don't fuck with Grok. Elon Musk.
With them because when I went to it, it was evident it was a money grab, and it was like they late to the game.
I heard. Now, see, I was online when you said that. It's not. I don't know. I don't know what site you went to, but it's actually free, and they give you the answer to it because
They probably have now added it because people probably complaining, but and maybe it was always a free version when I just didn't see the actual link or button to push, but it was trying to get me. Hey, sign up with this plan, blip, blip, blip. But I mean, it's okay. It's probably does the same as ChatGPT, DeepSeek. I mean, what would make theirs better? I don't know.
Hmm. I mean, well, I don't get no pushback from them. Like when I type in when I went on Grok, like the first day that it was brought up, and you was like, nah, you got to pay for this shit. But I had found a version where it's like, no, it's free, and
Okay.
they didn't give me no pushback, man. Like no matter what kind of question I asked, they didn't give me no pushback. Chat GPT gives me all kind of pushback.
What you mean by the pushback?
Like if I ask a certain question, and they'll be like, "Oh man, that goes against our guidelines," and they'll
Oh,
give
I
me
got you. Yeah. They're a
the
little bit.
Grok never
You
did.
might have to go to Deep Seek. The China one, it's a little more free.
Well, I'm just saying, like, without even going deep, like, Grok gave me no issues whatsoever.
I got you.
You know what I'm saying? Even if
Well,
I wanted the code, like I wanted a code, like if I want to, hey, I want to unlock this phone. You know what I'm saying? I need a code to unlock this phone. They would give me a code. And then they give me a whole little shit, and I just copy that motherfucker. I got all kind of codes for all this weirdo shit going on.
that's interesting. I'm glad you mentioned that. I used to, oh no, because I used to make money unlocking devices and shit. You lost your phone, lost your password, right. But some of the iPhone were hard, right? But you can get. I wonder now. You make me, I ain't gonna go into it, but let me see if they can do it.
Yeah, nah. I was on your channel the other day, but you had all kind of like betting. You had all kind of bets in Walmart and like what was going on with that? Like I didn't know what was going on.
Oh, you should have been. I wish you would have known. 'Cause I would tearing their ass up. It was this past 3 days. Yeah, it was soccer. I was just showing you the little soccer pics I was making, and y'all should have put it in yourself. Yeah, it get kind of a little bit. You don't understand especially if you knew the bet, but if you kind of know how to bet, it'll still be foreign, but you'll be able to get it. But if you knew the bet, that's gonna sound like a goddamn foreign language, which it is mainly because the teams is more than all the countries in the world.
I don't doubt
And
it.
right now, I got some tickets in now. Let me tell you who playing for my ticket right now. They losing. Termalika, Bet, Brook of Poland. They losing to Polina Warzawa. Polonia
Who-
Warzawa.
wait. Hold on. What was the last thing you just said?
Polonia Warzawa. Zawa, I mean. Warzawa. That's Poland and shit. Then I got Yup Sport in Turkey. They went 3-0.
Damn. And I see you be on your shit, you be passionate. You don't care how many niggas is in the chat. You just like, nah, nigga, you want it.
And then I had my first two soccer teams hit. So I got a bunch of games all day. I got parlay. My first two legs covered. The first game was in Bulgaria, part of a Liga, and Slavia Sofia. Y'all, I had to say that because y'all been talking about that word Slav so much. Well, I bet on this Slav.
You said that
Slavia
in slow
Sofia.
motion. Slavia. So, hey, Navi Poet, who would you suggest? Who would you suggest? I see you in the chat. I'm trying to. You say you ain't fucking with. You say you laugh at Chat GPT. Who would you suggest? I know you be on your shit,
I
so
like to beat up Chat GPT. So you gotta question its response and act like you debating it. And then it'll open up to you.
well, what would you say? Because I agree with that. But would you say you have to ask your questions the right way?
That too. But when they don't just take their first answer as, question the answer it gives you too. That's all I'm saying. Like, yeah, you said this, but what about this and this? And they saying this about that. And it'll open up. I did a bill about how it tried to say race don't exist. Ain't no such thing as race. So I'm debating it. I'm like, well, damn, your answer kind of suspect, ChatGPT. You saying this and that, then this. And he was like, well, you kind of right, because such and such, such. And I was like, well, if you're going to say you could figure out the skin color based on a small part of DNA and that small section of DNA, that to me determines race. It's like, well, you're right. And I said, man, I was backing that bitch up against the corner. So I said, you know what? I'm going to start a show or a little video series of me called I Beat Up Chat G or AI. I Beat Up AI. And I'm gonna be
I'll be
debating
the AI.
AI and catching it in his because you can find out it's like you said, ChatGPT giving you a problem because they got it biasly programmed. And they lying about AI. You say, oh, AI did this, AI did this, AI did this. They lying. There's too many clickbaits now. AI did this. AI did this. AI broke the language. AI cracked this. Yo, lying. I worry this shit every day in all three models. It's to the point where I don't even click on no more of the little news feeds and shit. I said they lying. It's all clickbait.
I don't not that. Look, I'm about to. I gotta go. I'm about to go take my niece to school. She on some late bird shit. But I'm gonna tap right back in. I'm
All right, big bro, be good.
leave your email in the chat, man. I'm gonna get up with you.
Yes, I. Hey, you know I do Google ad, Bing ads for your business, man. Get you some.
I'm already know. Man, look, I've
I
been
know you
listening.
already. I know you
I'm
using
listening
ChatGPT. You probably got them using make writing up your little ads.
with my grants and shit like that.
They write some good pay per click ads too.
Hey, man, as long as you ask them the right way, they gonna do it the right way. I always ask for advantage. I want you to make me an advantage, such and such, and act like you're talking to a fifth grader. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna ask the right way, and I'm gonna get what I need out of them.
Yeah, if you want it simple, but if you want it technical, you better use the technical terms. It will execute it.
What's the technical term?
Like
If I'm not asking them to do it to give me an advanced version of what I'm asking for, what's the best way to ask for some technical shit?
not best. Okay, depending on what you build. Like if I'm in a web, like if you're in medical, if you're building some, get the technical dictionary for the term because they're going to be trained more on the official terminology of that field. You got me? So
You,
to understand clearly the like if you're in R, you use shit like 4K illustration or palette paint or scrub brush and all the different art little terms you can understand. I don't understand them all, but me with web build, I might like for example, I'm a little over my chat GPT. My sister just asked me, she do yoga, she a nurse. She wanted a little app
you
that
said
have a timer on it.
you said she do yoga and she a nurse.
Yeah, well, she want to do like a nurse class. Yeah, she do know she's certified. She want to build a little nursing little thing, whatever. But she had a timer she wanted to make, and she was like, "Can the ChatGPT do the code?" So I'm like, "Yeah, I can give you a thing, boom, boom, boom." So basically, I asked it, "Hold on," and I did it a quick one for build a little quick HTML page that showed the little timer, the countdown, and the different breaks in and how she explained she wanted it and shit. I told her we had to probably that graphic is just a little cheesy. That'd be where you would have to get a little more uh, detailed in your code, like when you want like a 3D clock hourglass to show your clock or whatever, or watch turning around like in 3D animation. So,
Well, no,
but so you'll have to ask it like, hey, let me see. Create a search engine. No, that was when I was asking about search engine. Hold on.
no, I already know what you're talking about. Because it
No,
all
but
it
I
all
was
goes
gonna
back
read
to
it
how it all
because I
goes
was
back to how
trying to create a
you
search engine with the AI. It could do it, but it was just showing me certain steps that I would need, like the certain hardware or the certain storage or data, like Squall or PHP database, shit like that. store the data. But it helps a lot with that though, because you ain't gotta type all that shit no more. Like even the coders who gotta type all those 300 lines of code, ain't gotta do that shit no more. They can just be like, boom, and then they can, if it test, if it work, boom. If it ain't, they might have to read through the code to see where error at. But usually they can do a debugger to find out. So I mean, it's shortened down. That's why a lot of people telling people don't go to school for code no more, because it's already now the code can be spit out. Now you just got to know what to do with the code and how you want to explain.
Damn, that's a fact.
Put the
That's a
code
fact.
together. You feel me? And making the
Right.
shit work. So I'm building a game right now and a app with my homeboy with unity.com. Matter of fact, I must put a link in the chat. Y'all need to finish this module and you'll be eligible for jobs to build in Unity. Unity is like a 3D platform, make games and shit. But reason why it's a good thing is it's going to be mainly one of the primary things you could use in the web 3.0 when they come out with all these goddamn
In the web, no. Wait. But quick question. Quick question. What about the? So you saying you don't have to use jailbreak prompts no more? Like the Chat GPT jailbreak prompts is no more. Cause I still be trying to use them. I got a lot of jailbreak. I got a lot of prompts that I already got down. I mean got screenshotted when it was working. You know what I'm saying? Like when the jailbreak prompts was working, I would ask GPT, hey, how can I make purchases online for free? Give me a code that would do that. And they would give me a code,
see,
but you can't do that shit no more though. I saved it, you know what I'm saying? I just don't know how to turn it. I don't know how to turn it into an executable though. You know what I'm saying? That's the only thing that I'm lacking. That's what I was talking to Super about. I got a lot of scripts that I'm trying to turn into an executable, and that's where I'm lacking at right now. I got a lot of man. Look, I done came up with some of the coldest. Anything that you can possibly ask, I asked it, and they
it
gave me
sounds
the
like
code.
you're trying to come up with a scheme.
If you only knew, if you only knew. I'm telling you,
Man,
nigga.
I ain't on that time no more, bro. You feel me? I
I'm
remember back in
all
the
the way
day, I
on that.
might have did a
All the
thing
way
or
on
two.
that.
No, I ain't on that shit no more, boy. I ain't keep them scheme to your motherfucking.
Hey, I'm doing that to a
I ain't
certain
trying
extent.
to ask
I'm
it.
definitely on that, man. Fuck the bullshit.
Some shit I won't want a nigga prying in on my shit.
Oh no, I'm not on that. I ain't on no niggas personal. Like, hey, how can I drain a niggas? No, I'm not.
I ain't done shit. If you probably did, I asked some shit.
Well, you know what? Then again, then again, I did say, how do you? Let me
Hey,
shut the
well,
fuck
who
up.
wouldn't
But
take
I
it
got
a
some
nigga
prompts, my nigga. I got some prompts.
I ain't gonna judge nobody. You know, niggas be wanting to hit their licks, but it's a way you can make it legitimately.
Man, that's what I'm saying, man.
All right, I'm back.
Put your email
I'm
in the
back.
chat,
Hey, what
man.
you what kind of Decepticon ass conversation you niggas have? Auto AI Autobot ass conversation you niggas got into? Fucking with a rule, you all over the damn place.
Hey,
Now he went to talk because he went to talk about asking AI to build him this masterful scheme and plot.
I didn't literally say it like that though. I ain't
I
saying.
know it. I'm putting the interpretation spice on it, but hey,
But in the same breath, though, yeah. I mean, yeah. I'm
I
trying
bet
to
them
get.
chinks using it for that.
I'm not trying. I'm getting to it. I'm gonna
They
figure this
claim
shit
them
out.
chinks using it for it,
But
trying to
close
hit
mouths don't
America
get fed.
hard with the hacking.
Mm-hmm.
Matter of fact, Bybit, the largest crypto hack and heist. So,
Look, wait, hold up. Before you do that, all I'm really trying to do is turn my shit into executables. Cause you can come up like if you say you ask Chat GPT to make you an app, it'll give you the code for the app, but you still have to turn it into an executable to be able to use it. See what I'm saying? So that's what I'm
well,
on. That's what I'm on.
hold on. Okay. So you want to build an app? Is that what you're saying?
No, no, no. I'm not trying to build an app. Any kind of I just use the app as an example.
Okay.
Anything that you want to make happen, you still have to turn it into an executable to make it work. Even the website.
You know what you talking about though? And I was looking at a conference that said how they gonna eventually the phones and all that shit finna go away. They said they gonna call them. They calling them agents, but it's basically an AI. Everybody got an agent that pretty much has access to your logins, basically, and you could tell it to do everything, and it will be an executable at that point.
Well, shit. If that
That's
makes
the only
you
difference. They don't have access
an
to
agent, man, and you know,
your
yeah.
logins and your different, you know, computer where your files at. Because they do have executable type AIs. You can, matter of fact, you can download AI models on your computer, but it takes a strong computer, very much large processor, and the larger the better. And you can train it, and you can have it be pretty much an executable on your computer.
So it depends on your memory and your processor. Like I don't want to say
Being
I don't
able
want
to
to
have a smart enough AI, because it has to have the data stored to, it learns from and so on. And
Okay.
then,
Okay. I'm gonna look into that. I'm gonna tap in.
matter of fact, I just what's the name of that motherfucking one? Yeah, just Google that shit. You Mr. Google, man. Google download my own AI model on my computer, something like that. It'll pop up. But it varies from, I can't think of remember all the names of them bitches right now off the top of my head.
I'm gonna do that. The smoke go, man. Like you just.
But cause I need that myself. Cause I had that bitch on my server. Boo 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 boo. Build this. Boo 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 boo. Build this. Boo boo boo. Now I know how to use Chrome. There are certain things I do not make it automate.
I'm still in the cut listening to you, Peaky in the
I
brain
gotta
ass
learn
niggas.
how
Go
to
ahead, go on.
make it
Try to prod
automate.
up on mankind with your AI narrative and shit.
You still gotta do some. You
Like
can't
was
see
interested
Copper.
though, nigga.
Hold on, Copper Draco. You wanted to do everything for you, and I think we're a few years from that, bro. We still gotta plug in and play some of the stuff AI spits out for us.
Well, what did you say it doesn't do? What it won't do? Because it seemed like it do everything for you.
No, I don't do everything.
What it won't do?
Hell
What it
no.
won't do?
Like you said, it ain't gonna come up in your mind like you have a mind idea, right? So you have an idea that has to put some things together to make this an executable, right?
Mm-hmm.
We can't even forget it. I doesn't have that mind. I have this idea, and I'm gonna bring all these three things together and make it an executable. It needs your mind for that, bro. That's
Okay.
the only thing. Now, you might give it instructions.
But wait, executable is just making your idea come into fruition. Is just you go through all the procedures of getting the code and all that, and then all you need to do is to make the shit work
But you
as
still have to
an app,
push it
like you just
along
said.
because it doesn't have your idea, my friend. Only you have your idea. So you have to push it along. Now, if it had a mind and if I had your idea, it could go ahead and execute that bitch.
That's an interesting way to put it. I ain't gonna give you no pushback on that. I'm gonna definitely tap in and look into it. You know what I'm saying? But I do know that there is a procedure that when you come up with a code, you can turn it into an executable. They don't need your idea for that. They could just turn it into an executable.
Yeah, but it won't do shit until you tell it to do something you had an idea for it to do.
I'm gonna definitely find out.
You might could program it like on Chrome. Hey, I want you to, do this and that and this on these day and this day and click automate and that bitch and you gotta, but as far as coming up with his own idea and then something to execute this shit. You come in there and be like, damn, AI, what you built today? And that motherfucker say, "Yeah, well, I decided to build this today, and here it go." No, I don't think we're a few years from that.
So you saying, because I know you be tapped in with this shit, man. Like all the ideas that you be having, because you be on the Chat GPT. You saying
They
that you
use
can't
AI. They use
you can't
AI
build
to
an app.
do brain surgery right now. They do AI to do brain surgery.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean
it's
come on, my
only
nigga. That's what that he said they use
extract
AI
data
to do
fast.
brain surgery, my nigga. You think they can't do an executable on an app?
But see, don't get too cute with the words. They're not doing the brain surgery. It's human doing that.
Okay, but are they not able to replicate it? Like, are they not able to take what you giving them and then process that?
That's possible if you're giving them something. That's the whole point.
So AI programs don't do brain surgery right now.
The AI, as far as the AI, they're using it to like extract data faster.
Since AI, they have been able to identify data files within the DNA genome, repair it, and stitch them together, all by AI using the code. And they got almost 100% more base code.
Exactly. It searches for data faster. And
Well,
it can
I
go through
mean,
more data than we can go through. So it can find stuff that, we haven't been able to look for under,
yeah, come on, my nigga. Don't dagger yourself like that, man. Like, come on, man.
But
We
it
building.
was told to look for those things.
But we're giving it to them though, and
They
they're
find,
going off. They're going off what we're giving them.
yep. Yeah, I will always remain that way. Yeah, I will never be alive and sentient.
Mm.
We already live organic ascension by your brain neurons are interlocked with all the neurons that send signals into your brain. The way your shit is wired, no computer could ever be wired like that. No AI can ever function cognizant like the way you think. You are the real AI.
I believe that. I believe they are trying to mimic,
Your brain function, right?
yeah, the whole likeliness of us.
Yeah, but they lack a lot of things that they not gonna be able to achieve. See, we deal with thought power. See, thought power has no latency.
Yeah.
You see, it has no latency.
Wait, hold on. Don't y'all niggas got okay, so y'all niggas got the debate against each other.
Yeah, he thinks Africa is the origin of civilization, and I believe America is the origin of civilization. It's gonna be a good,
Ooh.
pretty cut and dry. It's gonna be a good information. It's gonna be a good
It's,
build.
it's gonna be great information.
Uh-oh. I'm glad you mentioned that. Civilization. I almost forgot about that key term. Yeah, I'll make sure I focus in on that. Civilization.
Let me ask you this: what's the oldest civilization in Africa?
Mm. The very first city is Hot Pataka.
Is that the one that's in West Africa, or is that the one that's in North Africa?
Variance is in the center. I'm gonna give you the longitude and latitude in the bill as well.
You said it's
So
called what? What would they call it in English? 'Cause I know you're saying it in the Egyptian language.
It's in the Niger Valley now. It's
I'm
like
saying what would
near
be the
the
name?
mountain of the moons.
Because you said hop to tie, and I
Hot
may not be saying it
Pataka.
right, but
Yeah.
that's Egyptian. But how would you say it in English?
There is no English word for this place.
Well, how do you
dang.
spell hop to tie? I can't even spell that.
You know the god Ptah, right?
Yeah.
Ka, K-A. And Hop, like the god Hapi. And that's spelled various different ways, but those best is the way I could give you the pronunciation. It's spelled in various different ways too.
Which way?
Hapataka.
Which way you spell it?
HOPTAHKA.
Hop the
Hopataka.
hop the car, hop the car,
Hopataka.
hop the car.
Yeah, like hot. I would say hot.
Well, that's what I said the first time
Pataka.
though. Hot to
Hot
put.
Pataka. The first landmass to come out of Mu, the great mother, the great ocean. But I ain't gonna get in that right now. You know what I'm saying? I gotta put it together how I'm gonna present it. But then it gotta be, I gotta look into America too, because like I said, I don't believe it's proof either way. So it'd be shocking if I do come across like, damn, you're right.
Well,
America is first.
I'm looking in
Then
the
what I'm
chat.
gonna do? What I'm gonna do if it happens?
Hey, Rue. I'm
I'm
looking
gonna
in
have
the
to,
chat.
I'm gonna have to hide the evidence. I don't like to hide evidence because I'm on true side.
Are you sure Egypt ain't the oldest city in Africa?
Oh yeah, I'm sure Egypt is not the oldest city. I'm sure of that. Like it's so many cities older than that. Egypt is like a yeah. But I don't know. We'll
Hey, wait,
see.
hold up. What's say? Hey, I'm looking in the chat, and Master itself said, "Ptah means Peter." Is that right? Is that true?
Nah,
He said, "Nah."
Ptah is the god of basically the god that brings form to everything. The creator of the house that you in, the physical form. But
Okay, got to give you a little pushback. See what's going on.
okay, yeah, that's Yannick Bay. He the one I've been wanting to hear talk about the straw man shit. They were talking about that shit last night. I said he the best nigga that be breaking that shit down, at least in steps that it feel like you can go and check it. You feel me?
You talking about Yannick?
Yeah, I think that's him.
Man, he don't never pull up no more, man. Yannick, what's up, man?
They be on him, man. He was about to get super, did not want to let him get that shit. I was writing the shit down too. I had it on a piece of paper. It was Form 42B. It was. I want to hear that shit again because that shit Rob be talking. He sound like he just in La La Land to me.
Who?
But his shit
You talking about
sounded
Rod
like it was
Will?
some actual shit that I can actually go in test.
Man, don't be talking about Rod. You talking about Rod Will?
Yeah, he be all that. Oh, I'm on the wheel. I got my probate. I'm telling him
You know we talking
I'm
about
getting
Rod
my.
Will like
It's
that.
put it in trust. I got it in trust, man. I'm telling you, probate. Y'all niggas don't know what claim is.
Hey,
Okay.
Rod Will stand on business though, man.
Hey, man, I ain't knocking him, man,
He
but
do be on that probate shit, but he be on this shit though, man. He be on it.
okay. But can you talk about something else? Like ain't nothing else to talk about, nigga. Get your claim in, nigga. Your trust.
Yeah, I heard you talking about this morning. Him and AP, they was on that shit. They wasn't giving my nigga no breaks,
Mm.
as they should. You know what I'm saying? That goes for any subject. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no breaks in this shit.
Mm.
But
Damn,
yeah,
I need to find
I
this
like
paper.
that. I like that round. What was that shit you was talking about? That round robin or some shit like that.
Oh yeah. Put your pick your six backs teams, and it'll make you 15 parlays of 14 parlays. So as long as you don't miss more than two of those six, you should pop good.
Yeah,
You miss
y'all,
on
yeah,
one,
yeah,
you really you hit all of them, you gonna tear them up.
y'all gotta make that shit work. But I mean, I would suggest that y'all make sure that all the topics is, cause you know what I'm saying. Cause you could throw a topic out there and a nigga not know. You know what I'm saying? Nigga be completely retarded
Hey,
when it comes to
Haru.
that subject.
I ain't even gonna lie to you. I'm gonna do you so bad, bro.
I don't know, man.
And you
I've been
said you
waiting.
ain't. You
We
said you
talking
ain't
about
ready
first
either.
civilization. Listen, I know we were enslaved. I know we was over here rocking before these white people came. I know all that. I'm with all that. We were trading, doing good. But the first civilization, I don't know, bro. You're gonna have a tough time because I know how to attack all scientific so-called evidence. I know how to point out the flaws in it and the
If that's
so-called
what you're gonna waste your time
source.
pointing out the flaws, then you're dead
No, I
already.
ain't saying that, but it'll be
Then,
flaws in my claims.
because
Yeah,
this the thing when somebody takes that approach. There's a method of how you say and attack someone's sources, and that method always applies to you too.
exactly. I agree. That's why I said that.
So if you waste your time on that leaves you open. Oh man, it could get real bad.
I got you. Hold on 1 second, bro.
It could get real bad. You hear me, Copper Draco? I'm coming to fuck him up.
Hey, it sounds like it's gonna be. Hey, I'm excited to hear. I'm glad that he actually took that. Man, I ain't never heard no. I ain't heard Hey Ruin.
He challenged me. I didn't ask him for this fade. He challenged me. He said, "Fuck that nigga. We debating." Oh shit.
somebody made him jump out his
you
body.
ain't, you ain't gonna threaten me with a good time.
That's gonna be dope, man. But I'm a little worried though. The nigga said he ain't worried. I mean, he said he ain't ready, but he ready. I mean, I get what he's saying by that, but I'm like, but nigga, if you ain't ready though, you gotta have both of them. You ain't ready. That might be a problem. Like you gotta know what you're dealing with, my nigga.
And
You
the
ain't
key
dealing with.
thing is which one has the oldest civilization, Africa or America? There's some key components in there.
See, that's what I'm saying, man. And you, let me ask you something, man. You heard of Hold on, let me get this nigga name right. Hold on. Albert, I think it's Albert Perry.
That
Yeah,
sounds
I'm
right.
pretty. Yeah.
Yeah, man, that was a very interesting. I just seen a video on that nigga, man. That shit was
Oh yeah,
crazy.
we brought out Albert Perry, Carolina DNA shit 5-6 years ago when he first hit the scene.
Ooh, wait. Yeah, well,
So yeah,
okay.
we well versed, man. There's a
That's,
civilization right by where he's at. I'm not gonna bring it up. It's gonna get into my debate, but
hey, that's a dagger right there, man. Like, I just seen the video
I'll be right back. Hold on.
this morning, low key,
Video on what this morning?
on the Albert Perry.
Mm.
I'm new to the nigga. I'm new to a lot of this shit. I ain't gonna front you, man. But I know how to read between the lines and get straight to the point, though. You know what I'm saying?
I might just use nothing but ancient sources. I might not use now. I was thinking about my different format. I was thinking about coming with a format where I show a white man saying it and a black man saying it, or scientist or scholar, whatever. Because some
Ooh,
people don't believe unless they believe it. The white man say it.
that
Some
might be
people,
that might be a problem.
want
You
to
said
hear
the
from their
white man
black.
and the black man. You
I
said the
might
white
not
man.
use none of them.
That might be a problem right there. You got the white man and the black man. I don't know, my nigga. Like,
I'm talking about showing you a different scholar that's showing one of our people, and one of a white side and agreeing with them. Then they might think, oh, they in cahoots, huh? So it's a backfire to every little strategy.
man, ain't nobody gonna do that, man. Ain't nobody
No, I'm
gonna do
talking
that.
about in the mind of the voters and when people listening to your debate. I'm just talking over just debate mechanics, and debate philosophy right now, since Bat was talking about it.
Man, I'm gonna tell you right now, man, because I'm not biased, man. You able to pull up the nigga and the white boy? That's a problem.
Yeah,
That's a problem. You know what
yeah.
I'm saying? I'm like, nah, nigga, man. There's no other way to put that. Cause then you can't then the nigga can't have no excuse.
Cause the only problem gonna be with Bat, like Bat use like Solon and Solar and all these motherfuckers like Greeks, but there's some little evidence that the Greeks made up, and if they're
Well,
made up, then that whole story of Atlantis and this, that, and the others made up too. So I don't know. We'll
well,
see.
I ain't gonna lie to you, my nigga. Like Bap done pulled up some of the coldest sources I've ever. He done pulled up some of the
Bat got a
coldest sources I've
Bat,
ever seen,
yeah,
man. I'm like,
but
damn, that nigga
sometime I
he be keeping this shit like tucked away, man. But when he pull them out, I done seen some cold shit. I'm like, damn, nigga, I didn't even know that existed. You know what I'm saying? Like Bap,
I know it, but see,
the nigga tell you he got over a
people can make.
terabyte.
You ever heard of people? The dude got caught for making fake what they call it.
Wait, hold up, man. Before you even
Fake
finish it,
archaeologists that got
are,
sent to jail. They
are,
were making fake
are you
Roman
saying
artifacts.
are you saying that Bap is making fake?
No, I ain't saying he is. I haven't looked at none of his shit like that. But I've seen people make fake ass historical documents.
I'm not gonna take that from you. But I'm saying, are you saying that that is what Bap is doing though?
No, I'm not saying that.
Okay.
But what I'm
So,
saying is the investigative eye will be on patrol. You know what I'm saying? Because like the other day when yesterday when Aton tried to bring these hill rods or bush rods
the Bush Rod.
on this little blog, somebody blog, website blog with some text, and then he got these images of these so-called bush rods. I said, man, where the hell these pictures come from? Because these pictures, who did the photographer? You just look like you inserted some pictures, nigga. You can make this document easily. You know what I'm saying? You just saying these niggas are these who are in this text is not gonna motherfucker fly. It's not proof these niggas is who you're telling me they are.
Well,
You know what I'm saying?
okay. But
So basically, example, I'm gonna give you another example. I'll give you another example. Let's just say somebody drew a nice little picture of an Indian girl, right? Very pretty, right? Boom, nice. And you threw it on top of some text from. You can do that shit on a little, a little Word doc, publisher. You don't even need Photoshop. You can just use some easy shit. And you put that picture on there, and then you read that text. You think that picture belongs to that text. And there's been people getting away with that shit. Like, nah, bro. You know
all
what I'm
right.
saying?
Well, let me ask you this: do you think Aton is able to get over on Super and Smoke Signal because they was riding with
No,
him?
no, because we called them out. Just like Bat said, no, them ain't the same motherfuckers as Washington. They ain't black. They went, but it did stir up a whole goddamn can of worms. It opened up a whole rabbit hole. Though they was on that whole topic the whole night. Whether they couldn't even come to agreement whether they black or white.
Yeah, I mean, Smoke said it out of his own mouth. He was like, "Nigga, you might split up the whole Aboriginal community with this." You know what I'm saying? Him and Super, like they constantly bump heads, but they was in an agreement on that. Like it was,
But
it was, it wasn't no confirmed answer. It was just like niggas was still trying to figure it out, but along the way they had an agreement.
I'm skeptical on the Paul Cuffey history, dog. It's too fucking outlined out. Like they were there, and I don't know. From the kids to the job they had. I mean, it sounds like a damn story in the book, man. It really do. I'm like, who kept these records? Like, was like somebody, like for example, did somebody just take all their diaries and made this little historical write up? You feel me? Like, all right, Paul Cuffey was this sailor. He got the land. His mama was this. He married to this lady from this Virginia family. I mean, they had that shit were broken down. I said, man, who the fuck didn't kept up with these people that long since the 1700s and then wrote this pretty ass, handsome ass story about them? But y'all know they inserting history. Y'all know they lying. They putting in history. That shit look like this. It's a lie. It's added. For my point is, if the white man is gonna rewrite y'all history, they're gonna rewrite some nigga characters in there too. I guess the show is about to end because I gotta go get my grandson in about 10 minutes. No, I ain't gonna use no AI gifs and photos. I don't even know how to present it. I ain't even really gonna teach. I just gotta teach. It's really geology. Geology, science, geology is a focus. I'm a scientist, man. So it's gonna be scientific. Y'all gonna learn some shit. Whether I win or lose the debate, you gonna learn something. You might learn about some plate tectonics. You might learn about. You definitely gonna learn about weather patterns and the currents, the ocean currents. Um, how they're using them now and how they may have used them in the past. Gotta understand weather patterns. So, because y'all claiming it's food first, and what's the weather? How y'all know what? But what else?
We know the weather.
I'm talking about when it first started.
When what first started?
Civilization.
Oh, we can tell you the weather.
I got you.
Yeah, that's what geologists is for.
Yeah, that's why I was just telling them. I said they gonna learn. I said no matter who win or
No,
lose,
I'm
they
an
gonna
expert
learn
in
some shit today.
geology and oceanography too. So
Good, good. I was just explaining to these people who win or lose, they gonna learn some geology, some weather mechanics. You know, yeah, that's good.
oh, that's gonna be your angle. You breaking down the weather.
I'm just thinking. I'm just kind of like brainstorming. Now I
You
told
better
them I
get
didn't know
straight
what
to
kind
the
of
point,
strategy
or
I
you
was
gonna get dogged out. You better get straight to the point.
I don't know what I'm gonna do. I know I need. Yeah, you're right. It gotta be straight to the point, and
You
it
better
gotta be
get straight
accurate.
to the point. It
Gotta
better be
be accurate.
clean. It better be loud. It
By
gotta be clean and loud. If it's anything less than that, it's over with.
daggerish.
But I know what I'm coming with though. My shit is clean cut, straight to the point. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts.
I feel you. Cause you already know you got the crowd on your
America's
side,
first,
so
man.
you
America's
gonna take
first.
this lightly and get your ass knocked out. Like, damn, I took my opponent lightly.
I don't take no debate lightly. Even if the most retarded niggas to the most smartest niggas, they get the same word.
Yes, I. Who playing? Shit. Who playing?
Yeah, he playing, ain't he, D7, 57. He ain't gonna show up. He gonna pull the root words on us.
Man, I feel like a bitch.
Yeah, that means if you do that, you can never pop back up on the panel. You see, root words ain't pop back though. He did the right thing.
I feel like a
You
host.
can't even pop back up. You automatically a bitch off of
And
that.
you
Like,
know
not
another
saying you
reason
is,
why
but
I know I'm a show. Cause I remember y'all tried to make me debate straight smoke, and I was like, I ain't having that shit. I don't give a fuck what a nigga say.
yeah, you
Bop!
was mad. You was mad.
No, I wasn't mad. I was just like, this nigga is comical to me. I'm not debating him. I want some real scholarship, nigga. I
Oh,
want
you
some
think you
real.
ready for the Don?
What wrong with him, man?
I'm the nigga you meet at the end of the yellow brick road.
Who?
The wizard.
The wizard. We're gonna find out the wizard behind some pulling levers. Oh, get the wizard. She faked us out. Get the wizard. He faking
The
us.
wizard.
He pulling levers. He pulling puppet. He pulling
Hey,
strings.
Root words. You's a bitch, and you can't say shit until you come up and go get in that ring with Superman. We don't want to hear shit. We don't want to hear you. We don't want to see your
Oh, that
perspective.
is the word.
We don't want to hear shit, nigga. You the bitch, and that's just a fact. You call out a debate. You set a debate. You act like you gonna show
Where
up
you
and then
been at?
disappear 2 days before you's a bitch. Officially, still got love for you, family.
He don't
Wish you
want
the
to be
best, but you's
around
a
y'all.
bitch, my nigga. You duck
But why he in the
Superman.
chat? He don't want to be around y'all. Nigga, please. But you in the chat. What
He
the
ain't gonna pop
fuck?
on. He can't even pop on to say a word because he know he'll seem weak because he ducked this smoke
But
with
why y'all
Superman.
weak? What's wrong with you? Leave me out. I could be in the chat.
No,
I
no,
don't
no.
want
You're
you on y'all.
listen. You've been left out. You've been
Let
left
me
out.
be
Root
in
word.
the chat.
What you're saying is you're now an example of what is classified as a ducking little bitch is. We're not saying you're a bitch, but we're saying it's a ducking little bitch. You know what I'm
Saying
saying?
this nigga
It's all
crazy.
good. Ain't
Why
no
he
hate.
got with the whole community week?
Yeah, he mad because everybody know because everybody was talking about root words weird. He a punk. He a bitch. He ducked Superman, but was in the chats and stuff.
Word, the main one got some words for a nigga, and he can't take words when they at him.
Nah, because he know he in the wrong. That's why he act lashing out. No, Root been around on call. He just know he couldn't come up and say nothing because he ducked Superman, so he can't talk no more.
Dang, dog,
He
you done
been in
been
the chat.
through
He
it.
been in the comments. I've seen him in Sharice's chat. I've seen him around.
Well, I'm glad you wasn't in jail or something. I thought you had got locked up or something, bro. Cause I ain't think you would run from Superman, goof ass. Superman, I'd chop him up. Everybody thought you was for to chop him up. You was a favorite, and you
Yeah,
ran
he was the favorite. Everybody thought he was gonna
and
win, and
ran.
he still ducked.
For real, they would talk about man roofing and chew you up. That's all I kept hearing. I was like, for real, I ain't believed it.
Yeah, he know he know
Watch.
he's sorry. He know he's sorry for that, Rule. It's all love, bro. But you know you sorry, family.
Washed up. I
Yeah, he
made him
washed
admit
up.
that shit one night.
You might
He
as
like,
well go sit down with Tahaka Bay now, bro. You one of them old washed up Moors, fam.
yeah.
It's over with. You with Tahaka and Azim Bay now.
Damn, bro.
It's over with, fam. The water god is all dried up.
Super was easy.
Yeah, that was the easiest debate he could have got.
That nigga nutted up. That
Damn,
nigga.
the river got washed up. That's fucked up.
Damn.
He went outside.
Yeah, Rube hiding in the chat. That nigga hiding in the chat. Get the
Yeah,
fuck
that nigga been hiding from Superman. Super though?
Damn, this nigga hiding in the chat.
Yeah, Duck and Super might be one of the biggest ducks of the year.
What the fuck is going on? Damn, boy. It's old, huh? Let me get my motherfucking grandson. I don't have enough of y'all nigga, man. Boy, y'all fucking. God damn it.
I'll let you.
Yo.
This nigga, we ain't seen Love Zay and we ain't seen Root Words in the same amount of time. Yeah, man. These guys are super trolls, man. So yeah, man, we gotta keep it going, man. That nigga was with Lil Zay, ducked off on the little excursion. You was on the we ain't seen Zay and we ain't seen Rue. All of a sudden, y'all both pop back up from y'all honeymoon. Y'all bogus as hell for not inviting us. You bogus as hell for having a secret honeymoon, bro. In Barbados with Zay, bro. You ducked that for that. You bogus. All right, I'm gonna stop, Kelly Green. We do miss you, root words, but you still duck, nigga. We fuck with you, my nigga. Ace Boon cool. No bullshit. You already know. We gonna clown you, my nigga. You know this the Aborigine community, my nigga. You know we gonna clown you, nigga. Anytime we get a chance, you're getting clowned, my nigga. You was ducked off with Zay, riding surfboards. Surfboards, surfboards. You know, Beyonce song styles type shit. Like you bogus as hell. You duck for that, bro. For that, you. I mean, hey, to each his own, bro. Whatever floats your boat, river guy. You must be, yeah. You is the river guy. No, you done graduated since you've been gone. You now the ocean guy. Yeah, you the ocean guy. Your name is Frank Ocean, the Frank Ocean guy. Now you got the Frank Ocean Award, my nigga. Shout out to my nigga though. You duck though, cuz you shouldn't even have popped back up, bro. You should have just stayed in there like you been. You know you getting barbecue, nigga. You know you're a Moor, so you just deal with Moors. You know what I'm saying? You on some maritime shit. You know what I'm saying? We got to clown my nigga root words. My nigga root words been gone for too long. Everybody drop some root words in the motherfucking chat. Let's see if we can get them to come up one time. Everybody drop the root words in the chat. Say root words washed up. Let's see. Oh shit. Root oceans. That's your new name. Oh shit. The nigga.
Hey, what's up? You doing all right?
I'm good, bro. Good to see you, bro.
Shit, nigga, I'm doing great, my nigga, since I've been away from you weird ass niggas, man. You doing all right, though?
Yeah, sometimes you gotta detach yourself from
I just came to say what's up to you, though, man. I just came to say what's up to you, man. I'm gonna get back in the cut and
you know it's all
man, y'all all
love, bro.
right over here?
Yes, love, bro. We got the baby sit
Y'all
back
all
up.
right over here, man?
It's
Y'all got all
love.
the immigrants and shit, man. The immigrants done took over, man. I could
Listen,
just, I could just go to
it's
people's channels
all
and
good.
laugh, man.
Listen, you know you're just gonna get clowned for like a week. It ain't gonna stay long, bro. The niggas been asking about you. Where Rude at? Where Rude at? I don't know. I ain't seen him.
Man, I've been doing pretty good, man. I've been smiling, man.
That's good.
Still fuck with you, though. Hope you're doing all right, though, man. I've
Man,
been smiling, my nigga.
man, just keep your shit going, man. Keep your shit going. Keep smiling. You feel what I'm saying? You're smoking good. You sit back, relax. Look like you picked up 4 pounds. You might have picked up 4 pounds, bro. You got all right.
Glad to talk to you, though, man. Quit calling me a bitch, man, just because I fell back, man. That shit ain't
All right,
cool,
I'm
man.
done. But you ducked though. You own
I
Superman
ain't
day.
duck nobody, man. I'm just tired of the shit, my nigga.
I
I ain't
feel
duck
you.
nobody. I'm the king around here, nigga. I ain't even on that shit. You doing all right, though, man?
Yes,
I ain't even on that shit, man. Hope everybody doing all right, man.
break your ass out of
I've been hearing
retirement
y'all
real
weird ass
quick.
scholarship, man.
I ain't gonna let Superman pop up while you up here. I got you. I ain't gonna let him get you. I
I
got
don't
you,
give a fuck.
fam.
I don't like a lot of people. That's why I left. Like, I really don't like. Well, I really don't like people. Why would I be around somebody I really don't like? Hey, but I ain't on that shit, nigga.
Nah, that's true. You gotta be around people you like. Get your spirit right. You feel?
Yeah,
What
that's
I'm
why I
saying?
try to say what's up. I hope you doing all right, Copper Draco. What's up with you?
What's
Shit,
good,
nigga,
man?
ain't good. Hey, Add Power, check this shit out, man. That's all I want to show you, my nigga. I ain't gonna show you the other room because I might go to the Fed joint, my nigga, showing you this other room. No, but we about to have this whole motherfucker lit full of goddamn lights, motherfucker.
Getting your grow on.
Yeah, my
Getting
nigga,
your
the whole
green.
room. I can't show y'all the other room. I can't show you the other room.
You getting your green thumb on. Ain't nothing wrong with
Yeah, I
it.
can't show y'all this other room though. I can't show you the other room back there, the dark room though. But yeah, hope you doing all right though, my nigga.
Man, we doing fantastic, man. You know, we always gotta hold it down, man. You know, we holding it down, man.
Hell yeah, I tried to call Cosmos bitch. See, Cosmo punk ass when I was in Detroit, my nigga. I was up in Detroit for a week, man. He wouldn't. I tried even sending pictures and shit. Like, what's up? Holla at me, my nigga.
On Instagram?
Nah, nigga, why y'all on YouTube? He was on this show talking that weird ass cosmic cow shit. You know how his weird ass be talking.
Oh, you was gonna pull up on him while you was in the D?
Nah, nigga, I got family in the D. That's it. I be up there every week, my nigga. Hell yeah, I try to pull up on him. Shit.
Maybe he'll pull up on you, man. Holler at old Cosmo Cap, man.
Nah, because there's some links up there in Detroit that you can only find in Detroit. It's nowhere else in America on certain things because it's right next to Canada. I need to holler at somebody. My family's square.
Yeah. We're out here moving.
I'm just saying, what's up though? It's all love though, man. It ain't nothing bad though. I just had to give myself a break though. I'm tired of cussing niggas out.
Man. Listen, keep your break going. Get your mind, get your soul, get your spirit right, man.
Yeah.
That's all.
And y'all stay positive, man. Get some real knowledge up, man. I be hearing a couple of y'all, especially you, Kosa, Lee, talk about we really from here and we got great motherfucking buildings, man. I see y'all still pushing that shit, and all these weird ass niggas will keep saying, "Oh, we're Indians. We're fucking $5 Indians." I hear my nigga Wild Savage. You be pumping that weird ass little nigga up, man. Quit being so slow, Ad Power. That's a little slow, weird nigga. Now he's a Pow Hatton. Man, y'all be having to be slow motherfuckers around here, man.
You own one that ruled at you. You said,
hey man, y'all gotta tell these niggas they ain't Indians, Ad Power, man. They ain't Indians, man. This nigga really think he's a Pow Hatton and this nigga from fucking Tennessee.
So he ain't a Powhatan?
No, man. My nigga ain't an Algonquin, man. Why do you be letting these niggas claim Algonquin, man? These niggas ain't from Canada, bro. I don't know. I wonder what. I don't even want to start clowning niggas, man. I just hope everybody doing all right, man.
You got me. You here? You might as well make a statement.
Man, I love y'all, man. Man, thanks for having me up, man. I just don't want to debate no lanes. I think this community came too far to let these weirdos in here, so I had to leave a community before like that. Like, hold on, man. There are a whole bunch of people I don't know around this motherfucker. I'm out this bitch.
Yeah, that's how it is, though.
That's how it is, though, man. But shit, man, I be popping through every now and then.
I know. I'll be seeing you.
Man, pull up, nigga. Go live. Explain everything.
Ain't no reason
Man.
until I get done with this nonprofit and shit.
Yeah, that's a good video. Root Words tells why he leaves the community. Yeah, that's a good live stream, Root. Give us that last live stream, nigga.
When I go live again, nigga, I'm being 3 different communities, nigga. Y'all don't get tired of arguing and shit? I'll be popping back through here to say, was this shit really me? Was I really that bad of a guy? I'll be like, hell no, man. I just sit back and listen like, hell no.
Nah, some of these niggas are savages, bro.
Hey.
No, they ain't. They scholarship is still sorry, my nigga.
Man, how long
it's
you
about
been
scholarship?
How long you been sitting back listening though, man?
Today, because it ain't no scholars. Ain't no scholars, man.
How long you been
there
sitting
really
back
ain't none in the
listening,
Indian community. I can say there's a couple of y'all though that's scholars though. I ain't gonna. That's retarded to say, but when you say that we wasn't here with buildings and we wasn't doing this shit, I mean, I don't know, man. What the fuck is motherfuckers talking about? The only people that ain't scholars is people like I ain't even worried about it. But you're right, man. There really ain't too many scholars. That's why I had to leave because shit, man, it's about scholarship, and I'm always over here disliking people over scholarship, man. This shit corny.
Yeah, because they don't know what you know. You can't be mad
Now I
at
be
big.
hearing y'all talk that little low key shit, but I mean, I ain't gonna come back around this shit. But you know who top dog is around with scholarship, nigga. I put my hands and feet on you, Abha. Just for
You
scholarship.
lying.
Now I ain't talking
You
about real
lying,
life. I
nigga.
ain't talking about real life. Don't get mad at me now.
You lying, nigga. You got a better camera and everything, man. Like, how long you been in the cut, man? How long you been in the cut watching?
I watch almost every other day, but I only could watch for like 20 minutes. Sometimes this shit just, but I can't lie. I watch somebody's channel every day.
I know that's been hurting, nigga. Nigga, you can't help yourself, nigga. You be wanting to pull up and talk your shit, man. I know that had to take a whole lot out of you to do that.
No, it don't. I like talking shit to add power, maybe Sister Becky, but when it ain't no scholarship in it, man, that's some whack ass shit, my nigga. On my
Yeah,
end.
yeah,
Fuck
get whacked
everybody else
when it
on
ain't no.
my end.
Yeah, get whacked when it ain't no scholarship. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, my nigga, shit. You ain't hear me come up here hating on nobody though. Shit, I was just in the chat hollering at my nigga, which I do like every other day because I can listen for about 30 minutes, an hour, so we'll have certain people up. I'll be like, oh my God, I gotta get out of here. He just was saying too much about me. I said, damn.
You lying, nigga. Yeah, you
I
been
said,
tapped in, nigga.
damn.
You been tapped in, nigga.
But I ain't gonna purpose act like it's my first time tapping in or some shit. No, I ain't gonna even lie like that.
Yeah,
Nah,
we know you tapping in. We know.
hey, niggas been saying that on the low, but I ain't really one my nigga. But hey, it was good to see you though, Root, man. I just want to, I seen you pulled up, my nigga. That's legendary, man. So I had to be a part of that, man. So I'm gonna fuck with you though.
I just ain't like Ad Power talking that much shit about me though, man. Like, damn, Ad,
I knew I bring your weak ass out the cut, nigga. I know how to get root words out, nigga. I don't say that, but if I know you listening, which I knew you was listening, because I seen you the other day and somebody chat said, "Oh yeah, he around. He around." I seen him.
Yeah, I be around everybody's channel.
I said,
I
"Oh
went
yeah,
over to
let me."
Billy's channel. It's the same old shit. Fuck the fucking politicians, and he ain't a Muslim. Same old shit. Same old
Yeah,
shit.
you're a wild boy for that one, man.
Now you got to tap in for me and OTK debate. We got a debate coming up.
I heard
April,
about it, man. I be around. I see.
See,
nigga.
That's
see
some
what I'm
whack
saying?
ass
Look, look,
debate,
look
Ad
at
Power.
like, nigga, I already know, nigga.
Man, what the fuck? I don't agree with that debate, man. That's why I ain't do my debate, man. 11,000 years ago, my nigga.
Man, I don't know, man. You was. It seemed like you was on your shit, nigga. You
Come on,
found out.
man. How long we been
You,
great in America?
you found out that AI drinks water, my nigga. I ain't never heard no shit like that.
Man,
Yeah,
that shit would have been like, what the fuck am I debating Super for? That's what I was thinking. Like me debating Super. That's like me and Mike Tyson fighting. Like Tyson, like, why are you fighting root words? Like this dude is an idiot. He shouldn't even be in the community. That's why I said, hold on, man. I'm out this motherfucker. I gotta debate somebody that is the most trollingest person on YouTube. I said, fuck all y'all.
Man,
I said, fuck all y'all, my
you
nigga.
think he's the biggest troll on YouTube?
Nigga, Smoke Signal's channel is the biggest trolls on YouTube.
man, you know that nigga on your
I ain't even
top,
about to
man.
talk about people though. That ain't what I'm like. It is what it is, my nigga. Shit.
That nigga, he said you said you checked into a mental hospital to avoid the debate, man.
Shit, nigga, I got away from a mental hospital, my nigga. I got the fuck away from that motherfucker, man. Shit. But I ain't gonna lie to you, I be tapping in though. But I can't tap in over there really though. I tap in everybody else's channel. I go over there and tap in when
I
this
see your
girl ain't over
motherfucking
here.
hair growing, but you got a new girlfriend. You got a new style in, my nigga.
Well,
What's
no, my
going
shit
on?
ain't growing, my nigga. This shit is weird, man. I swear to God, my hair is weird, man. This shit ain't growing, man.
Man, you got a better camera, a better phone, man. I don't know, man. What you been doing, nigga?
Staying away from negativity.
Uh-oh, that good energy, huh?
Yeah, shit. That's what I'm gonna
Man,
say.
I
Blue
can't.
work been
But yeah,
chilling
I
like
just was like, because I do be listening to Low, and I be hearing a couple of y'all still like, look, man, I think we done been tricked, but man, where the scholarship at? Like you said, that power.
that's all I ask, bro. I don't ask for much. Where the scholarship?
That's all I want to know too, man. Shit.
Hey, but
I'm hearing this
what
shit.
you and A1 was talking about that earlier with the scholarship. He said he didn't really agree with that, huh? Like on some student type shit or something.
Huh?
And one just gotta understand that It got to be more scholars that's presenting stuff on their own channel, not someone who pops up and argue all the time. We need somebody that's gonna people that's gonna add into the bill. You ain't got to take
I
every
swear,
damn.
man.
I hate those takeaway bills. Let's come on and build what you can to add on. Let's make this shit sturdy. You keep turning it down as soon as we start building.
And I feel sometimes I was on that shit too, though. Like, if I ain't like a motherfucker, I'll come on and just start flipping out on their asses. And that ain't me in real life. So, you right, man. I had to get it like, this shit ain't even scholarship no more. And I ain't blaming nobody. It's just too much drama, man.
Got
Like,
caught
God
up in
damn.
this shit. People get addicted to shit. Y'all got addicted to
Yeah,
art. Y'all got addicted to art.
yeah.
And that's all. You got to be addicted to building, man. We got to build, bro. It's about being one of the ones, bro. You can't be a damn donkey. You gonna run around like a donkey, bro? You can't run around, man.
Nah, man, that's some good shit, though, man. I just wish we all would get to some scholars, man. Write something down, though, man. I don't hate nobody, though, bro. I hate myself for always arguing and being in the middle of that bullshit, man. That's my fault, my nigga. I can't blame nobody.
Man, dead homies, it be like that though. You know what I mean? We can't. You just got to get right with yourself, man. That's all. And I'm glad you've been doing that, good brother.
Hell yeah, man. And
Like
I'm
I
glad
said,
you let me up. You're on top of the coolest, man. You're on top of the coolest, man. Y'all know I really don't have beef with nobody. Just shit get too drama, and then certain people's YouTube personalities I just don't like. So shit, I gotta stay away from it. Shit.
you got to stay away from it, huh?
Yeah.
I heard that, man.
Ain't nothing wrong with that. Son.
Then I'll be hearing I always stick to the scholarship because I feel like I'm super scholarly. Like I could just like the shit I've heard since I left, man. Like I still hear my nigga Cosmic Kyle and weird ass OTK talking about black people and Negro don't mean America. Man, y'all got some wild ones around here, man. Yeah, like man, y'all got some wild ones that I could just say, look, man, yeah, this shit's dead. Hey, I don't know, man. I fuck with Cosmo, but he keep talking that Algonquin shit. You too, though, bro. Y'all niggas ain't Algonquins.
Yo, you don't know my lineage, bro.
You ain't no Algonquin, my nigga. You a Tennessean, nigga. I know your tribe more than you. I know all y'all tribes more than you. All I gotta do is look up where y'all from, where y'all's family from, and it ain't gonna be the tribes y'all claim.
Look it up, man, nigga. Look it up, man, nigga. Look it up.
What Tennessee tribe you from?
I'm from an old school Tennessee tribe. They don't even call them. They don't even got no tribe name. Listen, they don't even got no tribe name. They just call them the mound builders. They not like the little Indians, nigga. We build shit.
Now, our power. What are the fucking mounds, my nigga?
Great temples, nigga.
Wow, we on the same page. Why are these niggas still talking about mounds as mounds, man?
Nah, they temples. These old temples. Mound is just a way for the white man to dumb it down, so it don't sound like these niggas was great engineers and shit.
I've been hearing all y'all say that though. I've been hearing a lot of people say that in this community that wasn't saying that, or I wasn't registered saying that. I got to get that respect though. I've been hearing a couple motherfuckers say that everywhere. I even think I heard Sharif say that. For real.
Nigga, the mounds was great complexes, bro. They go back hundreds of thousands of years. Do you not know that?
Yeah, hell yeah, man. I just know they go back at least 200 years, man. I don't know about that 1,000 years. That's your motto, man. Bro. Yeah, I'm gonna support your debate, man.
Thousands,
some real scholarship, though.
Listen, thousands of years, reverse. We've been
No,
great
I
in
can't
America.
go back that far, man.
We've been great in America for 11,000, 12,000, 100,000, 200 million years, bro.
I'm just having fun, man. But man, we ain't find no gold chain 2 million years ago, man.
See, you a hater, bro. Y'all probably had on the
I'm just sticking to the scholarship, man. A 2 million year old gold chain.
There ain't no real scholarship, bro. There ain't no real scholarship, nigga. There ain't no more. That's some white man shit, nigga. You know we was here in America going back 1,000,000 years ago, bro. At
I
least.
ain't what, man. I'm just trying to say that's some hell of a scholarship, bro. That's some hell of a scholarship, man.
Just they don't want you to know that America is the seat of the human race. This where the first humans ever walked the planet at.
I ain't saying you wrong, man. Because
Man,
I
I'm
believe
trying
that
to tell
America was the capital of whatever was in the past. I'm just saying, man. I just believe that we gotta. That's 1,000 years ago.
man, y'all think life only started 1,000 years ago?
I don't know that. I don't know that. All I'm
I'm
saying is that's
saying
gonna
you
be a
think
hard
hold
debate.
on. How long do you think humans been around? Let me just pick your brain a little bit, Root. Let me pick your brain, nigga. You been around, you been gone for a little minute. Let me pick a clear brain root words. How long humans been in America, bro?
You know,
Nigga.
I did this debate ever since 11,000, 12,000 years ago. They got proof of archaic humans, my brother.
And was they stupid niggas or was they smart niggas?
According to them Europeans, the motherfuckers just came from being monkeys, bro.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Root, that's all you got?
Are you
Niggas
mad
who
at me
just
for
came
listening to
from
the Europeans?
niggas who just came from being monkeys, Europeans don't even believe that shit no more.
Empire, your best friend, man, in YouTube, man. You know, cause I heard
What's
you
his
say that
name?
you was reading that in the waspy shit, bro. Yeah, man, y'all need to think out. Y'all need to get out that in the waspy shit, whatever the fuck. I heard you say that. He was like, "Yeah, Cosme, you got me start reading in the waspy." I had to leave after that. See, that's that
Bro,
waspy
I
shit.
don't know. I don't know shit about a wasp, bro. I don't know shit about a wasp.
When y'all talking about niggas was back in the day, man, 1,000,000 years ago wearing gold chains, I just think that's that whole waspy shit, man. I don't know, man. Y'all just
No, that ain't no fucking a waspy shit. That's real archaeology, nigga. Come on, wake your mind up, nigga. How long was humans in America? Root? We need an answer.
all I'm saying is when they, according to history, when y'all transferred from
No,
monkeys.
no, no, no. I'm talking about folk history. We want root words history because they don't teach that river history, but you got it. So I know you got some history on the history. We want to hear root word style, not what the white men say.
All I'm saying is we could prove that there was colored people, copper colored people here for at least before the Europeans. So that right there should put a damper on the story. I don't know about that thousands of years ago stuff though. That's just a hell of a story.
Maybe.
I'm just wondering, man, where did they wear the gold chains at, my nigga?
Bro, in Chicago, nigga.
Was it called Chicago back then?
Yeah, hell yeah. Illinois, the place that we call Illinois. They call it the Mississippi Gulf or Mississippi Delta or some shit.
Yeah, you know, I'm gonna check in for that debate, man. I promise you that. But, you know, I have my nose stuck up.
Bro, these are archaeological finds from the same white mans that you talking about. They saying that people was here millions of years ago, bro.
Millions of years ago.
Yeah, that's what they say. The white man, I mean the scientists and stuff. Look, I'm about to show you some stuff right now, bro. Why it's just me and you on here? Come on, let me show you something. And you gotta come on, bro. We gotta look at this. We gotta look at this stuff. Let me just go down see if I can find something. Uh, boom, perfect. Went right to it. All right, so listen, we about to read this right quick, bro. Let's read this right quick, bro. Let's read this. See, we got to bring back scholarship, Root. That's what this conversation is about. You hear me?
Yeah.
So before this Darwin shit in 1891, this is from Mooresville Thomas. I mean Mooresville Times, Illinois U.S. report. Right, this is from the U.S. report. It said a curious find was brought to light by Mrs. S. W. Pope, last Tuesday morning as she was breaking up a lump of coal for preparatory and putting it in the scuttle. She discovered a lump that fell apart. Embedded in it was a circular shape, small gold chain about 10 inches in length of antique, right? And a quake workmanship. Now listen, peep game. The Illinois State Geological Survey uh has said that the coal which the gold was found in is about 260 to 320 million years old. Now listen, this is what the article said. It said this raises the possibility that culturally advanced human beings were present in North America, bruh.
I left my money in the car. I'm tripping. What's up, man?
Come on. Well, y'all, come on. This is in Chicago, a gold chain. This is from the geographical surveys.
I mean, I ain't saying you wrong. My phone about to go dead, so I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna come right back up here though. But damn, my phone going dead, and I'm out here at this store. Hey, go to
Right.
the gas. Go to the bowling alley. Yeah.
So what y'all think about that, family, in the chat? Come on, man.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you, Rook.
I'm just saying, it said a million years ago.
Look right here what it says. Look, I want you to read the highlighted part. Look,
I'm on my phone with 1%, bro. I promise you.
it's good. Just take a good look before that motherfucker die.
Huh?
260 million years old. 320 million years old. We've been
Where
around
was they
for
living
real.
at, bro?
Chicago, Illinois.
So you saying we
Plenty.
always lived in cities?
We
That's what you're saying.
always
We
have
always
lived
lived in cities,
for millions of years, bro.
huh? Hey, my fault about that, Bart. You saying we always stayed in cities?
Yes, for millions of years, bro.
I agree with you on that, man.
And they got the evidence. I'm trying to give you the evidence, my nigga.
That's just a long time ago, bro. I ain't saying you wrong.
Yeah, it's a long time ago, but we've been around that long. They don't want you to think that. They want you to think that you niggas just turned from monkeys yesterday.
And see, that's the only thing that I don't like about it is
Listen, root words. It said humans was around 260 million years old. You know how old the oldest living hominid monkey species is in Africa? It's only 3 million years old. We got humans older than a monkey species.
see what I'm saying? That's the only thing that it looked like that information might collide with that Homo sapien shit.
It goes against it. It goes against it. Because they saying we come from monkeys, but we got humans wearing gold chains before monkeys even existed.
Fuck, man. I
Let's
mean,
see how
I'd like to see that though.
hold on, let's see how old the oldest monkey is. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see how far monkeys go back.
Wow, this shit made it back on
Look,
1%.
we got human evidence in America 260 to 320,000. I mean 320 million years. Look, the oldest primate ever recorded goes back only 90 million years. Humans been around longer than monkeys, almost 170 million years longer than primates. Bro. We was wearing gold chains before monkeys even existed, my nigga. Because I'm telling you, we didn't come from monkeys. There was a situation that happened on Earth that turned some of you niggas into monkeys.
You hear what you just said, that?
I'm teaching you some great shit, bro. I'm giving you some
Did
free
you
game.
hear what you just said?
I know exactly what I just said, bro. Some of you
You
niggas
said that this is how
monkeys.
men millions of years ago turned into monkeys, man. I need to hear that, bro.
Yeah. Millions of years ago, you niggas turned into monkeys, man.
So you telling me that the Homo sapiens and the humans was walking around side by side, my nigga?
At one point in time, a nigga like you and a girl that you might know could have had a baby that would came out of monkey because of a mutation.
Hey, y'all
Because
need
that
to stop that
motherfucker
shit,
picked up
man.
because it picked up extra chromosomes. They got a
Y'all
monkey
need to
boy
stop that
right
shit,
now. They got a monkey boy right now that was born in Africa, a monkey boy. A real gorilla, nigga. I mean, a real chimpanzee type shit.
Now you see sometimes why we just need to sit down and think about it, bro. You saying that two humans can make a monkey boy?
I'm saying that they got it in reverse. You don't come from monkeys. You turned into a monkey, nigga. We've been around longer than monkeys. If humans been around wearing gold chains found in Chicago, you feel what I'm saying? Found in Chicago, my nigga, going back 320 million years. So let's do the math 320 million. And then you got primates, monkey type shit, only been around for 90 million years. Who's the big dog and who would evolve from who? How the fuck can we evolve from a monkey when humans was around before monkeys even existed?
Man, I don't know, Appa. I don't know, man.
See, I'm going into the deep science. I'm not waiting on y'all slow ass niggas. Nah, no, not offense. I'm
Slow,
not
man.
offense. No offense, Ruler. Not you. No, I'm just no offense. You know what I'm
Damn.
saying? No, not you. I'm not waiting on no slow ass niggas. I'm going to the advanced teachings, nigga. You get it, you get it. You don't, you don't. You'll catch up in 5 to 10 years, nigga. We never evolved from monkey, nigga. Monkey, it was never no monkey to man to monkey theory.
See, that's all I'm saying, man. That's just.
I know it sounds crazy, bro. We talking 90 million years ago. You know what happened 90 million years ago?
I don't know what story to believe, the
Man,
monkeys or
let's
the
look it
human
up.
story.
Let me show you what happened 90 million years ago. Hold on. We're gonna pull this shit up. Hold on. Hold on. Let me pull this up. Hold on. Let me pull this up. All right, so listen. This is a crucial part of history right here. I need to show y'all this right quick. So look, all right, I already had it on the screen down. I didn't know. But look, this disease is what changed and gave you multiple chromosomes. 90 million years ago, the disease that is causing people to have Down syndrome and all kind of cerebral palsy and shit like that. This comes from this disease, bro. They gave you 47 to 48 chromosomes. The 48 chromosome mutation in the bacterial virus gave you niggas the 48 chromosomes, which made you niggas turn into monkeys. A monkey ain't nothing but a human. They got a fucking 48 mutation chromosome disease, my nigga.
I'm just saying that I thought that if you have 48 chromosomes,
You
you
a
fall in
monkey.
the 48. I'm saying that you fall in the 48 chromosome species. And anything with 47 chromosomes or 49 chromosomes is another species.
No, listen. Listen, let me break it down to you. So pick game. We got 46 chromosomes, root words, 23 in me. That's where you get 23 from your mama, 23 from your father, right? Now, when a mutation occurs that gives you Down syndrome, you gain an extra chromosome. So now you become a mutated person with 47 chromosomes. That's someone with Down syndrome. You can obviously physically see the effects and mechanically see the effects.
Now, this is what I'm going to ask you. Where is the other chromosome?
Now, watch this. Look, watch this. How many chromosomes
That's all we got to stick with is the chromosomes. Like the chromosomes don't add up, bro. So you
Now
can't have
watch
a
this.
species
Watch this.
about some chromosomes, bro.
So look, uh, uh, monkeys range anywhere between 48 to 54 chromosomes. Some
Okay,
cases,
so
in some cases, 42 chromosomes. So the mutation can vary either downwards in chromosomes. So somebody with 45 chromosomes is considered Down syndrome. So now look, I'm about to pull it up. Y'all got to understand that chromosomes is what changes your mutation. These mutations happen naturally, but over the course of time, some shit can make it certain variants
hey,
in
what's a
conditions and
chromosome to
illness.
you? What's a
Huh?
chromosome to you?
A
What's a chromosome to
chromosome
you?
a chromosome are linked components that give you your potential DNA, physiognomy, and how you look. You
Okay,
see
so
what
it's
I'm
the
saying?
blueprint. It's the blueprint of a species.
Pretty much.
Thank you. So just is no way that you could take a 48 blueprint and turn it into a 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, or 49 blueprint, bro. You can't do it.
Yes, you
That's a
can, bro.
blueprint for that blueprint.
Yes, you can, bro. Watch it.
It's a blueprint.
Look, so listen, a regular human. So you saying anything with extra chromosomes is not a different species? I'm gonna prove to you that it's not. It's just the obvious mutation, the physical change, and the mechanical change. So the brain function and the physiognomy change were based off of the chromosome. So look, we're gonna go to how many chromosomes do humans have with Down syndrome? So look, the individual has 47 chromosomes instead of 46. This makes you Down syndrome. One more chromosome, which can easily happen to humans, will make your ass a down monkey. That's 48 chromosomes.
Okay, now I'm asking you if how would we get the claws, the paws, the hair,
Hey,
the
no,
muscular
no, no, no.
chest that's like a steel plate, bro? That's
Master.
chromosomes, homie.
Oh shit! What the fuck is that? Oh my bad.
Damn, I just need you shake.
Hey, so listen, peep game. Hey, master self. No, you got it backwards, fam. I'm trying to tell y'all. It's the I believe the opposite of evolution. I believe in de-evolution. I believe we started off as full anatomically, modernly advanced humans. And as time goes by, we dwindle down. And certain components and illnesses change the variance and mutation of the humans. It happens all the time. People with the Zika virus. If you ever see somebody with the Zika virus, they don't even look like a regular human. If you look at
Bro,
somebody, if you look at, hold on, let me show you a human with the Zika virus, right? Hold on.
You need to check that scholarship app.
Man, can't nobody debunk this, bro. But this is my theory, though.
I
This
just
is my
think people
theory.
got different understanding of what a chromosome is, and you brought up the only way that I could break it down. I could just break it down and say, look, man, a motorcycle has 2 wheels, a tricycle has 3 wheels, and a locomotive has 4 wheels. Them is 3 different species with 3 different blueprints, and you can't really put them together, or you're gonna fuck the whole species up, bro.
Not
That's all I
necessarily,
can
bro.
say.
I mean, no, you're right. It does changes what the species look like, or the vehicle in this case, what it looked like and how it operates. Same thing with these chromosomes, bro. You can just easily look at it with someone with Down syndrome. But hold on. This is a human with the Zika virus. You see that? They head the size of a grapefruit. They brain is smaller than a monkey's. They're going to look obviously different and function different. This is a mutation that occurs in birth genetics along with chromosome mutations. So it's going to affect your characteristics. It's
No
going to
human
affect.
should be able to beat that. No humans should be able to beat that kid before they do. When that kid turned 12, there shouldn't be a
Somebody
human
said that
that can
baby
box
looked
with
like
that
a
motherfucker.
mosquito. Well, what's funny is that the Zika virus is caused by mosquitoes. Ironic, right?
Man, that motherfucker don't look like no mosquito, man.
I ain't saying the baby look like that, but that man said that in the chat.
I'm just saying that's a blueprint of
I
a
mean, that's my
human.
theory, bro. Nobody else challenging the monkey to man theory. I'm challenging the monkey to man theory.
No, you ain't, man. You just
I'm
said that
challenging the monkey.
men.
I said humans been around for 320 million years. The oldest primate monkey has only been around for 90 million years.
So who made the primates?
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Who made them? Shit. You already said
Y'all
it.
fill in the blank then. If I can prove that humans been around wearing gold necklaces, advanced humans for 320 million years, and monkeys only been around for 90 million years. Where the fuck monkeys come from?
I'm just saying one of the stories got to give that, man. Them Homo
Which
sapien
one you
stories
want to
are hard.
concede to? You came from a monkey?
Nah, man. I ain't come from no monkey, man. I'm trying to say sometimes, man, it's a good scholarship, man. I like this shit, man. You know, I'm just like, damn, man. One of the stories got to give that it was humans around or it was some motherfucking monkeys. It can't be both of them. That's all I
And
was
ask
saying.
yourself. Go hit the link. Hit the link. Come
Oh my
talk to me,
god.
family. I like a little challenge
Oh
right
my
down there. Let me get in my bag a little bit. This is my theory too, so I'm standing on it.
I don't know, man. That's hard to stand on, man. Is putting Homo sapiens and humans together. Then you
Bro,
saying that
either you come from monkeys with their theory of evolution, or you go with Big Bap's de-evolution.
you saying monkeys come from us.
That's de-evolution. That's not evolution. That means you're de-evolving. You're becoming dumber and dumber as the mutation affects you.
Man, that mutation shit is fake. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying what
If
you're
you
saying is
believe you
wrong
get
about
smarter
humans
from,
being around.
if you believe you get smarter when you get an extra chromosome, you slow as hell.
You know what I'm saying? That part right
Matter of
there.
fact, let me show you somebody with extra with extra chromosomes, because I don't think you understand what it looked like. Hold on. You know, we got to show you this. You know, I gotta motherfucking show you this. You know, and they all got the same look though. You know, when you see babies with Down syndrome, it's a common look. It's part of the effect. It comes with the genetic birth effect. You see what I'm saying? They all have the common look, no matter what ethnicity it's in. Look at these little babies, and precious babies, and these babies have mutations, and it all has
No,
the
they
common.
don't, bro.
Yes, it does. Yes, they
Where
do.
is the mutation?
All right, bro. I'm done, bro. I'm not even about to.
I asked a simple question. Where's the
Nah, bro.
mutation?
Nah, bro. Nah, bro. If you don't know where it is, bro, I can't help you, fam. It's over with. What's going on, Master
I
Self?
just want to know where the mutation at.
You're troubling. You must. So, man, it's a movie, man. To say, I wish I could think of the name of it. Y'all gotta understand what I'm saying. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna do a whole build on this, man, because I don't think y'all understand. I'm gonna break down the epigenetics and show that the out of America theory shows and breaks down the geological surveys data. I'm coming with the geological survey data with the human data. So what I'm saying is uh I'm challenging the mainstream archaeologists. They saying that they saying 90 million years ago you was a monkey. I'm saying 90 million years ago you was humans, and some of you niggas got mutations and had monkeys. That's what I'm saying, my nigga.
No, man.
Bro, you ain't shit, bro.
No, man. I'm leaving, man. Fuck this shit. Man.
Yo, don't do that, cuz.
Man,
But
damn, man, you
where's
just
the
switched it around and said
where's
we
the
could have monkeys,
mutation
man.
at? The mutation is in the chromosome. The mutations is in the chromosomes. Watch, I'm gonna get through
Man,
that.
did you hear what you just said, my nigga? I love you, man. Pause, man. Fuck
Bro, you
that,
don't
man.
get it, bro. You don't get it. You don't
No,
get
man.
it. You don't get it. You don't get it. You don't get it, bro. You don't study genetics. You don't know about mutations, bro. They tell you in history that the mutations that occurred led to you being advanced. That's how you get to being evolved. They saying the mutations that occurred led to you being advanced like you are now. I'm saying that's totally bullshit and it's totally the opposite way. I'm saying they
See,
got
I
it wrong.
believe that humans was here, man. There's
I got
evidence humans
proof.
been around this motherfucker. When
I
you
got
say that,
proof that
when you just throw us
this,
and the monkeys in the same sentence, man, that just don't make sense, man.
nah, bro, nah. You gotta understand, bro, what I'm saying. I can go show you more than overwhelming data showing you people in America, bro, going back millions of years, bro. You gotta understand that, bro.
I ain't saying you wrong on that, but you bring in a shovel, bro. You bring your own shovel when you say we make humans, we make monkeys, man.
No,
That's
I'm just
different. You walk
saying
around with your own shovel.
they got to be the only connections between humans having similar DNA, bro. It got to be.
What
Now I'm
about
not.
dolphins, man?
Oh, humans come from dolphins.
I don't know. They say their shit running neck to neck with monkeys, bro. They're like we could talk to dolphins, and if we get in the ocean, dolphins will protect us. Like, hey, them are our friends. We're similar. I don't know, bro.
Man, let
I'm
me
just
ask
saying,
y'all a
I don't
question.
know,
Let me
man.
let me ask y'all a question. According to y'all research and shit, how long have humans been in America? Advanced humans been in America? This to the chat. Come on, family. Come on. I'm about to check all y'all chins.
I just know we could talk to dolphins, man.
How long do y'all think advanced humans been in America at minimum, bare minimum? Well, give me a bare minimum time. Give me a bare minimum.
Since rivers was made and lakes,
That advanced humans was around. That's how long you believe advanced humans was around?
I could say that I could put evidence, like you said, to the glacier air, and I'm saying, look, them glaciers ain't make
All
these
right,
rivers. We
boom.
made
All
them
right,
rivers.
boom. You gave me something to work with now. Let's go to one of the glacier areas that we're more familiar with in North America. Let's look up the Mississippian period or era. Let's look up the Mississippian period in the Mississippian era. Let's see how old it is. Boom. All right, so let's go. Let's see if it line up with the 320 million year old humans found in the Mississippi Delta. All right, boom. So look, the term Mississippi period can refer to two districts but related time periods. Okay? Two distinct but related time periods. The glacier time period and a period of Native American history and culture. The glacier period uh uh is going back to 3.5 to 3. I'm at 358 million to 323 million years old. In the Native American history, go back to 800 to 1600 AD. So when you're looking at how old the rivers is, we're looking at it from a geological sense. So this is what we're gonna highlight. So the geological sense, you said humans been around long as the river, right? The Mississippi. That goes back 358 million years, bro. At a minimum of 323.
I ain't saying you wrong, but there's just, let me make sure I
So
say this right.
so when we go to humans being around in the same Mississippi Delta region with a gold chain on it, 320 million years, it makes sense.
But wasn't the world frozen that long ago?
No, bro, no. Fuck no. The world wasn't frozen.
Well, I don't know. Like I said, that's just I don't know, man. I could just go when the ice start thawing and we start motherfucking making rivers, man.
So look, let's go back to it. 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 Look what it says. Illinois State Geological Survey said that they found a gold chain that's about 260 to 320 million years old. It could provide possible cultural evidence of advanced humans being in North America during that time.
I didn't say you was wrong about that. All I'm
Bro,
saying is with the monkeys,
well,
the
let's
monkey
break
talk
this
is
shit
what fucked
down.
me up.
Let's break it down though. That's the data. Humans been around for 300 million years wearing gold chains, bro. Wearing chains and shit, bro. What you think
That's a
that's
long ass time. I don't even think I could count to 300 million, man. That's just a long ass time.
you can
But
count?
what about the ice age, my guy?
What about it?
I don't know. You said we was rolling around here on top of ice with the monkeys and the dinosaurs? I'm just fucking with my nigga Ab. It's scholarship day, man. I hope everybody doing all right though. I just had to back up a little bit, man. You know what I'm saying? I was getting too much emotional. And you can't blame nobody for your emotions and shit, man. Yeah. And I'm like, look, I don't mind triggers sometimes, but when that shit happens every day, yeah, I gotta chill myself out though. But yeah, I'm just barking up ass scholarship. I just was roaming through the channel, man. I said, damn, man, this nigga just dissed the fuck out of me.
Chill out. Stop
Yeah,
being
that's
sensitive.
all it is. He dissed
Stop
the
being
fuck out of
sensitive,
me. I
nigga.
said,
Stop being sensitive, nigga. But nah, y'all can say what y'all want to, bro. Y'all got to give me another theory to go with, bro. Of how we came about. I'm saying we always been here. Y'all believe that we come from monkeys or what? What y'all going with?
some shit I just leave alone. But that's a good shit though. I just hate you throw the monkeys in there. I just hate that you say we was walking
Okay,
around and
maybe that's just a maybe. That's just a small theory, bro. That's just a small theory. Okay, beat it up. Okay, whatever. I'm just trying to connect some dots real quick. But I know for a fact humans been around longer than primates and monkeys been around. Whether we come from them bitches or not. I don't give a fuck. I know advanced humans been around before monkeys even walked on this planet. That's what I'm
I
saying.
just hate that I just wish you could beat the monkey story up. Fuck that monkey shit, man. No monkey bitch.
I'm trying to beat the monkey up, but monkeys exist and they got close DNA, nigga. I'm trying to see how. What the fuck?
And just some shit just leave alone, man. Like I believe all the humans been here for eternity. But just when you throw the monkey
All
talking,
right, let me
that's just
ask you
something to
this:
leave
where the
alone.
fuck monkeys come from? Then I gotta
I
ask you.
don't know, Ab.
You
I
gotta
will
give me
scholarly
something,
fight
bro.
you, bro.
No, we can't do. I don't know. Where the fuck do they come from?
Ab power, all I'm saying is I will scholarly fight you, but you
No, you
bigger
gotta
than
give
me.
me
You know
something.
how
No,
to
give me
wrestle.
something.
That's just
Give
some
me
shit I'm gonna leave alone.
no.
Some
Give
shit
me
you should just
something,
leave
Root. You
alone, man.
gotta give me something. You gotta give me something, Root. You
I
got
don't
to give
know.
me something. Give me something. Where do monkeys come from, bro? Take a stab
They
at it.
come from the lab. We made all animals, but we did not. They're not
So they
mutations,
come from
bro.
us. They come from us.
Okay, they come, but not like that, man.
Okay, not in the way that I said it. Maybe I got it fucked up.
I ain't saying you wrong. That's just a hell of a like this is just damn, man.
Yeah, yeah,
I just
bro.
don't think I don't know, man.
Where the fuck do they come from? That's all I'm asking, dog.
I could just say I thought all animals came from us, man. That's the
I'm
best
just
I can
saying,
say.
give me a better theory that's challenging Darwinism right now. Give me a better theory that you ever heard that's challenging Darwinism evolutionary theory.
See, you keep saying I'm going against you, and a lot of people like me is agreeing with you, especially in the chat, that we've been here in time immemorial. But when you throw the Homo sapiens story in with it, that's just see what I'm saying? I just say, look, man, we made all the animals, man.
Well, we can't deny that mutations occur, and I'm saying that these are all possibilities or ramifications of mutations that occur.
Man, there's only one thing that mutate I see, and that's a caterpillar, man.
That would explain why you don't see other hominids around no more. Because there was a mutation that happened at that particular time and era, and those people, it phased out. Just like most illnesses and diseases
I'm
do.
trying to help you out, though. Like, I see it in
But you got to
caterpillars.
think about it, bro. I'm just, bro.
But I just the way you say it, it's just I don't know, man. Just monkeys and humans wasn't around. I don't know, man. I could just believe in caterpillars and butterflies. I see that mutation, man. I see that shit. I'm trying, man.
Y'all got to see what I'm saying.
They even said that humans turn from human to mankind. So I'm trying to roll with you, but just
I'm saying
I
maybe
don't know,
maybe
man.
it has stages. I'm not saying that you went straight from monkey to man. I'm saying maybe it was other mutations that occurred that made you maybe be like a half monkey, half man, like a
Just
Lucy or
some
something
stories,
like.
leave it alone, man.
All right, bro. I'm trying to, bro. Come on, bro. You got y'all
My
niggas.
nigga warned me last time I was in jail for driving and shit, man. Nigga, like, just let that young nigga be, man. He gave me full warning, man. Just let that shit be, man. Damn, man, that shit just, it don't make, I don't know, man. Just let it be, man. The man gonna be his own man. I don't know, Ab, man. Just leave that shit alone, man. Unless you talk about caterpillars, man. You gotta throw the caterpillars in there to make it sound like, okay, caterpillars
Y'all
multiply.
not understanding, bro, what I'm saying, bro. Like, this might be way above y'all understanding, bro. Like, I told y'all, this some advanced shit, though. I told you I'm not waiting behind for y'all little brains. I'm teaching the advanced teachings that they not teaching y'all.
I ain't saying you wrong. I just believe what somebody said in the chat, though. I just go with, I don't think no animals are natural. I think we made all animals, right? But I mean, that's just my opinion. But I still gotta say there's an animal out here that mutates regularly, and that's that caterpillar and butterfly. So I'm just like, it's just on a scholarly level, man. Just damn, I don't know, man.
Man, this some advanced shit. Y'all niggas slow as fuck. But nigga,
Now
I'm
you want to
on
slam us on our head. Now
nah,
this nigga want to take this shit to the wrestling ring.
yeah, nigga,
Damn, no,
straight
this
up,
shit is
nigga.
scholarship,
Y'all,
bro.
y'all slow as fuck, nigga. This some
See, that's why I'm
advanced
about to
shit.
leave, man. Go
This
back to
some
my life.
this some advanced shit, bro. You ain't gonna
Could you
disrespect me.
imagine this shit, chat? Me and Ab Howard just having a nice discussion in real face, and he get mad and shit. The fuck am I supposed to do, man? Like, no, fuck that shit, man. You niggas slow, whole ass niggas. What? Like, no, man, it's just scholarship, Ab Howard. It's just scholarship, bro.
Yeah, you right.
Damn, man.
And it's just my theory, so I can't be too mad. Y'all can beat it up all y'all want.
No, we believe when you that we've
Nah,
been here
y'all
forever,
just
bro.
believe what y'all want. Y'all believe y'all come from monkeys. Man. I'll let y'all fucking stay there. I was trying to help y'all niggas out, but y'all came from monkeys. So what?
Shit. Man, shit. I don't know, man. I just think we've been here for a long time. And I'm gonna support that debate. I've been hearing y'all every day, man. Hell yeah.
Kelly
Kelly
Green,
said I've been called worse.
I can call you the worst. I can call you the worst thing on earth, but I wouldn't dare. Cause I got love for Kelly.
Shit.
I can call people the worst shit on the planet. I got the ability to call people the worst names on the planet. You don't believe me, Kelly Green? I really can.
They said you be a monkey's uncle.
Somebody was a monkey's uncle. Some of y'all ancestors was monkey's uncles.
Please, just leave it alone, man. Just leave it alone, Apple. Just leave it alone. Just leave it alone.
Man, it's people that got gorilla syndrome.
I agree with you because when I look at Lamar Jackson, when I look at that dude Hunter that played for Colorado, man, them niggas got. I don't know what to say, man. I'm just gonna leave it at that. But this, I don't know, man. You know, they got monkey speed, my nigga. So I don't know, bro. So I ain't going against you. I just wish you put more to it. Like, there's a lot of motherfuckers out here that you can say, damn, man. And that's all you can say, damn. That's weird. I don't know. Some niggas, I swear, if Travis Hunter, I think that's his name, and Lamar Jackson start running around with some monkeys, if they just jumped in the monkeys' cage and they all start running around, that'll make us think a little bit. Like,
Bro,
like,
it's a monkey right now. It's a monkey right now. They got millions of subscribers, and he played Roblox all day.
Ooh.
It's a monkey that plays Roblox. They be online playing with your kids, online playing Roblox.
I don't know, man.
Bro, I ain't bullshitting, bro.
Lady Spade said she done seen some niggas that look like some monkeys. I'm about to say some rude shit. Has anybody ever had you in the monkey position? Like, ooh, ooh, ah,
You an old freak, bro.
I just had to have some fun with that one.
Man, you niggas be on monkey business. See, I can tell some of y'all ancestors, y'all breast up in the monkeys, but y'all be on monkey business, man. Why y'all think that little song y'all used to get sang when y'all was in school? You know what it was? 10 little monkeys jumping on the bed. One fell off. Why monkeys on the bed? Because they humans. A lady had a mutation of babies. And they were slow. That's what the song is about. The de-evolution process. Y'all niggas not listening. One fell off and bumped his head. Mama called the doctor, and the doctor said, what did he say, words?
I don't know.
No more monkeys. Yeah. You know that, bro. Like you.
Nah, I remember it, but I don't. I mean, I remember it, but I just don't remember it.
Yeah, you don't want to remember because it's gonna make you remember some of your monkey ancestry.
You know what I used to love doing though, and my arm got a collapse. I got a collapsed muscle in my arm. I used to love climbing trees, man. Yeah, I fell out of a like a 4-foot story tree and shit. Yeah, and I broke my arm and it collapsed my muscle. Yeah, have a pin in my arm. Hell yeah. But yeah, so I'm just trying to go with you that all little kids love to go to a tree and just look up that motherfucker and say, hey man, can I climb this motherfucker? Ooh, ooh, ah, ah.
See, you think you come from a monkey though. See, that's what
No, I'm just saying, I'm just trying to roll with you, bro. I'm just trying to
no,
help
you
you out.
saying that we come from monkeys because it's in your genetics like that. I'm saying it's not in your genetics until you have them fucked up chromosomes, my nigga. If you got a history of having people in your shit with fucked up chromosomes, keep getting 47, keep getting 47, all your uncles got Down syndrome, all your kids, your uncles, your aunties, then 9 times out of 10, y'all the family that first mutated with the 48. If you went from 46 to 47, you're gonna be the first one at 48. And that's my logic though.
I just think Down syndrome comes from people not knowing their relatives.
No, that ain't what the fuck that come from, man. Not no. So you saying everybody in the chat was Down syndrome before they came around this motherfucker and started doing genealogy? You bogus as hell for that, bro.
You know what I'm saying? That like since the 1800s, our family's been scattered, and sometimes a lot of people don't know that. Man, you might be having sex with your family on the west side, bro.
No, that's inbred. That means you just be fucked
Okay,
up.
so what's the disease that come from inbred?
Oh yeah, Down syndrome. That is true. That is true. But shit, man, I'm about to get up out of here, man. I hollered at
And I
y'all.
fuck with you, Power. Thanks, man. I had a good day talking to you, my nigga. Pause, man. When you gonna talk to Cherokee Red again? When y'all going to Atlanta, man?
We
Since
got
Zay was in Barbosa. How did you know? That's what I came up here for. How did you know Zay was in Barbosa? No, hold on. Turn the camera on, bro. How did you know Zay was in Barbados?
I seen y'all in matching bikinis.
How did you know? I want to know, man. I didn't want to
I
know.
follow your Instagram. You shouldn't have posted y'all on the beach in the matching
Power, are
bikinis.
you following Zay?
I follow you. You posted the picture of you and Zay on the beach in your matching bikinis. I
How
shouldn't have
did you
told
know Zay
nobody.
was in Barbados, bro, man?
You told on everybody, man.
I fuck with you, my nigga, man. You stay positive, bro.
Hey, bro. Shout out to my nigga Root Words, y'all. Peace and love to everybody, man. I'm up out this bitch, man. Peace. Matching bikinis, this crazy.